This noble was startled when he heard a familiar voice. This child is the son of Yu Zhengyu. But what about Yu Zheng herself? How is she doing? Master, when we found him, Lady Yu Zheng had already. Li Zion immediately recognized the voice as that of the Li Sung Mu family head and their steward. But his father, Li, should have already passed away by now. After looking closely at what was in front of him, Li Zion confirmed this was indeed his father. But he looked very young, and it was not just him. The steward Choi was there too. Instinctively, Li Zion reached out, then was shocked to realize his hand was tiny like a child's. This was absurd, but it was true. Li Zion had been reborn as a child. His first reaction was panic. He did not understand what was happening, especially since he clearly had died. At first, Li Zion thought it might be a flashback or an afterlife world. Then he heard Lai Tixin instruct Steward Choi, "It is good to name this child Zion, like other children. Arrange a wet nurse and assign some spirit sword guards to protect him. Also, let this child attend the weapon selection ceremony with the 8th young lady." Steward Choi seemed surprised since Li Zion was still a child, unprepared, and many months younger than the 8th young lady. But Tixin's decision was final. After agreeing on this, he and Steward Choi left. Li Zion lay in a wooden crib, exhaling deeply, as expected from his father. Even after so long, his imposing presence was still as intimidating as before. But more importantly, what on earth was going on? If this was truly a flashback before death, the feeling was too vivid to be just a memory. Moreover, Li Tixin's conversation with Steward Choi was exactly as it had happened. Though hard to believe, it seemed he had actually traveled back in time. It was truly difficult to accept such an impossible reality. Yet just like that, months passed since his first return to the past, and the special day for the Li Sung Mu family arrived, the weapon selection ceremony. At this ceremony, the children of the family reveal their innate talents by the weapons they choose. Li Zion's father, once chosen by dozens of swords as a child, became the greatest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother, selected by sword, spellbook, and staff, gained fame as a prodigy in both swordsmanship and magic. This time, the participant was Li Zion himself. Like before, he had to wear an uncomfortable ceremonial outfit and sit on a velvet chair, waiting. Li Zion's wet nurse, the hen chicken, kept praising how adorable he looked in the long robe. She encouraged him not to worry and assured him a good outcome. The young master's path will always be wide and smooth, I'm sure. The hen chicken smiled proudly. Li Zion felt happy too. To him, this wet nurse was like a real mother, since he had lost his own mother from a young age. But due to pressure from his siblings, the hen chicken was eventually expelled from the family along with him. She was the only one who stood by Li Zion and had cried in worry for him until the very end. Seeing the hen chicken's gentle face, Li Zion resolved not to let such painful events happen again. He stretched out his tiny hands, grabbed the hen chicken, and pressed their faces together. "Hen chicken, this time I will definitely protect you," Li Zion silently vowed. Just then, a servant came to announce that everything was ready. Meanwhile, Steward Choi reported to Tixin that all preparations for the weapon selection ceremony were complete. Tixin nodded once and led the group out. The weapon selection ceremony was truly a grand event, gathering many people. Compared to the 8th young lady, the recently brought an illegitimate child, Li Zion attracted even more attention. He recognized some familiar faces, like Madame Baek Ho Zion, Li Tixin's official wife, the Li family's chief steward, Li, also Li Tixin's younger brother, along with Li Myung Trong and the 3 young masters Li Gun and Ong. Li Heng stared at him intently, then sighed. He was really still too young. Myung Trong also nodded in agreement, saying he had never seen anyone participate in the weapon selection ceremony at such a young age. Meanwhile, Li Gunx looked visibly irritated. Understandable, since suddenly his father had an unexpected illegitimate child. Anyone but the generous would feel annoyed. After Lai Tixin's clear declaration, the weapon selection ceremony officially began. Young Miss Li Ho went first. Tixin carried the girl and seated her on the stone chair at the center of the ceremony, then made a precise cut on Li Ho's fingertip with a sharp blade. She immediately burst into tears, blood dripping onto the stone, instantly forming an invisible connection. The weapon linked to the other end of that connection was the prestigious elder class sword, Tona sword. Tona had not responded to any Li Sung hair for a long time, yet now it chose Li Ho. Tixin reached out, and the Tongna sword immediately flew over. He raised the sword high and announced before everyone that from now on, this weapon belonged to Li Ho. Everyone immediately gathered around Bai Ho Xian to congratulate her on another prodigy born into the family. Ho Xian politely thanked them, but her gaze remained fixed on Li Xian. His ceremony began right after Li Ho's. Up there, many whispered about his identity, doubting how an illegitimate son of unclear origins could even qualify for the weapon selection. But Tixin still carried him and placed him on the other chair. Unlike his sister, Li Xian did not cry when his fingertip was pricked. This pleased Tixin greatly. He patted his head publicly and praised him, but Li Xian had lived a previous life. He felt no joy or satisfaction from his father's praise. On the contrary, he was tense because this moment had finally come. In his past life, the sword had chosen him as the supreme sword. Then, now reborn, He wondered if their fate still connected in this life. Like Xiao's blood dripped onto the stone chair, forming an invisible bond just like Lai Ho's. From the high stands, Tihang observed those beside him and saw Ho Xian's face turn ashen. You would have to be blind not to see she was upset. Understandable, since like Xian was the hidden bloodline of Tixin, and she was the official wife, she should be the one happy about this. Tihang sighed, feeling sorry for Like Xian's harsh fate. Being an illegitimate son trying to survive in the Lai Sung Mu family was no easy feat. This small sympathy from Tihang was noticed by an elder in the family. The old man with silver hair stepped forward, stroking his beard as he spoke. The Sen family steward also pays a lot of attention to this illegitimate son. Huh? Tihang did not reply, only silently gritting his teeth, thinking perhaps it was these stubborn old men clinging to pure blood ideology that made things so complicated. But since the other was elder director like Xian Sung, a powerful figure in the family, Tihang dared not be rude and responded respectfully. Meeting elder director, Tihang's eyes turned icy. He knew Xian Sung never revealed his true thoughts, so he had to be cautious in conversation. Like most, Sang Sung showed disdain seeing an illegitimate son of unknown origin, and how he even qualified for the weapon selection ceremony. But what he said next was truly outrageous. The weapon selection means nothing to an illegitimate son that has been clearly proven by the steward's own experience. Has not. Tihang clenched his fists tight. He really wanted to fight the old man right then, but of course, he could not. So like Xian Sung remained arrogantly overbearing. Apologies if I spoke disrespectfully. It is just that the steward Li, born outside and never chosen by any weapon in past ceremonies, has become too notorious. Indeed, the older the ginger, the hotter the spice. Lai Sung Sung's words were enough to drive Tihang mad. In his eye, a bastard son is still just a bastard son, worth nothing. So it is best if you know your place. But Tihang finally could not hold back anymore and stood up. That is enough. I won't tolerate such insulting words any longer. Like Xiang's eyes widened in shock, not because of Tihang's defiance, but due to the blinding light shining from beneath the stands. Tihang immediately stood up, the blue light growing more dazzling, and these two Li men wore completely different expressions. Impossible. How could this be happening? Like Xian Sung gripped the railing tightly, almost losing his balance. Haha, even seeing it with my own eyes. It feels like I am dreaming. Lady Heng looked excited, silently hoping the child sharing his origins would have a truly bright future. The radiant light linking from Lai Xian was so blinding that no one could clearly see him or the patriarch standing at the center of the stands. The result was unlike the last life, when all the weapons present in the ritual had chosen Lai Xian. Even more terrifying, the weapons that already had owners were reacting to him, as if ready to betray their masters and pledge loyalty to Lai Xian. Ma Yangzhang's sword was no exception. The blade in his hand glowed, but instead of anger, Ma Yangzhang seemed thrilled, then turned to his third brother and asked, Guan Xiang, do you believe what you are seeing? Our little Senja has talents far beyond what I imagined. Huh, exactly. Li Guanxiang replied, his gaze sharp as a blade, wishing he could deal with Lai Xian right then and there. Everyone witnessing this was buzzing with talk. Most thought the outcome was absurd and impossible for an illegitimate child to have. Li Dixin took a deep breath, then signaled for silence. Instantly, the entire surrounding stands fell completely silent. He declared that by clan rules, all weapons choosing Lai Xian must belong to him. However, handling this simply would not be easy, so Tixin wanted to hear everyone's opinions, and Tiheng was the first to speak. He felt that no matter the clan rules, giving all the weapons here to Lai Xian would contradict the meaning of the selection ceremony, because this ritual is a tradition to be passed down through generations. So the fairest thing is to let young Master Li choose a single weapon from all that have chosen him. Li Dixin thought his brother SS' suggestion was good and immediately accepted it. He snapped his fingers, and all the weapons rose, neatly forming a circle. Then Lai Xian rose and was placed right in the center of that circle. Son, choose what you desire, Tixin said firmly, though unsure if a child like Lai Xian could truly grasp his words. Of course he understood, and Lai Xian knew this choice was crucial for him, though he did not know why things were different from his past life. This was still a golden opportunity, so he had to seize it. Lai Xian clenched his fists and began to crawl. Xian passed over many precious items, like Braha, the bloodline sword of the true dragon, used to slay powerful beasts, 2 white rank spears reinforced by parts of a celestial being's body, or the lucky staff made from a branch of the world tree, where spiritual beasts and soul swords were forged under the alignment of moon, sun, and stars. These great weapons all waited for Lai Xian's choice, but without hesitation, he crawled straight to the clan ancestor water sword found in the untamed wasteland. For generations, no one had unlocked its hidden power while it lay silently in darkness. Covered in the dust of time, that sword was called Black Knight, and Lai Xian touched it. Li Dixin watched him closely, knowing from known abilities that this sword did not qualify as top tier. However, because it is connected to the ancestor of the clan, it has always been preserved alongside the highest ranked weapons. Until now, no mortal had ever been chosen by Black Knight, But like Xian was different, Tifangxin was not sure if this was just a meaningless choice by a newborn or a great destiny ordained by fate. But then, he picked up his youngest son and declared before everyone that Lai's son had been chosen by Black Knight, ending today's ritual. Up in the high seats, Lady Bitch Hokshan's face had gone cold as stone, and she kept mumbling. Lai Xian had brought yet another troublemaker into the family. If he has become a burden, then I have no choice but to get rid of him. Time flew by. And now 9 years later, just like every day, like Xian said goodbye to his nanny to go train, but Gaho insisted on seeing him off for a bit. She was puzzled, because the other training zones were mostly empty. Yet Lai Shun insisted on choosing zone number 1, which was already very tough. Lai Xian had not even explained when they heard someone shouting from training zone 7. That is not right. Gripping the sword too tightly will hurt your hand. Come on. Slash down one more time. It turned out Lai Ho was training with her master. Although this girl was senior to Lai Shan by rank, he never called her big sister but always 8th miss, even though it was not very polite, because to him, calling a girl only 5 months older sister felt awkward. Lai Ho seemed to be struggling with her sword swing. So frustrated, she snapped at her master and threw her sword to the ground. The young 9-year-old Lai Ho's face showed clear anger. Then she yelled, "It is supposed to be a sure thing. Miss, all of this is for you. First calm down and try again. You will definitely do better this time." The other person soothed her and picked up the sword from the ground, handing it back to Li Ho. This was Beikai Haiyan, captain of the Black Dan Guild. Like Shun was surprised when he learned his identity. A 9-year-old kid with such a prestigious master was definitely exceptional. Lost in thought, he unconsciously spoke his mind aloud. Hearing this, Gaho was deeply hurt. She thought her lord was struggling because he had no master and tried to comfort him. "My lord, soon a good master will come and recognize your true talent." Then Gaho sadly blamed herself, thinking she was inadequate to protect her lord fully. Well, kids like Gaho grew up nourished and well cared for. Like Shin lacked so much. Seeing the young nanny like this, Like Xian really could not hold back and spoke bluntly. "Not again. Nannies are people we should be grateful to." "Got it, and I do not need people like that anyway. They are probably only here for the Lai Sung Mu family status. Besides, I already have good masters." Seeing Lai Shan's confident and mature demeanor beyond his years, Gaho finally felt a bit reassured after escorting him to the gate of Training Zone 1, reserved for the Lai Sung Mu direct line. She left. Like Sun entered alone. This place symbolized the long history of this prestigious family. Now, it was more a symbolic place than a true martial arena. Yet, Like Sun came here for only one reason. It was the storage of ancient weapons, older than any arsenal in the training grounds. Like Sun found an old sword in the corner. Its blade was cracked in many places, but to him, this was a treasure trove because 9 years ago, when he returned to this second life, some extraordinary changes happened to him. Among them, the most amazing was his ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. The moment he held that old sword, Like Xian felt like he traveled back hundreds of years, standing in a classroom, and because of that, countless masters from generations past were drawn to mentor him. That is the memory etched deep within this weapon. The older and more exquisite the weapon, or the longer its owner has cherished and used it, the clearer the memories become, like an unshakable bond. Thanks to these memories from the past becoming clearer than ever, Lezian has studied diligently, and today, he finally finished mastering the 7-star sword. Since he came here at age 7, he has read nearly all the memories of the weapons in the clan's arsenal. For someone like Li Zian, whose previous life was rough, this is quite an achievement to be proud of. Amazing. It has been a long time since I have seen a perfect 7-star sword like this. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out behind Li Zion. It is to the who he thought was someone else. Hang. As mentioned, the owner of that villainous-looking face is the clan steward of the Lai Sumu family, and he is a level 4 warrior. Though born a secondary heir, his strength earned him recognition and his current position, and from his past life to this one, Hang is the only person in the clan who truly cares for Lei Zion, probably because they share the same status as secondary heirs. "Greetings, uncle." Lei Zion respectfully bows his head. Hang chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Just call me uncle. Training every day without fail, that is impressive. Every time I come and go from work, I see your shadow." Ziona, Aang clearly beams with pride for his nephew more than anyone. He understands how hard it must be to face discrimination from other siblings. Yet, Hang still hopes Li Zion can stand strong and overcome it all. "I am uncle. No matter what, I carry the bloodline of the Lai Sung Muma clan." Li Zian replied confidently, using the sword as proof. "That is the meaning behind our clan's name. And that is what I was taught. So I will prove myself with my own strength." Li Zian's answer left Hang stunned for a few seconds. He felt regret that such a perfect child was born only a secondary heir. Hang sighed deeply, thinking about it. "It won't be long before you have your naming ceremony. Though it is a bit late, before the ceremony, I want to become your master. How about it? Are you happy, Lati?" Hang suddenly proposed. His smile was bright and genuine. Clearly thrilled. But then Li Zion had to give his uncle a cold dose of reality by refusing the offer. Hang was stunned to stone. even thinking Li Zion was unhappy having him as a master. But Li Zion quickly waved his hand and explained, "Before the naming ceremony, I can accept a master. That is the clan rule. I do not want to put you in an awkward position." Uncle. This answer surprised Hang even more, because Li Zion's other siblings have openly broken clan rules. Most recently, Lai Ho already has a master despite being the same age as him. Moreover, they are taught by famous masters and supplemented with all kinds of spiritual medicines. However, Li Zion said that even if the rule is no longer followed by anyone, it does not mean he should not keep it, and as he said before, he wants to prove his strength on his own. Hearing such words from a 9-year-old left Hang truly amazed. Looking into his eyes, he felt like he was staring at his own elder brother. "Ladies, seems like you want to give up this stubbornness." Hyung sighed, then started ruffling his nephew's hair. "You are just like your father, a stubborn one." At that, though Li Zion refused his offer to be his master, Hyung still wanted to help his nephew somehow, because doing nothing made him uneasy. And so, Hyung asks again, "Is there anything else you need? I can help you." Li Zion's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. This was the line he had been waiting for so long. Li Zion scratched his head and started acting like a movie star, showing a mix of awkwardness and eager desire. "Actually, I have a favor to ask. Uncle, I want to tour the vault's basement." It was easy to see the surprise in T's eyes. After hearing the request, Hyung, in the end, he agreed, and the two got in the car to head to the Lai Sungmu family vault. At the gate, 2 high-level martial artists stood guard, stopping their car. With his position as the family's chief steward, Hyung just needed to show his id to pass through easily. Li Zion sat in the back seat, introduced as the youngest son of the family here for a visit, so the guards had no reason to stop them. After passing the main gate, Li Zion finally showed the reaction fitting his age. After all, a kid coming to the vault for the first time would not stay completely calm. He did not want to raise any suspicion from his uncle either. Through the rearview mirror, Hyung saw the excitement on his nephew's face and was very pleased. "Still that enthusiastic?" he asked. "Of course." Li Zion almost shouted. "This is the vault. The place where the family's most precious treasures are kept." Of course, he did not tell Hyung about his real purpose to find a weapon he could not get in his past life. The family vault held legendary weapons, ancient relics that no one could even confirm truly existed. Those searching for such wild things usually got the same answer. Everything can be found in the Lai Sungmu family vault. Hyung led Li Zion inside and pressed the elevator button. He explained the vault's basement held weapons sealed for various reasons. Among them were monster-class weapons that had even swallowed their masters. "If you touch those weapons carelessly, you risk being swallowed whole, body and soul." Hyung smirked slyly, trying to scare the kid, not knowing this kid had already lived 2 lifetimes. Still, Li Zion played along, putting on a frightened face to please his uncle. Then, it was Hyung who reassured him. "Don't worry. You won't be allowed in those dangerous places anyway." Li Zion nodded happily, then jumped into the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, he exhaled, feeling some weight lift off his shoulders. The hardest part of this lifetime seems to be pretending to be an innocent kid. Li Zion pressed the elevator button down to the basement, also called the weapon burial ground, where countless weapons and relics were sealed. And the reason Li Zion went all this way was simple: to find a special weapon called Infinity. Originally, Infinity took the form of a longsword, but after imbuing it with magic, it could change length, shape, weight, and essence at will. In his past life, Li Zion accidentally found it in the vault. Thanks to its limitless transformations and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title Master of Change, dethroned the eldest brother as heir, and became the head of the family. Then he found Leon, who had always hidden in the shadows, and tried to eliminate him. That is all you know for now. To prevent that outcome, you must find Infinity first. It will take time, but Li Zion has no choice but to check everything one by one. Magic appeared in his hand, along with the determination that this lifetime, he must have that sword not Guanxian. Li Zion patiently infused magic into every weapon, but after an hour checking all the suitable longswords, there was still no result. Still, Li Zion did not give up. He was sure that weapon was here, and decided to check the display cabinet on the other side. However, while moving, Li Zion accidentally dropped an ancient weapon. It was older than any other weapon in this vault, and Li Zion reached out to pick it up, but before he could, magical energy began swirling out from his palm. Even though he had not intended it, the energy flowed into the ancient sword he had dropped. This strange phenomenon suddenly clouded Li Zion's vision. When he could see again, he found himself in a different space, a mountain of blood, not the clean, orderly family vault. Li Zion panicked for a moment, but guessed this was the memory hidden inside that ancient sword. Yet this feeling was different from the memories he had read from other weapons before. It was as if he was actually present there. The sensation was shockingly vivid. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill down his spine and spun around in panic. It was a terrifying presence, so dreadful even nature seemed to shudder. He saw a gigantic pair of eyes staring down at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that had risen from the ancient blue hole, devouring countless civilizations. Li Zion's legs went weak, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt this kind of fear. Lejian knew there was no way he could win against that ancient beast. And if he wanted to live, he had to run. But somehow, an invisible entity silently appeared behind Lejian. Though blurry, he could tell it was a man holding an ancient sword. Then the man suddenly charged forward, bravely confronting the monstrous beast. One single strike from the man pierced right through the enemy, and Lejian was so scared he collapsed to the ground. That power was terrifyingly real. One blow was enough to end the fight. After it was over, the bloodied man turned around, gave Lejian a cold, icy stare, and then spoke. "Who are you?" Lejian was even more shocked. He had thought this was just a memory from the ancient sword, just a bit more vivid than others. Who would have guessed that this man could see him? Moreover, the man's gaze clearly showed no hostility. Indeed, he stepped closer and raised his sword. Though Lejian did not understand why this man was here, out of compassion, he decided to send him off without pain. Lejian's eyes widened, but he could not stop the sword swinging directly toward him. The painful memories from his past life seemed to replay in that moment. He gasped in horror. Then in an instant, the space shifted. Lejian was back in the family vault. The ancient sword stained with time fell from his hand with a clink, pulling him back to reality. Still, he could not stop trembling. He could not just dismiss what had happened as a memory. If it was truly a memory, then why had the man in it attacked him? The feeling of being cornered by the enemy was still vivid, as if it were real. Then Lejian glanced again at the ancient sword, and was astonished to see the layer of grime on it slowly disappearing. A thought crossed Lejian's mind. Could this be the Infinity Blade? He tried holding it again, examining it closely. No doubt, this was exactly what he had been searching for. Without hesitation, Lejian cut his fingertip and dropped blood onto the ancient sword. This life, he was determined to become the master of the Infinity Blade. The moment his fresh blood touched the blade, a dazzling light filled the vault. Lejian tried channeling some of his magic into the sword, and indeed, in an instant, the ancient sword transformed into a long blade. Time passed quietly. A week had gone by since that fateful moment. Today, Jun kept practicing as usual, but his face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Phew. Another failure. It has been a week since I got the Infinity Sword I took from the underground armory. Right now, I am keeping it as a ring to avoid detection. He sat down, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and recalled what happened in the basement that day. But what exactly happened that day, right? That man. His sword strike felt like a reminder that I am still not worthy. In Jian's mind flashed a bloody scene where that man unleashed a single sword move that destroyed the monster. Forgetting strength, even his movements alone radiated elegant beauty. But no matter how hard I tried to imitate, I could not replicate it. Still, I did not feel rushed. In my past life, I was just someone looked down on, not even taught the family's basic martial skills. It is just a start. But this is the first time I have encountered an advanced martial art. I can do this. I remember his movements clearly, clearer than anyone else. Thinking that, his eyes paused, his face softening. Wait, that man, he is an adult. But I am just a 9-year-old kid. Trying to fully copy an adult's moves means I obviously can't unleash full power. That thought lit up Xian's mind like a beacon, revealing the path ahead. I have to accept this body and slowly, naturally, swing the sword in my own way. With renewed determination, Xian closed his eyes, relaxed his whole body, and took a deep breath. He raised the sword above his head, then chopped down sharply, putting all his strength into the tip. The moment the blade hit the ground, a shockwave exploded, powerful enough to make the earth tremble. Rocks and dirt scattered like after a fierce storm. Looking at his result, Zhu nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems I have got the feel now. Now it is just a matter of channeling the magic power. But then, a frown crept back on his face. No matter how many times I try in my memories, it still feels like I am missing a crucial part that I just can't recreate. In the end, I can only keep experimenting. Alright, let us start again. He exhaled, gripped the sword tightly, and got ready. But just then, a soft yet firm hand suddenly grabbed his sword. A strange voice whispered in his ear. Hey kid, where did you learn that technique? Xian froze. The newcomer was a young girl, her black hair silky like silk, her deep brown eyes shining. No doubt, she carried the bloodline of the Sung Mulan family. Xian, cautious, asked directly, who are you? Contrary to his hesitation, she laughed comfortably. Surprised. You do not know me. Well, I guess not. I do not exactly show my face around much. Without waiting for an invitation, she cheerfully asked, what is your name? Her strangely friendly attitude made Xian hesitate. Then he answered, I. The moment he said that name, the girl lit up. She grabbed his hand, shaking it like holding a doll. Xian, that is a really unique name, right? I am Le Jiawang Ho. Nice to meet you. Hearing that name, Xian immediately recognized her identity, the youngest daughter, Le Jiawang Ho. He remembered what Uncle Tahong said in his past life. The youngest daughter was so different that even Grandpa could not accept her. But what really surprised Xian was not her identity. It was the question he silently screamed inside. Why did not she mention my ridiculous power while playing with her nephew like that? Zun narrowed his eyes. La Jiawang-ho looked suspicious but said nothing. Meanwhile, the youngest daughter seemed unconcerned by the look. Glanced over and casually remarked, "Your body's a bit weak, huh?" Without beating around the bush, she stepped straight up to Xian and asked, "Kid, where did you learn that technique?" Xian was not easily fooled. Of course, he would not reveal anything. You tilted your head and asked back cautiously, "Why are you asking that?" "What?" Ho just laughed, answering with a smug look like he was bragging about a victory. "That is ancient martial arts. Misut here is extremely passionate about old-school fighting styles. That was the era when monsters ran rampant. Right?" After saying that, she pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Xion like it was a treasure. "So this is a dog treat?" Xion raised his eyebrows curiously. "A dog?" She nodded, signaling, "Yeah. Open it and take a look." Without hesitation, Xion flipped through the pages. The more he read, the more he frowned. The handwriting is terrible, making it hard to read. But is this magic? In his mind, a realization dawned: not just magic, but records of martial arts too. The level is pretty high, so high I do not understand a thing. Maybe the rumors about her are not accurate. Thinking that, Xion hesitated and asked again, "This is..." Seeing the kid still unsure, Ho stepped forward, pointed at the book, and explained in a calm but interested tone. "This? Huh. These are ancient magics based on mana flow. Back then, magic only used the mana flow inside the body without mana cores. Modern magic, however, relies on storing mana in the core. But can ancient magic be considered outdated? Maybe their mana control techniques were even more advanced than ours now." She paused briefly, then continued with a rare seriousness. "So Misut here is also researching ancient sealing and transformation magic. But the remaining records are too scarce." Those words pulled Xian's mind into a whole new world. A spark of interest lit up in his eyes. This was a perspective he had never considered, thinking about infinite magic. Immediately, he spun around, shouting, "Misut, please wait a moment." Before Ho could understand what was happening, Xion dashed away. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripped it tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and began channeling mana. The energy from the mana core in his chest spread through his body, but then he froze. Wait, that nameless martial artist used mana flow, mana manipulation from the man in the memory. I could not understand before. But now a flash of inspiration lit Xian's eyes. He gathered power and swung the sword down hard onto the ground. Instantly, a massive crack formed on the ground, rocks and dirt exploding like a blast. Seeing the result, Xian could not hold back his excitement. He would succeeded. But before he could take a full breath, Ho rushed over, panic plastered across his face. She grabbed Xian's shoulder, shook him hard, then yelled, "What is that?" "That is sealing magic. Is not..." Xian felt a bit uneasy, glanced away, and answered reluctantly, "Yeah, it is sealing magic, I guess." Ho froze for a second, then shouted, "How did you do that?" Xian kept his usual mysterious attitude. He shrugged and replied shortly, "I just did it, that is all." Of course, Ho was not satisfied with that answer. She meant, "How exactly did you manage to do it?" But Xian was not one to be pressured easily. He replied sternly, "Why should I tell you?" At this point, Ho lost her composure. Her voice was almost pleading. "I sincere like a lost child. It is because of the notebook I gave you that you know this. I have lived my whole life chasing this. I have searched for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of home. I beg." She gripped Xian's hand tightly. Junjun. A silent moment passed between them. Xian looked at the desperate Misut before him, then sighed softly. "All right then, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. First, you can tell anyone about me unless I say so. That includes your brother and your dad." "Why?" Ho blinked and asked, but Xian answered immediately without hesitation. "Because I do not like others talking about me without my permission." Hearing that, Ho's expression softened. It is unclear what she was thinking, but her face suddenly grew somber. I am the same way." Seeing the youngest suddenly fall silent, Xian was momentarily stunned. Why did she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he went on to state the next condition. "The second rule is she must never lie to me, because we have to trust each other. I will also be honest with you as best I can." My guy Ho jotted that down, then nodded, but with more urgency. "All right, so what is the last condition?" "About the last one." Suddenly, a year later. Early morning. Miss still clung to the training ground stones. In the quiet air, only the sound of sword swings echoed sharply. Xian still training hard like always. Miss! A hurried shout cut through the air. Xian spun around to see Kawa rushing over, clutching a letter tightly, panic written all over her face. "Nurse, what is so urgent you had to run all the way here?" Even struggling for breath, Kawa pushed the letter forward like it was more precious than life itself. "Here, look at this." Xian caught it, eyes scanning the familiar words. With just one glance, he knew what was happening, lips twitching slightly as he thought to himself, "Is finally here." The letter was brief and sharp, no extra words in order to train the subject. Young Master Xian. Scheduled date. 10/9 at 10. Content. Those attending the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10. On 10/9. Note. Anyone carrying unauthorized items will face severe punishment. Representative of the Mai Go Wang Trong household. At the mention of Mai I Wang Trong, Xian's eyes narrowed. Muttering under his breath, the representative is from the Mai Gong Trong household. He is probably not home. I have not heard anything about him showing up. Before he could think further, the naming ceremony. Mai Gang Ho beside him suddenly gasped, as if someone had just thrown a bucket of fire on her. Xian startled and turned to see the youngest with wide eyes. Her face flushed red as if about to explode. Why is she suddenly so agitated? Mai Gang Ho ran her fingers through her hair, stammering as if trying to hold back a storm inside. Everything has just begun. Now is the most critical time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you will be held there. You can go, looking like a child who just lost her favorite toy. Xian could only sigh. It has been a year since making that pact with the youngest. Since then, we have studied magic together. Combining primal magic with revealed magic, creating a completely new magic system has been her lifelong dream. Primal magic condenses symbols and changes attributes. Revealed magic allows control and operation. Thanks to that, my magic skill now surpass any kid my age. My guy Ho muttered regretfully. Can she really skip it? Studying magic is more fun anyway. Not wanting to prolong it, Xian ended with a firm statement. You know it is impossible, right? Don't worry. Even if my time is cut short, I will keep training magic and restoring ancient magic. Those words made Mai Gong Ho's eyes widen in surprise. How? The naming ceremony schedule is going to be intense. But Xian remained unshaken, his eyes shining with unwavering confidence. I will do both at the same time. A few days later, in a cold white room flooded with artificial light, Xian and Ho were surrounded by a magical glass cage. Dense like a prison of light, the two sat quietly inside, ready for what was coming from the opposite side. A calm voice rang out. Training starts today. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes straight. That was Jiang Ge, captain of the Blood Tiger squad, directly in charge of the naming ceremony training. Right after he spoke, a low growl sounded, and the entire glass cage began firing erratic electric sparks. Blue sparks flashed wildly, shining like hundreds of thunder serpents. But when a beam was about to hit Xian, it suddenly stopped. An invisible barrier surrounded him, deflecting every attack like wind gliding past a bronze wall. Jiang Ge, who had witnessed many geniuses before, now had to pause. By tradition, the former heir, who never practiced basic training, should have been scorched by now. But he held back everything with magic. His gaze unconsciously shifted towards Xian. At that moment, Xian's eyes met his calm, cold, and piercing to the bone. That kid is watching me. Jiang Gaidi's heart pounded hard. He suddenly realized the boy was not passive at all. He was testing, evaluating, forcing others to raise their game to a new level. Damn, calling him a lesser son, with those skills, calling him a genius is an understatement. This is not just about basic training anymore. It is time to give everything, pouring every drop of experience into him. Thinking of the immense potential before him, Jiang Gai's hands clenched instinctively. A feeling surged within him, not just surprise, but a spark of passion. The enthusiasm that seemed long dead was blazing back to life. Time passed relentlessly. After that grueling training, Xian exhaled, stretching as he muttered, "Phew. Finally done. This family is truly crazy. They actually threw me into a magic-infused device to train my resistance, but I did not expect the other side to be the first to apologize." Xian shrugged. It seemed everyone's eyes on him were starting to shift. Either way, it is time to take a break. Just as he turned to leave, as if fate was playing a joke, a lamp flew out from the side. In that instant, Xian reacted like a programmed machine. His arm rose sharply, decisively blocking the sneaky attack. The attacker was none other than little Asa. Teacher C failed. The girl was too cold and fierce. "Hey, you lesser son. Come here for a moment." Of course, Xian was not the type to just play along with others' scripts. He stepped back one pace. "Remember me? What game are you playing?" He lost her temper and shouted, "Watch your mouth. I am the legitimate child. You are just the lesser son. Besides, I am a year older than you." Xian did not bother arguing. With a kid like her, wasting time fighting was worse than sword training in a blizzard. He just scoffed lightly. "I do not have time to argue with you." Saying that, the young man turned and decisively walked away. But Ha's anger was not so easily quenched. She gathered magic in her fist and shouted loudly, "Hey, do not ignore me." Feeling the magical energy behind him, Xian immediately turned, his eyes darkening. "Still daring to use magic? I was going to let this go, but looks like I have to teach you a lesson." As the fist came close but had not touched him yet, Xian tilted his body to dodge lightly. At the same time, his hand reached out, grabbed Havde's collar, and lifted her off the ground with a cold warning tone. "If you want to complain, go complain to your mother. Don't bother me. I am busy." After saying that, Xian let and Ha stumbled to the ground, but instead of giving up, she started venting all her frustration. "It is all your fault. Because you caused the scandal at the last selection ceremony. I keep getting compared to you. Please know your place as a lesser son and be quiet. It is so on. I train hard every day, losing sleep and appetite. Well, you were born with talent. I did not want it either, But my mother has suddenly realized she would said too much. She quickly covered her mouth. Xian smiled faintly, full of pity. Blaming others such an easy game. Huh, like you said, I am the lesser son. That status does not give me the right to be lazy. Can't he sleep? Then do not sleep at all. Can't he eat and still can't he catch up? Then skip the main meal too, if you want to irritate me. Do whatever it takes to beat me. Then force me to apologize. Because that is the Sung Mulan family style. Without waiting for Ho to react, Xion turned and walked away steadily, not looking back. Behind him, the girl clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly. Even a kid can speak boldly at the naming ceremony. I will show outstanding achievements beyond anyone else. Make him call me sister. And Neil begged. Remember that. Xion did not turn back, just said calmly, yeah, I will wait and see. That afternoon, at the 7th training area reserved for direct family members, a woman in formal attire was approaching. No announcement was needed. Her cold aura made all the servants bow deeply. The madam has arrived. A voice said respectfully. Madam glanced coldly at Xion and nodded. Go away. I have something to discuss with my daughter. After saying that, she entered the training room, where Ho was intensely practicing, sweat dripping onto the cold tile floor. Only one sentence rang out. What are you doing? Startled, Ho froze midair, recognizing the familiar voice. Stammering, Mom, I am training. Ho's eyes dropped to the ground, unwilling to meet her mother's sharp gaze. And just as she expected, Madame Xian did not come to praise her. She came to tear apart all her failures with words colder than ice. I have heard about it. You even got overwhelmed by him? The icy voice came from behind the just-opened door. Madame Xian stood there like a silent storm, her eyes full of disappointment and pressure. I told you, if you can suppress him, then surpass him. I am really disappointed. If you are training hard, just because you are afraid of punishment, then stop. Her words cut deep. Ho was silent for a few seconds. Then, as if something inside her awakened, she slowly lifted her head, meeting her mother's gaze with determination. I know what you think about my training, but I do it because I want to. I will defeat him, but not because you ordered me, because I want to. I will decide for myself. Her answer made Madame Xian narrow her eyes slightly. Though her face did not change expression, a feeling of irritation began to stir inside. She muttered softly, getting riled up by a nobody. You are a direct descendant of the Sung Mulan family. You and him were never on the same level from the start. He is obvious, yet you let yourself get provoked. Then, from her sleeve, she took out a small glass bottle, handing it to her daughter with a stern reminder. This is poison, deadly poison. If you can overcome him, then crush him underfoot. That is the way of the Sung Mulan family. Without another word, Madame Xion turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, an amazed whisper echoed. Girl, this can Maid Kawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen. It showed the latest results from the Sung Mulan family's internal ranking system. Lai Xion, male, magic level 1, weaponry level 1, reasoning level 1, overall rank level 1. Right beside him, Xion smiled like spring, arms crossed proudly. What is up? Feeling less worried now, Kawa almost could not hold back her emotion. She embraced her young master tightly, her voice trembling but full of pride. I did not really do anything to help you, Master, yet you did so well. Xian laughed softly in reply. V helped me a lot. Do not say that. Just then, loud footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, breaking the warm moment between them. The door burst open. Kid, time to train. Ho stormed in like a whirlwind, his face fierce, if he would swallowed a barrel of fire. Xian blinked, barely steadying himself before blurting out. But I just finished training, Ho declared loudly, flexing his muscles like a superhero. That is why you have to keep going. Magic training will help you get less tired. Xian looked at her with the eyes of a middle-aged man watching a kid babble nonsense. I have never heard of that working before. What? Ho froze, eyes darting aside, stammering. Really? Really? It must be like that. Instead, Xian shook his head lightly but said nothing more. He suddenly remembered something and spoke seriously. Fine. All right then. I do have something I want to show you anyway. That sentence immediately changed Mir Ho's expression from curious to dizzy. Could it be that I have already reached first star level? Xion did not answer, only smiled softly enough to confirm everything. Controlling magic usually has 3 clear stages: body strengthening, enhancing the body, Qigong altering magic's nature, and Kai energy unleashing superhuman power. But Mir Ho's magic system divides into special star levels, combining both modern and ancient styles. At this moment, Ho channeled magic into Xian's body, focusing on feeling it. After a moment, she jumped up as if stunned. Perfect. It really is first star. Did you feel it while still using magic? I thought it would take at least another year. Xian lightly flexed himself, recalling those hard months spent struggling in darkness, with death always close. I realized this just by learning the theory. Thinking back, it was a kind of crazy, reckless training. If I failed to control the magic, the balance between heart and magic vein could collapse entirely. But in reality, just letting things flow naturally is enough. Magic is like water. It flows according to its own rules. After all, our bodies are just vessels holding magic. Xian's calm, straightforward words fell like a drop on a still lake, gently stirring. Ho's mind. She paused a few seconds. Then muttered, a vessel. Huh, kid. I think I can do it too. It will take time, but I can do it. Unlike before, her voice was not excited or cheeky this time, it was a gentle joy, as if she would just realized something important. Seeing that, Xian smiled softly, not big, but full of relief, like spotting a light at the end of the tunnel. Has she just had an epiphany? Xian thought quietly, but that peaceful moment did not last long, because a second later, Ho lunged and hugged him like a bear clutching prey, yelling loudly, "Thank you, my dear kid. You are truly my lucky star." Before Xian could react, her arms tightened like steel clamps, making his bones crack threateningly. Hey, let go. You are gonna break my ribs. Only when he heard a real shout did Ho finally let go, looking unfazed by any guilt. Instead, she excitedly switched to a new topic. Wonderful. Now let us move on to the second star stage. From the start, you knew your first star was different from the usual first stage, right? So what do you think is the thing you use best? Xian raised his hand to stroke his hilt, pondering his whole journey. Then answered, the thing I use best. I think it is the sword. But before he could finish, Ho immediately shook her head, cutting him off. I do not think so. Xian was startled. He frowned and asked back, but I have never seen you practice swordsmanship. Ho shrugged, half joking, half serious. I do, just a few times when I am free. What I mean is, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It is hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is magic control. Your magic talent is so outstanding that everything else pales in comparison. I have tried teaching the magic I created to many people, but no one could master it. Hearing this, Xian's eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head, staring at his hands as if searching for something lost long ago. Before I went back in time, I was mocked for not being able to use magic at all. A hazy chain of memories resurfaced, days of being looked down on, cold stares, and pitying words. Seeing Xian drift into thought, Ho gently tapped his forehead to bring him back. But for you now, reaching 2 stars is not hard, and if you succeed with 2 stars, the naming ceremony will feel like child's play. After that, I will teach you real techniques. So Zhu nodded slightly, calm but determined. Yes. Understood. Hey, what is that thing next to you? He glanced toward a wooden tray on the table. That, Ho said softly. Then he sent a sharp gust of wind slicing across Xian's face, leaving a thin cut on his cheek before the strange object crashed into the wall behind, shattering the bricks. That is a dart? You have to learn how to unleash your magic while moving. Standing still and using magic is useless, it might as well be trash. Alright, let us get started. Ho smiled brightly. His face showed no sign of hesitation, but Xian had a bad feeling about this harsh training exercise for some reason. Time flew by in a blink, cutting to a large arena where Xian and Ho faced Li Zongguan, captain of the Blood Tiger squad. In a serious, commanding voice, he introduced himself. I am Li Zongguan, captain of the Blood Tiger squad. From now on, I will be teaching you the techniques of Xung Mue Ga. Choose your weapons and bring them here quickly. You have 1 minute, so do not dawdle. Without hesitation, Xian and Ho rushed to the racks to pick their weapons. But while choosing, Ho kept sneaking glances at Xian, finally unable to take it. Xian snapped. What are you looking at? Got something to say? Ho flinched, stammering. Nothing. I am not looking at anything. And there is nothing to say. Then she quickly leaned in and whispered, you are using a sword too, right? Xian replied coldly, without another word. He grabbed 2 swords and a spear, then turned back to the training ground. Ho's eyes widened. But I clearly saw you training with a sword before. Nearby, Captain Zhongguan glanced at Xian's weapons and asked, what are you doing? You told us to choose our weapons and bring them. Xian answered coolly. Zhongguan emphasized, I said choose the weapon you actually use. Xian shrugged like it did not matter. These are exactly what I use. At this point, even the Blood Tiger captain was at a loss. He shook his head and muttered, I thought you were not stupid, but turns out you are an idiot. Remember this well. I said I would teach you secret techniques, but not moves or stances. In Zommiga, countless secrets called mastery of intent exist. To grasp them, you first must awaken the dormant essence within your blood veins. From now on, I will help you unlock that, so do not worry about awakening your instincts just yet. No sooner had he spoken, Zongguan swung his spear with intense force. The wind howled sharply with each motion, cutting, relentless, quickly putting him in an unbreakable attack stance. Watching his fierce tiger-like posture, Ho could not help but worry aloud. What is he planning? Xian, however, had a rough idea of what was coming. He turned to warn, voice cold and even, brace yourself if you do not want to pass out immediately. Before he finished, Zongguan's figure flashed like lightning, a blinding rush. He closed in on Xian and unleashed a powerful strike aimed to knock him off balance. But in that split second, Xian managed to react, blocking with his sword and absorbing most of the damage. Zongguan burst out laughing, clearly surprised. So you actually blocked that? On the other side, Sen landed softly, gritting his teeth as a storm of thoughts flooded his mind. Damn it! I never thought I would have to go through this crazy ordeal again. Last life. I did not even finish this training, but this time, it is different. Time passed relentlessly through endless rounds of training. Under the Captain Zhongguan's strict care, both Xian and Ho were pushed to their limits. It is no exaggeration to say they were being brutally beaten literally. A month had passed since Xian started this hellish training. He thought to himself, a 10-year-old going through bone-breaking, internal injury-inducing training is not for kids at all. But he had no intention of complaining. He was starting to feel that strength growing inside him. Sun muttered quietly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. In another corner, little Ho jerked awake, her face still pale with panic. Did I faint again? She asked out loud, full of confusion. Sun just shrugged and replied casually, yeah, this is your 22nd time, and I am only at 16. Ho immediately pouted, wiping sweat off her forehead regretfully. I wish I had prepared better on day one. At that moment, the viewpoint shifted to Captain Zhongguan, not far away. He watched the two kids bickering loudly, calmly calculating in his mind. This girl has extraordinary physical strength. I pushed her beyond limits. Yet she never got seriously hurt once. And that wild kid, from day one, I sensed he was something valuable. When he started bringing a pile of weapons, I thought he was an idiot. But his skill with each weapon was surprisingly good, even better than expected in real combat. Just 1 month in, and this is the result really interesting. Then, with a voice like thunder, he shouted loud, all right, training starts now. Everyone back to your positions. Obediently, both Sun and Ho stopped arguing, tightened their grip on their weapons, eyes sharpening with seriousness. Soon, Sun realized a bitter truth. If he kept fighting like before, he would never have a chance to touch Dongguan. So he slid over to Ho and spoke quickly. Hey, I will signal you. Try blocking once. Okay? Ho asked in surprise. Why should I do that? Sun shrugged, replying nonchalantly. If you do not want to, fine. Just thought I could land a hit on the old man. Hearing this, Ho's face immediately darkened. Seems like she is nursing a deep grudge against Dongguan after all those brutal sessions. She asked firmly if he was sure, and Sun nodded decisively, no need for more words. Ho immediately gripped her weapon and charged forward, shouting, this debt is mine. Right behind her, Sun rushed in as planned, precise and calculated. A decisive thought rang in his mind. With his genius skills, he had no chance to win, so the only option was to use the advantage of numbers. Across from them, Dongguan watched the duo's coordination, a faint smile creeping up as he found something amusing. He did not hesitate to comment, working together. Huh, not a bad choice if that plan actually works. No sooner had he spoken than he tilted his head lightly, dodging the spear thrust coming at Xian. A simple move like that revealed he would seen everything coming. Immediately, he counterattacked with a lightning-fast spear swing, but Sun had already anticipated that move. The moment he saw the attack start, he quickly pulled back his spear to defend in time. Dongguan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he did not stop there. Moments later, he gathered his strength and charged forward at a terrifying speed. Just as both prepared to unleash their decisive moves, Sun suddenly shouted, now. Saying that, he leapt back to create distance. Ho immediately surged forward, sword slashing fiercely as planned, yet, that half-hearted attack was easily stopped by Dongguan. From behind, Zun quietly watched. He knew this would not be easy. The two of them could not take down Dongguan with a simple strike. In that moment, he decided to change tactics. Xian tossed his spear aside and focused his energy on the special ring, his infinite weapon. In the blink of an eye, the ring transformed into a gleaming longsword. This was one of the few weapons capable of real damage. The sword he would taken from the endless secret vault. Gathering power in his feet once more, Zun shot forward like an arrow, his sword blazing with fierce energy. At the same time, Ho was knocked back by a powerful blow from the trainer. But Xian seized the chance from that feint. He dropped the sword, shifted his weight, and threw a straight punch with all his might. It looked like it would land. But no, the punch was effortlessly caught by Dongguan with one hand. That brief moment made Xian let out a forced laugh. Haha! You caught that? Before the moment settled, Dongguan's thunderous punch sent Xian flying like a cannonball. He slammed into the wall, coughing up blood uncontrollably. Still, that coordinated attack was enough to satisfy Dongguan. His calm voice echoed with a hint of praise. So it took 37 days. Congratulations on unlocking your sixth sense. But the young lady's still far from it. As he spoke, Dongguan dodged another attack from Ho, then suddenly swept her legs, sending her crashing into the wall with no chance to fight back. Seeing the two kids sprawled out, Dongguan seemed satisfied for the day. He declared bluntly that today's session was over. Hey, you said you could take them down in one hit. I trusted you, kid. Ignoring the children's bickering, Dongguan turned and walked away. Meanwhile, he quietly glanced at his palm, now slightly bruised. A cold thought flashed through his mind. Finally, even though he would activated magic, it only pierced through a little. Still, he would broken the taboo against using magic. Abandoning such a technique, combined with his excellent fighting instincts, would make him a terror among the clan's elders. Time flew like the wind. By day 47, after Ho also unlocked her sixth sense, The training session with Captain Deng Wan officially ended. The remaining time was for rest and review of what they would learn, and right then, someone appeared before Xian, none other than his older brother, Lim Wangzhong, the eldest of the family, whose name struck fear in both the magical and martial worlds. He was a master in both arts, respected and feared by all, but to Xian, he was not a legend or idol, just his one and only big brother. Xian took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay grounded. After they sat down, Wei Wangzhong spoke with affection. He apologized for not being able to care for him, though it was just an excuse. He would been busy lately, Xian responded softly, his calm eyes showing he would understood long ago. It is I am opposite him. Wei Wangzhong laughed at Xian's slightly shy yet honest attitude. Is this your first time meeting me? Yet you already know who I am. Xian did not hesitate and answered straightforwardly. Of course. Even if I am an outcast. As your brother, how could I not know my big bro's face? At that, Wei Wangzhong's whole body seemed to pause for a beat. His gaze grew sad, and in a deep voice, he reminded him, don't ever say outcast again. Though our mothers are different, you and I are still brothers. Those words were more than a reminder, they carried deep pain. In Wei Wangzhong's heart, he felt bitter for Xian, a child who had not even had a naming ceremony yet, always seeing himself as an outsider to the family, unaware of his brother's thoughts. Xian just awkwardly scratched his head and spoke softly. He said. Seeing this, Wei Wangzhong sighed heavily, his breath full of unspoken feelings. No need to apologize. Just understand. Next time. No need to be so formal. We are brothers. Why act like strangers? Yes. I understand. Xian smiled and nodded. From memories of his past life, Xian clearly remembered his big brother, no matter how talented, always stayed sincere and calm like this. Not wanting the mood to get too heavy, Wei Wangzhong changed the subject and pulled a gift from his coat pocket. Here's a gift for you. When I enter Fen Magic University in France, I got this, but I think it will be more useful to you. It is a kind of divine potion called nectar. As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of Xian, the clear liquid inside radiating a special energy. The moment Xian saw it, he immediately recognized it. This was a top-tier elixir made at the Magic Tower in France. Produced only 500 milliliters every 10 years, a true treasure. After a moment's thought, Xian reached out to take the vial, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. Big bro giving me something so precious. I really thank you. But this reaction seemed to surprise Wei Wangzhong. He was a bit taken aback, then murmured slowly as if talking to himself. You are a little different. Huh? Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Suspicious? What do you mean? At that moment, Wei Wangzhong gave a gentle smile and explained. The younger ones I have met before always saw me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and nice. Xian chuckled softly, then honestly shared his thoughts. I do not see you as a rival either. Being born into this family, you are my rival, so do not just see me as a cute kid. Who knows? One day I might be your biggest rival. I hope we will have an exciting competition. The confidence in Xian's eyes made Wei Wangzhong laugh heartily. Haha. Alright. I will wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival. Saying that, he gently ruffled his younger brother's hair with affection and hope. As for, he silently promised himself that the big brother, who had always truly loved and protected him, this time, he would protect him. Time passed, and a few days later came the second most important exam. For the Sungmulan family, the naming ceremony officially began. On board a ship rocking on the waves toward the venue, Xian and Ho stood quietly side by side. They were being taken to a special island, Xiten Island, where the soil's color changed, depending on the magic density in the air. This was the ancient site the Sungmulan family used to hold naming ceremonies for new members. As the ship neared the island, a crew member stepped forward. Speaking seriously, I will now explain the naming exam. Young ladies and gentlemen must survive on Xiten Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices given to everyone now are for location tracking. Unless in an emergency, you must carry them at all times. The final challenge of the exam will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck to all. As soon as they stepped onto the island, the atmosphere shifted, warning of the harsh journey ahead. Suddenly, Ho spoke softly, her face hesitant. Hey, I have something to say. But before she could finish, Xian sighed, as if guessing what she was about to confess. You have already made up your mind, have not you? Huh? What? Ho blinked, asking back. Since training started, you have been wanting to say something, Xian said bluntly. No beating around the bush. Xian's blunt words hit a nerve, making the girl blush deeply and yell out, trying to hide her embarrassment. Hey, how did you know that? Seeing Ho's messy, pitiful state, Xian could not help but laugh quietly to himself. How could I not know? He tilted his head, his tone softening as if coaxing a sulking child. Speak up. I am listening. From Ho's point of view, she swallowed nervously, then mustering all her courage, removed the badge pinned upside down on her shirt. Her eyes met Xian's, clearly signaling him to do the same. Understanding her, Xian also took off his badge. Both carefully stored away the devices known to track and eavesdrop on all conversations. Once everything was safe, Xian's tone turned serious, no longer joking. All done. What is going on? At this point, Ho stopped hiding. She pulled a small glass vial with a cloudy liquid from her pocket. She spoke clearly, enunciating each word. This is a poison called dream mist. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once absorbed into the body, it blocks magical energy flow for a long time. Hearing this, Zun's face immediately darkened, his tone growing heavy. Who gave this to you? A simple question, but heavy as a stone. Ho knew well that no matter what she said, she could never reveal the name. Her own mother was the one who gave her this, so she answered stiffly, I am not going to tell you that. Then she pulled her arm back and threw the vial straight at a nearby rock. The glass shattered with a clatter, shards sparkling as they scattered. Ho looked away, waving her hand as she continued, see, there is no proof left now. I will beat you fair and square, no poison needed, so you better give it your all. That attitude surprised Xian for a moment, but then he smiled softly and nodded. I was planning to anyway. Good. Then both put their badges back on and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Ho turned back, warning like a cautious elder. Did you put your tracking device back on? Charging headfirst into the island's center without knowing the terrain is dangerous. From behind, Xian sighed in frustration, shaking his head. Yeah. I know. Since when did you start worrying about me? Immediately, she snapped, hitting Xian's nerve and making him flare up. Worried? I am just scared you will die somewhere before even getting a chance to fight me. Just after she shouted, a piercing scream echoed from deep in the dense forest. Both fell silent, turning toward the sound, their eyes sharp with caution. In the heavy silence, Ho lowered her voice, delivering a brief but weighty warning. Then do not die on me. I am going ahead. Saying that, she turned and quickly headed left down the path. Her figure shrank amid the thick forest as Xian stood alone. Watching her leave, he muttered to himself, she is gone. But my target is not the island's outskirts. All right. I need to get moving too straight to the heart of Xich Than Island. At the same time, in the Sung Lan clan's observation room, where screens showed live footage from the island, elders and senior members watched intently. One of them spoke, eyes fixed on the screen showing Ho. That is the Sungam Lan clan's 8th child. Already completing her first hunting mission, she has taken down quite a few monsters too. After all, this is probably Ho's first real battle. But that instinct did not come from nowhere. It took 47 days. In a shadowed corner, Captain Dongwon leaned quietly against the wall and spoke slowly. This kid was not supposed to be like this. I thought it would take at least 2 months. Deep inside, Dongwon could not help but reflect, talented as he is, that is all there is to it. Simply put, someone sparked him. That is the youngest Xian. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen, showing Xian's image. Unlike Ho, who fought relentlessly, Xian seemed to be quietly exploring, carefully checking every corner of the island. The obvious difference made the old man frown. Suspicious, but what exactly is that kid doing? Dongwon glanced at the screen and replied slowly, the kid is looking for a hiding spot. Immediately, cold, bitter laughter echoed throughout the room, acting like a scared little mouse running away. Cowardly. Just a worthless street rat. Elsewhere in the observation room, Midian was also watching everything unfold. Hearing those mocking words aimed at his little brother, he could not stay calm any longer. His eyes scanned the faces around him. Then he warned in a cold voice. Enough. In a dangerous place like this, finding a safe spot is smart. Nothing to criticize. Those words made some of the tormentors awkwardly clear their throats and try to cover up with empty comments. Yeah, that is right, ha. Probably because we have been spoiled by the little lady too much, raising the standards. However, not everyone knew when to hold back. The cunning old man, ignoring the eldest brother of the family, kept taunting, let us see, in the Sungmu Lan family, being ordinary is practically a crime. Right? Someone with Sungmu blood acting like a nobody is ridiculous. Those harsh words made my Gyeong clench his fists tightly. He did not respond, but his heart was stirred just because of his background. They belittled a child. Since when did our family become like this? Or maybe we have always been this way. More importantly, what exactly is Xian planning by heading straight to the island's center? That thought made him glance at Ti Hong, their uncle. At that moment, he was biting his nails anxiously, eyes full of worry. A muttered phrase slipped from his lips. What the hell is that kid thinking? Those words made my Gyeong realize he was not the only one confused. He sighed softly. What exactly are you trying to do, Xian? Meanwhile, Xion had found a deep cave in the forest, a perfect hiding spot. He was not acting recklessly. Before entering, Xion lit a handful of incense sticks and threw a fire stick inside. Xion then gave a nod of satisfaction. After that, he covered the entrance with leaves. Every move was precise. No wasted step. Whispered approval came from some observers. His stealth skills are not bad at all. Suddenly, the old man shouted at Jiang, wait, hold on. What is that kid doing? All eyes immediately focused on the screen. The image showed Xian removing his watch and badge, setting aside 2 tracking devices. Then, he covered both devices with leaves. The monitoring screen instantly went black. Behind, Captain Dongquan laughed loudly, clearly amused. Haha, you just can't predict him. Meanwhile, both Ti Hong and Mi Jin looked helpless, holding their heads. In truth, For Xian, this was necessary. He could not let prying eyes watch all his secrets. After hiding all the devices, he muttered quietly, "No need for others to see this. Now I can use it endlessly. Once inside the island's core, I have to gather as much as possible. All right, let us." Saying that, he transformed the ring on his finger into a sharp sword ready for the next battle. Time passed quickly. Night fell. By the flickering firelight, Sun sat before a clay pot, squinting as he stared intently at the thick liquid inside. A thick, dark blue liquid, clear yet like poison, so much so that he felt he could see a screaming face within the water. He muttered, unable to hide his suspicion. "This is it, but it is terrifying. Is this really the magic tea?" Old memories surfaced. In his past life, unable to afford cheap spirit elixirs, he had to follow some herb gatherers and monks to find magical herbs. In a place like Sit Island, where magic energy thickens the air, it is a waste not to use it to boost your magic. That is what Anna used to say. Even a sip of magic tea is better than nothing. Sun took a deep breath, bit his lip, and said, "All right." He lifted the pot and brought it close to his mouth. Soon after, the clay pot was tossed aside carelessly. Xian collapsed, pale as if all his life force had been drained. He groaned warily. Tastes like something straight from hell. And so, the lonely battle that lasted 3 weeks officially began. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, under a clear blue sky, my Jaiwangrong's office appeared as a modest, old-fashioned house. My Jaiwangrong sat intently working when a voice called from the Thabit Tread office. "Sir, may I come in?" He glanced up and replied, "Yes, come in." At that moment, a subordinate entered from afar, apologizing for interrupting. My Jaiwangrong smiled kindly. "No problem, judging by your face." "Bad news." "Huh." The man entered solemnly, reporting that a large group of wanderers seemed to have advanced into northern Korea. He introduced himself as Yui Janghone, deputy captain of the sword team under my Jaiwangrong. Standing straight and serious, he delivered a detailed report without missing a single point. "At first, I thought they would raid the reclaimed lands in the danger zone, but they are moving south, 2 days away from a magic stone mine owned by the clan." My Jaiwangrong frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Wanderers, criminals roaming the area." Then he asked Yui Janghone for his opinion. Those spirit balls would not enter the clan's territory without a reason. Yui Janghone shared his doubts, pointing out suspicious areas. Outwardly they look like wanderers, but it could be a disguise, with a hidden force behind them. My Jaiwangrong tapped the table repeatedly. Concerned, there were also reports that the Dragon Gate camp had moved troops to the northern border. From the information gathered, he knew the massive Central Plains power. Dragon Gate kept provoking the Sungmu clan by invading my Jaiwangrong's undeveloped lands. He narrowed his eyes, suspecting their intentions. News of his father leaving the clan was likely leaked. This was a perfect opportunity for enemy forces. Wanting to verify the situation, my Jaiwangrong asked, "Has the clan's intelligence unit been informed of this?" Yui Janghone replied clearly, "Thanks to your prior surveillance orders, we have gathered intel faster than the clan's intelligence." He already had some emergency plans in mind. My Jaiwangrong stood and decided, first, coordinate with the intelligence unit to learn more. He pulled his chair in and turned, gazing outside. Surely, there was more to this. My Jaiwangrong clasped his hands behind his back. Though his face stayed calm, inside he was uneasy, hoping this was just a false alarm. The scene shifted to night. In a dark forest dwelling, a red magic circle appeared. It shimmered and changed, the signs inside flashing brightly. Suddenly, layers of space cracked open, revealing a black hole at the center. Some device emitted faint, continuous noises as it emerged from the portal. Then appeared a person with a sly smile, part of their hair hiding their face. This mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the forest. In the darkness, all you could barely see was his back and a sharp voice saying, "2 nights are enough to kill a bastard's kid." Under the clear blue sky, near the dark forest, the distant view revealed a choppy beach. Loud, angry cries echoed nonstop, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the beast guardians. The source of the commotion was a monster that looked like a mix between a dragon and a crocodile, panting as it moved. They were level 7 dragon monsters, called Drago. Suddenly, he appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly. Breathing hard, Drago lifted its head high, took a deep breath, making its red belly swell. Seconds later, it spread its wings wide and unleashed a long stream of fire. Nothing could survive the blast. He narrowed his eyes, his face tense and sweating from the pressure, quick to seize the moment. As the flames approached, he dodged sharply to the side. The fire blazed right beside him. Bravely, he channeled magic into his sword, redirecting the flames forward. With a powerful leap fueled by his internal strength, he charged straight at Drago without hesitation. As he swung fiercely, bolts of lightning crackled around him. Fueled by sheer determination, he jumped onto its head and drove his sword in hard, electricity sparking wildly. Drago could not dodge or defend and quickly burned black before collapsing. He exhaled softly, clenched his fist, and wiped the sweat from his brow. His clothes were singed in places, Glancing down, he muttered, "This bloodline is something else. If I were still in King Dao's territory, I would have been taken down by the first strike." Sheathing his sword, he sighed inwardly, thinking, "It is only the 19th day, and I have reached the heart of King Dao, the bloodline's domain, but staying here is just wasting time." Not wasting a second, he turned away, pondering silently. "I have come this deep for another reason." Suddenly, his feet froze mid-step. His sixth sense tingled sharply. He grew extremely alert and immediately went on guard. What now? He dropped to the ground, pressed close to a tree, eyes fixed intently ahead, his face darkened, sharp focus radiating from his gaze as he thought. Just as expected, another wave of monsters appeared before him. This time, they came in packs, part human, part lizard creatures. According to records, they were level 8 monsters called lizardmen. He did not run, instead hiding in the shadows to observe their every move. Something soft since yesterday. Lizardmen should be lived on the outskirts. Yet here they were in the center. But when I attacked, they just fled instead of fighting back, he thought seriously, stroking his chin while planning his attack. Lizardmen are low level, and not very smart. They must be under some influence. Having a plan, he drew his sword and charged forward. If he was right, the lizardman would sense it quickly. One glanced his way and screamed loudly, prompting the others to scatter fast. His gamble paid off perfectly. Instead of fear, he charged harder. Just as predicted, he slashed relentlessly, each precise strike cutting down the lizardmen one by one, standing small amid the pack. He thought, one encounter might be chance, but twice is not. I have to chase them down. The sun was setting behind the hills, casting a golden glow over the sky. Haunting sounds echoed through the trees. Time for a fight. In the forest came voices followed by ominous purple mists. The battle was about to begin. No one else but that mysterious figure was the cause. Sitting cross-legged, eyes fixed on the sunset, his bloodline was truly bizarre. He kept working relentlessly, unaware that a lizardman had approached a child nearby, someone capable of killing so many monsters alone. But maybe it is nothing. As it drew close, he muttered to himself calmly, "After all, it is just a kid." This man was the monster tamer Nishizama Sogo, who smiled calmly as he slipped away, a novice, easy to trap due to inexperience. Sogo shielded something in his heart, his gentle eyes quietly saying, "Maybe I won't even need to use what I have prepared." Why? Not sure when he climbed the tree, but from there he surveyed the situation and made his judgment. It was so obvious I started doubting it. But turns out this really was a trap, a monster controller. A tamer. He kept running through plans in his mind. Not impossible. What if there is a teleportation trap set inside the Jade Island? Just minutes later, why? Cracked a sly smile. A perfect plan forming in his mind. Surely someone in the clan had a hand in this. He frowned, slowly pulling up his jacket zipper. Report to the clan and the mercenary squad. Why? Clenched his fists, eyes fixed ahead, deep in thought. If the mercenaries arrive, it will be too late. The mastermind's info won't be in our hands anymore. He quickly shoved his hands into his pockets. Then there is only one way. Continue with the plan. Why? Activated his skill. Invisibility technique. Not missing a chance. Why? Swiftly dropped from the branch. I will erase the trail. He crouched low on the ground, ready to strike, then leapt forward at high speed. Alone, he flew behind Sogo, who raised his sword to strike. Why? Was determined to take them down. But then, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly woke. Sensing danger, in an instant, it let out a piercing scream, warning him what was right behind, ready to attack. Hearing the cry, Sogo turned with surprise. When did he even get here? Why? Glanced at the bird in Sogo's hand, thinking, damn, did he bring some artifact that detects danger? But he did not stop, still slashing his sword at Sogo. Sogo quickly dodged aside, escaping the deadly blow. Sogo stumbled, crouching on the ground, struggling to speak. Even with Dung Mulan, your strength's more than I thought. Why? Stood tall, pointing his sword at him with disdain. Or maybe you are just too weak. Sogo hastily waved his hand and shouted, "Shut up! Stop him!" At that moment, 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere, obeying his command and rushing to attack. Why? Tightened his grip on the sword as a surge of sword energy enveloped it. 7th emotion sword. 3rd form. Then, as fast as a flash, dashed at the 3 monsters. Moving so swiftly he left only after images. He slashed off their heads before they could react. Yo's confident expression faded as something felt off in his body. He paused for a moment. Suddenly, dozens of sharp chains shot out, binding Y, leaving him stunned and unable to move. Sogo stood nearby sneering. Seeing Yo trapped, he laughed slyly. You walked right into it. Ao's feet, a mysterious magic circle appeared, continuously releasing chains that wrapped around his body. Y looked around his body in shock. Speechless, Sogo kept taunting. That binding technique is a supreme method to block a warrior's mana. No mana. You are just a useless kid. With your body frozen like this, prepare for a tragic end. Y stood silently, watching Sogo walk out of sight, leaving only the green monsters behind. He muttered, mana sealed off. His face hardened, becoming resolute. If that is the case, Waio's body radiated a fierce ancient energy, ready to consume everything. He focused, just needed to use his mana channels. Before the watching monsters, shattered the chains with a powerful burst. Turned toward Sogo, who was still unaware and casually retreating. He leapt over Sogo's head, catching him completely off guard, until landed right in front of Sogo, who finally stared at him in shock. With a confident face, pointed his sword at Sogo and shouted, trying to run. Sogo shifted, stepping back to look at Yao, and asked how he could break the formation. He looked him straight in the eye and replied, there is no reason to explain. Your image has been sent back through the comm device. Surrender now. Sogo lowered his head, lips barely twitching. It is then, to Waio's astonishment, Sogo confidently declared, I will kill you and reclaim my freedom. Could not believe his ears. Seriously. Meanwhile, was still stunned by his words when a massive shadow suddenly lunged toward him. A huge tail slammed into Yeo's small frame. He could not dodge the unexpected strike in time. Flew like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree in the forest. The impact knocked the tree down, and was covered in wounds. Blood spraying from his mouth, his body trembled violently as he lay motionless on the ground. Mind racing. Don't he give up? Then weakly lifted his head, eyes filled with fear. A colossal beast shaped like a giant turtle appeared before him, the ruler of this land. The demon lord of the mountain, clutching his wounds, struggled to stand. Thoughts racing. A level 3 nightmare beast, how could a mere tamer like him control such a demon lord? Sogo watched him stand, muttering with a slight smirk. Not bad, though the taming is not complete. The kill order will be carried out fully. His expression was cold and calculating as he stared at Waio. Sogo raised his staff and, while pulling something out, said, stop struggling. He tossed golden talismans into the air, saying, accept your fate and die quietly. Sank to his knees, quickly thinking of how to handle this dire situation. He grew serious, reaching into his jacket, thinking, stay calm. If I can fully control the demon lord yet, I just need to catch the tamer. Pulled out a simple pill, staring at it, thinking, to create an opening against this monster, this is the only way. I never thought I would have to use this. Without hesitation, immediately swallowed the pill, a banned drug, too dangerous compared to the mana it grants. As soon as he took it, his body was instantly empowered by a miraculous energy dragon break elixir. Behind Waio, a fierce aura surged, and he thought, there is one more thing. He looked down at the glowing ring on his hand. Tightly gripped his sword, channeling a powerful sword aura into it, thinking continuously about the secret technique he only uses when life is at risk. Waio's eyes suddenly brightened. He thought, now's the time. A wave of overwhelming power burst from his body, shaking the ground with his skill Rebel Heaven technique. Leapt off the ground, creating a huge hole beneath his feet. Then Waio flew over the beast and slashed fiercely across its massive body. He landed struggling, but thought, even though my skin is not burning, it still works. Once again, poured fierce power into his sword, thinking, with this, I will bring it down. The beast roared a terrifying cry, shaking the mountains and forests. Froze, recognizing the roar of the demon lord. Damn. Looking at the massive beast, he thought, immobilized by the demon lord's aura, it is brutal. Suddenly, a mysterious black aura radiated from his body. Glanced at the black aura, amazed, black aura to repel the demon lord. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the beast. This is it. Straining with all his might, he pulled the sword from his back to gather momentum for a killing strike. His mouth mumbled, still half asleep, no eclipse today. And then swung his sword, slashing fiercely at the monster, seriously wounding it. The creature howled toward the sky, a mournful cry filled with powerful energy, then collapsed to the ground. The sky quickly cleared, sunlight shining down once again. Covered his mouth, holding back the blood from spilling out. He collapsed, exhausted and battered, thinking to himself, there is no time to waste. The aftermath of the pill break and counter heaven technique will leave me unable to move for long. Clutching his wounded body, ran forward as fast as he could, worried only 10 seconds left. The Kuthisen has attacked the wrong target. I have to find the tamer immediately. In the forest, dashed desperately searching for Sogo as the countdown ticked 8 seconds. 4 seconds. Suddenly, he stiffened as if sensing something. Looking down at the ground, saw a red thread appearing, seemingly guiding him a star path. Gazing at the narrow forest path where the thread pointed, did not hesitate and stepped forward with the countdown at 3 seconds. At the thread's end, Sogo appeared, trying to escape through the mountain pass. He turned in panic, yelling, what? How is this possible? Meanwhile, raced against time. Only 1 second left. He lunged, aiming his sharp sword at Sogo's neck, thinking it was not enough, just a little more. If only I could strike a bit harder. Then Waio shouted at his sword, then pull it all the way out, the sword fully extended, stabbing into Sogo's throat, spraying blood everywhere. Sogo managed only a hoarse cry before dying. The bloodied sword finally dropped to the ground with a clatter. Why? Paced anxiously, sitting before Sogo's cold body. Calculating. First, he must steady himself if he collapses now. It is truly over. He took out a box of medicine and swallowed it, recalling her warning. When using the counter-heaven technique, this must be taken. Luckily, he had the nectar with him. Wyo's eyes gradually dimmed, his body losing balance and staggering, before losing consciousness. He thought, before the monster's approach, I must fully suppress him. Wyo's face showed exhaustion, his eyes slowly opening, hazy as he looked around. O's whole body felt like it was being pulled down into the earth. Breaths deepening. His voice whispered faintly, surrounded by white. Where is this? The tamer and Kuthi Sen. What became of them? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to curl up, his vision fading. Why? Clenched his hands tightly, enduring the pain that racked his body. Softly murmuring his condition, his body felt like it was about to shatter. After a moment, a blue eye opened, staring intently at Gaiyo's motionless body on the floor. A slow voice with a hint of disappointment spoke. So this is how it ends. The voice came from the black mists swirling around his body, too dangerous for humans to withstand. How could both coexist in one being? The black mist wrapped around Yeo's hand. The voice sounded again, tinged with pity. I hoped you would not wait, but you dared. Now. Then it threw something dark purple in front of him and ordered, feed it to him. Why? Woke at the noise. Surprised. What is this? Seeing a large purple turtle shell before him, he whispered, purple turtle shell. Could it be the death stone? The voice reminded him, it is not for humans but for it to consume. Then reflected in that eye was the image of an old turtle. Cautiously saying, the times have changed. Be strong, child of mankind. The eye slowly dimmed and the turtle image drifted away. The voice grew faint and vanished. Don't let the era swallow you. Tilted her head with an innocent look and softly said, you are awake. Why? Blinking vaguely, he glanced over and exclaimed, Ho. She angrily warned me but then softened her tone and asked, that brat dared to call your sister by her name. Since you are hurt, I will let it slide. How's your condition? Why? Closing his eyes, he focused on the energy flowing through his body, though his muscles, bones, and joints were seriously damaged. His magical power had surged dramatically. He slowly opened his eyes in amazement. I really absorbed the tea he thech than. Then Wyo calmly answered host's question. One magic energy meridian is broken. Some internal organs are a bit disrupted, and bones are cracked. Just a few muscle tears. Nothing too serious. He said. Hearing this, her face went pale and she shouted, What? That is not serious. Why? He seriously looked at Ho and muttered. Originally, the tea he thech than was what Ho intended to take. It is a powerful elixir that strengthens the body and boosts magical power. Mai stared at the curse inscription, recognizing it as the very thing she was determined to get on such than island. Though she felt a bit reluctant, but facing his sharp gaze, she started to doubt. Did someone hit you on the head? Why? Suddenly asked. Then paused. Wait, why are you here? From afar came a loud call. Little brother. My Wyo rushed over worriedly, and he replied with a hint of confusion. Big bro? Worried? He raised a bottle of family medicine. Are you okay? First, let me heal your wounds with magic. I also brought some medicinal water. Why? Waved his hand and forced a smile. Thanks, but no need to heal with magic, though I will gladly accept the medicinal water. My Wyo, silently watching you drink the elixir, but his eyes were full of sorrow and a hint of pain. His gaze was filled with pity and a little hurt. My Wyo then turned to say, Ho. Nai, can you step outside for a moment? Vung I already understands. After she left, he turned back and stared intently at him. Speaking seriously, if you die, I will wipe out every organization connected to the beast tamers from this world, no matter how powerful they are. Why? Immediately laughed. That is reassuring to hear, but then my Wyo grew serious and criticized. As a member of Dung Lan, what you have shown is truly the model of a martial artist. But as your elder brother, I can see it positively it is reckless. Why? Scratched his head awkwardly. I did not anticipate the appearance of Kutha Sen. Sorry. Brother, if I would known it was there, I would be waited. He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, sighed, and said, You know the line between recklessness and confidence. That is good. Suddenly he proposed. Big bro, since I handled the beast tamer, the info about him should belong to me. My Wyo rubbed his temples and said, I knew you would say that. Then he glanced up at Wyo and informed him that Beast Tamer was once a standard hat-level sorcerer from the Yin-Yang Bureau in Japan, but it seems he was expelled for attempting to master forbidden arts. Someone behind the scenes supplied him with high-level talismans and magical weapons, then activated them while Kutha Sen was asleep. They wanted to kill you, making it look like a monster's doing. Why? Fell into thought, his gaze wandering as he asked, "You still have not found the mastermind." Manhwa sighed and said regretfully, "Important info that would shock you. He is nearly at death's door, so it is hard to extract info immediately." Then Manhwa gave his own conclusion. "I was not their main target." After a moment of silence, he asked, "Why do you think that?" Why? Laid out his reasoning. "They want to damage your reputation by making everyone believe you missed the intruder and reacted too slowly." Manhwa sighed again, rubbing his neck. "That is exactly it." Then awkwardly he said, "Sen, you can just pretend you do not know." Why? Asked with a teasing tone. "Are you alright?" He reached out to pat his head and reassured him, "I am. My reputation took a slight hit, but it is nothing serious." Manhwa looked at Wai with a caring gaze and said, "I can be gone long. I will be back here soon." Just as he was about to pull his hand back, you grabbed it and called out loudly, "Big bro." Waio's eyes were full of confidence as he clearly proposed, "Do you want to make a deal with me?" You saw my hope, still surprised. So you explained further. Say that you predicted the tame beast's intrusion and ordered me in advance. I will testify that way. Then Waio lowered his voice and mumbled, "That way. It looks like you prepared even before the clan's intelligence detected it." Manhwa immediately asked again, "The best thing for me is to tell the truth, right?" Why? Slightly bent over to stand up, your voice rang out sincerely. "If everyone believes you did this alone, they will be even more cautious and alert." He quickly responded, "That is why I call this a deal." Then he countered, "A deal means both sides exchange what they need. What do you want?" Why? Stood tall, excitedly stating his demand. "Give me access to the Ting Kin Sitex territory. 3 days will be enough." Manhwa smiled softly then teasingly replied, "Reckless one. Fine. Thanks," you quickly said. "No thanks needed. This is just a deal after all." He patted your shoulder and asked, "Even if I refuse, you have probably got a way to handle this, right?" Why? You stammered, unable to reply. Well, the phone ringing in your pocket broke the silence. Manhwa pulled out the phone and said, "Looks like the sword team is calling me. I really have to go now." Before leaving, he turned back, called out, "And tossed you something, right?" Why? Quickly caught the small sword, his face full of surprise at the gift. He left, but his promise still echoed in your ears as you admired the shiny little sword. He said, "I will keep this a secret for you." You smiled helplessly, saying, "As expected, you are still not easy to deal with." While Wai was putting his shirt back on, Ho stepped up and asked, "It looks like the conversation just split in two." You replied casually, "Yeah." She stood with hands on hips, eyes challenging yet a bit frustrated, asking Waio, "Which trial will you challenge among the official exams?" 3 weeks have passed. "It must be open by now." You asked evenly in return, "What about you? Where will you try?" She asked as Kyo angrily shouted, "I ask first." You hesitated, saying, "If you want to know, answer first." She placed her hands on her hips, a triumphant look on her face, and answered, "Where will I challenge? What else but the hardest trial, official trial hall?" After saying this, Ho asked again, "And you pulled your jacket zipper slightly, saying, Quan Tren you?" Her face froze in disbelief, saying, "Huh, does that even exist? Don't tell me it is one of the peripheral trials." Ho frowned, stepping closer with determination and said, "Yeah, it is in the outskirts." Ho suddenly softened and said regretfully, "That is disappointing. Seems I misjudged you. You chose a peripheral trial." Then she stood silently beside you, muttering, "I thought you were a worthy rival. Honestly, I thought you were better than me." You glanced at her, then looked away, thinking, everyone assumes the difficulty depends on the trial location, so they think I chose the outskirts because it is easier. Then you both went separate ways. You turned your back and headed opposite Ho, quietly sighing, "Whatever. Let them think what they want." In a dense forest, where light filtered through with a dreamy glow and some strange noises, you were pushing aside leaves to find your way, thinking, "I do not remember exactly, but it should be here." He lifted a branch, squinting against the bright light, thinking to himself that before returning, this was the cave he stumbled upon, and where he would complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony. Ahead was a dark cave. He peered inside suspiciously, determined to investigate. He found a torch and lit it, preparing to venture deeper into the cave. Holding the flame up, he stepped inside, expression blank, thinking it just looked like an ordinary wall. After a closer look at the stone's details, he fell into thought. Knowing it was far from simple, he set the torch aside, grabbed the sword at his side, and drew it. He kept striking the rock. Blue sparks sparked along the sword's slashes. After a while, a tall door appeared, while stones on the side continued to drip and fall. With bright, confident eyes, he stared intently at the door, a triumphant smile spreading he would found it. He took out a small knife he carried and slowly cut his palm to let the blood flow. Clenching his hand, he watched the blood drip. Eyes focused on the blue light emanating from the cut palm. He reached out toward the large door, blood splattering along with glowing streaks sticking to it. The blood-stained door began to move, and a light flickered from inside. The ground started to shift as the door slowly opened, revealing an altar right in the center inside. He took a quick look around the room. He looked small standing in the doorway, not yet stepping inside. Slowly, he approached the altar. His clenched hand still bleeding drop by drop. He raised his hand to let the blood drip into a bowl already there. Speaking seriously, descendant of Sungmu Lan, I request to undergo the ancestor's trial. He watched as his blood turned into blue smoke swirling around his body, merging with his prayer. Please grant permission. A code from the building. The trial of the warrior is won. The blue smoke formed an illusion of himself, announcing the challenge. To defeat himself, standing opposite the illusion, he quickly readied his sword and recalled the rules: unlimited attempts, no retreat until victory. He drew his sword from its sheath, took a ready stance, and quietly said, "Let us begin." He pushed off hard with his foot to attack, the heavy step thudding loudly on the ground. But before he could strike, the illusion's blade slashed across his head, freezing him in place as he gasped. Huh! His head felt like it was detached from his neck. He screamed in horror, unable to believe what just happened. Without delay, he reset his stance and called out, "All right. Try again." He hurriedly grabbed his own neck and shook, his face showing clear panic. Doubtful, he touched his neck, trying to calm himself. Just now, his neck was definitely cut. That is right. It was just an illusion. In this trial illusion, I can die. He forced himself upright, wiping sweat. The sensation so real it was maddening. Any normal person would go crazy at this intensity. His eyes held a cold edge mixed with suspicion as he looked at the illusion. Thinking further, he stared at his illusion and muttered, "Can I really go that far?" He took back his sword, quietly analyzing. The combat illusion lets me use my power perfectly. He recalled being slashed by a sword, but not dying, only feeling a momentary shock that even he noticed. That meant he had not fully unlocked his abilities yet. If he had, he could be blocked that strike just now. Without delay, he reset his stance and shouted, "All right, let us try again." Before he could finish, the illusion struck first, forcing him to adapt repeatedly. But on the third try, he was stabbed through the stomach and died. The illusion then switched tactics, attempting a chokehold. On the fifth attempt, he blocked the sword, but was immediately broken at the neck. Dead, he lost his head countless times. Death on the 10th, 11th, 18th, 20th attempts. This time, he quickly countered the illusion's next strike. The two swords clashed, sending both bodies reeling backward. He slid down to the ground but controlled his landing expertly with his feet. His breath grew heavier. He counted silently. Attempt 75, or maybe 80. Suddenly enlightened, his eyes widened, his expression darkened, and he muttered, "Now I understand a little. I can learn everything." He gradually realized the real rule of the trial. His greatest power is freedom, a dominating evolution. He transformed the original sword into a spear, his hand gripping the shaft tightly. Full of determination, he slashed confidently with the spear, his gaze sharp and sure, fighting with an unpredictable style. He charged again at his own illusion, declaring this time for sure. The two spears clashed, and the illusion quickly blocked his strike. Then they both switched weapons back to swords as he narrated, continuing the duel, then switching back to spears, the battle showing no sign of stopping. After a while, the fight went exactly as he expected. His stance matched perfectly with the opponent's. His own illusion slipped backward. Though as an illusion, it seemed not easy to lose balance. The illusion transformed its spear back into a sword and looked at him coldly. Then he deliberately loosened his guard, and as before, the illusion lunged forward again. The illusion's sword stabbed across his stomach, piercing through as if the blade was almost gone, but no blood spilled. His voice rang out with a mix of triumph and disdain, leaving the illusion stunned and dumbfounded. One hand grabbed the illusion's sword handle and pulled it toward him, while the other swung the sword, saying, "I purposely left that opening. Idiot." The sword move he unleashed made blue sparks fill the space, cracks forming in the ground. This technique called Demon's Wrath. His illusion was dead now, its body dissolving into tiny blue specks. The body faded away in space, and just before disappearing entirely, the illusion gave a faint, painful smile. He stood in the room surrounded by floating blue lights and muttered to himself, if he could pass this trial, the bloodline of the Mulan would awaken hidden powers. In his past life, his ability was just the most basic enhancement. Now, his body radiated a faint golden glow mingled with the blue energy. He whispered softly, amazed by this golden light. His eyes seemed to harden. He vaguely reached out his hand to catch the golden energy, quietly asking, "What is this power?" Outside the room, many people gathered, probably those coming to take the trial. Tahong stood outside the door, clearly anxious. Sighing repeatedly, crossing his arms. Tahong muttered irritably. I thought this time he would behave, but that annoying kid causes so much trouble. They held a naming ceremony for Yen Bin, yet he brings nothing but chaos. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. He was startled and turned toward the door as the magic energy shifted. Everyone's eyes turned to him as he stepped out after the loud gong. The trial beginning, his face darkened. He forced each shaky step forward. Barely steady leaving the room, Tahong ran up shouting his name. Le Yi, worried. He caught him, steadying his body and asking, Are you okay? Wake up. Quickly. My mother's skin was so dry it cracked. He tried to call out. Well, Tahong questioned. Auntie, my face was purple like he was sick, trembling as he pleaded for help. Water. I'm so hungry. He caught the pail. Powerless body. Helplessly gasping, his whole body trembled. His suppressed anger ready to explode as he shouted. Girl, his powerful roar startled the birds around the mountain. That brat, in a noble house. A desperate voice called out. Young master. Kaho was overwhelmed with emotion, her face full of worry. Tears welling up, Kaho held as she cried out. Do you know how worried I was? From beast fighters to demon mountain, and even the trial set by our ancestors. Nurse, you are filthy almost a month outside in the elements. She wiped his cheek sternly but affectionately. At first, I planned to scold you hard, but... Welcome home. Embarrassed, I blushed and replied, Thanks. Kaho let him go, wiping away her tears gently. I have prepared a bath. After you wash up, I will make you some food. I curled the blanket in his hands and asked, Nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she would be the first to come. She stiffened, answering vaguely, making why suspicious? About that, what is with your excited face? Is your beloved niece here? But right now, you are locked up in a cell. Why is laughing out loud? What did you do? She laughed with her eyes closed. Sorry, but seeing you safe and sound is what matters. Even locked up, you still care about what happens to him. What exactly did you do to make your magical power spike like that? You have not even fully absorbed the energy inside your body yet. She casually told Yi to sit down and rest his legs. Come on, sit. As she was at a loss for words from Ji Wong Ho. I will help you now. Realizing she was a bit over the top, she felt embarrassed. It is I did not expect you to go this far because of me. Jung Ho recalled why she was thrown in jail. The reason she was locked up here. She was so agitated she caused chaos among the elders and had to be restrained by 2 men. She was always hiding like a turtle. It is you guys. Is not. You did this. She caused a riot in the control room with the elders and the boss. She shouted, scolding everyone. Again, just like always, feeling guilty for her reckless behavior. She apologized. Sorry, dear. I thought they did something weird to you, so I just lost it. I was surprised to hear her confession. She only felt furious thinking she might never see him again. Ju Ho grabbed her own neck, throwing a tantrum at him, like her throat was tightening up. I recalled their memories together. Reflecting deeply. Honestly speaking, I never fully trusted her before. But somehow, I have come to see her as family. He smiled deeply, embracing this new feeling. All right, I accept it now. I turned to leave, but did not forget to warn to Wang Ho. I will get you out soon. Please wait a little longer. She reached her hand through the bars, waving him back. How could you? It is do not push yourself. I gave her a healing smile. I won't do anything. You will be released soon anyway. He closed the cell door, saying goodbye to Jiang Ho. See you next time. He searched for the point of his words. Among you, only one child truly has the desire to defeat me. Once it landed safely, the stairs were ready and a whole crowd came out to welcome. Tae-sin stepped off the plane, his subordinates respectfully greeting him. Already here, he passed by Weizian who bowed his head. Sorry to keep you waiting, she politely declined. No problem. The hot springs are prepared. Go relax and have a good meal. Wei and Sahan stood silently listening to the adults talk. Tae-sin replied to her. All right. He glanced around. After the naming ceremony, he thought he had grown a lot. Father and Sai's accidentally met. Wei had a lot on his mind, but he still could not measure the distance between himself and his father. His father's sudden turn made him think had their eyes really met. Tae-sin boldly walked ahead. His father muttered, I always say those who do not fight have no place in the family. But his father seemed to seek a point among them. Only one child held a burning desire to win against him. Tae-sin's words unsettled him. Who was his father talking to? The eldest brother. He sighed in frustration, thinking, I have controlled my emotions this much, and he can still see right through me. Scene shift to Sungmulin's grand event hall. The red carpet laid out, everyone around chatting quietly. I chose a small corner in the room, quietly observing, because this was a rare event at Sungmulin. The party was much grander than other naming ceremonies. He observed each person carefully, Thanks to memories from a past life, I could recognize them. That one is the youngest known tower mage. Suddenly someone approached, breaking Yes' solitude. Excuse me. Young master, Butler Choi spoke formally. The clan leader requests your presence. I was surprised by this and asked again to be sure. Father, Butler Choi replied. Yes, please follow me this way. Why followed the butler? Feeling curious, why would father call him privately? Hopefully, it is nothing serious. Outside under the starry night, he respectfully greeted. Father, you called me. What is it, sir? When he looked up, he was surprised to see someone else besides his father. Standing beside him was his older brother, the big boss. He broke into a cold sweat. Worried, could it be? Before he could think it through, I believe you already know why I insisted on seeing you. He ordered him to tell the story. I want to hear about what happened at this naming ceremony. According to my guy Wong Trong, you discovered the outsider who broke the arrest order. He instinctively bowed his head when Tixin asked. This was your plan, was not it? He swallowed nervously and closed his eyes, just as he thought. Father already knew. Summoning all his courage, he confessed to his father. Yes, that is right. I was the one who proposed the deal with the big boss, on the condition that I could enter the Sungmulan archives for 3 days and help the big boss avoid the storm of public opinion this time. Tixin was at a loss with this youngest son, so he decided to tread lightly. Considering his contribution, I will overlook your false report this time. He warned him one last time, but there won't be a next time. He bowed his head in apology to his father. Yes, I understand. Now it is your turn. Sungmulan, you will face the appropriate punishment later. Organizing this party is your responsibility. Get back to work. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Obediently, he replied, Yes, I will. Before leaving, Sungmulan smiled kindly to reassure him. He anxiously glanced back at his older brother, wondering if the big boss was okay. After the eldest brother left, Tixin spoke sincerely to the youngest son. Aside from the false report, your contribution this time is recognized. You will receive the reward Sungmulan promised. He accepted his father's words quietly. Finally, because you uncovered the challenge of battle, I will grant you a reward. Tixin expressed his wish. If that is the case, scene changes. Tixin stood on the stage, giving the opening speech for the party. Thank you all for coming. We hope our 2 children, the main figures of today's event, will be blessed on the path ahead. He and Ho knelt on the island's carpet. Hearing his announcement, the naming ceremony continued. His warm voice echoed as Ho stepped forward. She smiled brightly at Tixin's words. You were chosen by the Holy Sword and always shine like the sun around you. Keep walking this brilliant path. He bestowed on her the name Si-Han, meaning forever shining. At that moment, her nameplate was lowered. The girl happily responded to Tixin. Thank you. It was Sungmulan's turn. His eyes grew sharp. Next, the room fell silent as Tixin invited the next person. Sungmulan stepped forward. He stood and walked forward, watching the faces around him. Their reactions were no different from the previous official ceremony. But it did not matter. Sungmulan walked proudly. Unconcerned by those around him, Tixin commented, You are tough and sharp, yet flexible and unbreakable, like a blacksmith gathering iron from all directions to forge a single block. You have tempered yourself. He spoke seriously about him. I can find a better way to describe you. Immediately, he snapped his fingers, and the sound of gold spread through the room. Sungmulan's nameplate was lowered. I will name you Qian. He stood silently before his plate. I was once named for enduring strength like steel. Sungmulan smiled proudly. But now that meaning has changed, he placed his hand on his chest. Until I reach the peak of Sungmulan, I will not stop. He proudly declared his new name. My name is Le Sungmulan. He smiled brightly and said to his father, Thank you. Scene changes to the Sungmulan judicial quarantine room, a small but quiet space for one person. But someone was about to lose their mind, pacing wildly inside. Zhuang Ho had been locked up for several days and could not stand it any longer. She was screaming loudly. She lay down, shaking wildly, yelling at the world. Wanting out, it was suffocating. Infuriating, she could not even witness the naming of the little one. The ruckus outside the room made the guards want to signal for urgent help after waiting so long. Suddenly, a phone rang, grabbing their attention. After the call, the unlucky man entered. Seeing the man about to transform, biting and crying, wanting to get out, the guard unlocked the double locks, telling the panicked man he could leave now. She froze, holding the scene. Hearing this, the excited man said discipline would be announced later. But for now, leaving quarantine was allowed. She eagerly rushed out of the prison-like place. Causing a commotion, the guards shouted sternly not to kick things around. Suddenly, someone called her back. Wait, hold on a moment. The man grew even happier seeing he was waiting at the door. Kid. She stared at her beloved nephew in surprise. Could it really be him who freed her? He nodded. Yes, that is right. The man stopped questioning. How? Before she could finish, he held up a paper in front of her. He unfolded it and read aloud. What is this? You owe me a favor. He kept reading the letter. It was an official appointment document for the position of head steward. The more she read, the more stunned she became and appointed her as the master of the former young master Lai. He smiled brightly, holding out his hand before her. From now on, please teach me. Master, scene change. He adjusted his clothes. Kawa curiously asked, so we are starting today. Seeing him able to wear traditional clothes properly, she was moved to tears. He smiled. Yeah, this is just the beginning. Kawa sniffled. Is the young master already 13? He walked out the door, bidding farewell to Miss. I am off, now. He was at 13 years old, under the clear blue sky. His voice echoed. Good. He stood gazing at the school gate. His new life as a freshman was starting as he lined up in the schoolyard. Whispers spread. Hey, is not that the illegitimate son? Yeah, the 9th child of Li. Heard he caused a scene during the selection and naming ceremonies. Their words dripped with disdain, probably just riding on luck. After all, he is a bastard, achieving that at the naming ceremony by luck. Doubt it. I am actually curious now. He stood seriously in line, ignoring their nasty comments. How many times do I have to hear illegitimate son before it stops hurting? Suddenly, a voice whispered next to him. It is the 8th young lady. So it turns out they were talking about Sawin, whose elegant presence made others envious. Truly a descendant of the family's previous generation. Everything about her was different. Now, she was Lei Sawin, 13 years old, but in his eyes, she was doing something quite strange. He noticed everyone's attitude toward her was very different from theirs. Her reactions were not like his at all. Sawin stepped forward to greet him. Hey kid, he replied politely. Yeah, it has been a while. She shyly teased him. That thing, you did not hold a grudge about the naming ceremony, right? He asked. Confused. The naming ceremony. Sawin quickly corrected herself. I meant what I said about being disappointed. That is when he remembered the other kid's issue. He is guessing the future roles. Growing up, he was as cold-blooded as ever, but he still had to say something nice to her. All right, no hard feelings. Sawin beamed, wanting him to confirm again. Really? For real. She laughed freely. Good. You are a bit petty, though. He frowned, picking up on her words. Did she want to make that pettiness clear? Sawin grew curious. Asking him, I heard you are studying with the little lady and even taking extra classes. Right? He was about to explain when a loud announcement interrupted. Attention everyone. The instructors lined up neatly. The one in the middle spoke. We will now proceed with class assignments. Parents and students called by name. Please gather in front of your instructors in an orderly fashion. He started feeling nervous. What should he do? The tension was rising. If he got placed in a bad class, it would be over for him. He sighed helplessly. It was understandable. Training lasted 3 years. So class placement mattered. There were 5 classes per grade, and stronger students got placed higher. The instructor's voice called out, stepping towards Sawin. Miss Lei Sawin. Class 1. Congratulations. She happily accepted the acceptance letter. Thank you. He drifted into his own thoughts. As expected, Lei Sawin got into Class 1. The instructor's voice cut through his thoughts. Next, Master Lai. He stepped forward to receive his acceptance letter. Thanks. Holding the paper, he read the details. Sneaking a glance at others' expressions, he noticed their obvious displeasure. He had predicted where he would end up. He knew this, but he had not expected them to be so blatantly ruthless. He seemed fairly satisfied with his assigned class, Class 5, also known as the dumping ground, where repeaters and dropouts gathered. It was all arranged by Guizian, whose influence was growing. Class placement for the descendants was based on the naming ceremony evaluation, but the assessment council was controlled by the Elder Council and Madame Beck. Everything seemed to be playing into his plan. They thought they were putting him at a disadvantage. But actually, this worked in his favor. No need to waste effort. Just then, an instructor came over to guide him. Master Lai. Class 5 this way. He quickly turned to follow him. Got it. He glanced at Sehun standing nearby, her expression showing a hint of anger. She was so pissed she could spit fire. Why just accept it? Aren't you going to protest? He muttered about her reaction. Look at that face. If I do not do something, that girl will handle it herself. He was not too bothered by it but waved back at Sehun anyway. I am totally fine. He thought, returning to his plan. More importantly, a crucial problem needed solving. Damn it, Class 5 will we even graduate? The other kids were spreading rumors, wondering what to say to their parents. I can be in Class 5? The family will laugh me to death. He was frustrated with the teachers here. So disappointing. Why did Sungmulan's trainees have such attitudes? Suddenly, a student stepped up to talk. Hey, you are the youngest son of the main family, right? He answered. That is right. The boy smiled cheerfully. I really wanted to meet you. He smiled. Introducing himself. I am Kin. son of the small forge master from Sungmu-lan. It is an honor to study with you. Master, he was surprised, recalling past connections. Kim Han? He had no memory of him from before and wondered why he was involved. Kim Han chatted casually. You are a standout figure, so I have always looked up to you. Seeing that goofy face, he let down his guard. No lie? Right? Kim Han? He asked Kim Han what he thought about being placed in Class 5. He casually replied, I guess my current ability is just at that level. But that kid's determined look, who knows what will happen later. He was surprised by Kim Han's reaction. The kid's sudden change caught him off guard and impressed him. He smiled softly along with Kim Han, feeling the boy's innocent joy. He sized up this person, his words left Kim Han puzzled. As they entered the classroom, old friends warmly welcomed him. Great to see you. Newcomer, counting on you. The boy standing in the middle was a 15-year-old student named Choi In-ha. The classmates were still confused, trying to understand what was going on. Let us all do our best. If you do not understand something, just ask. A sudden clap cut through the excitement. All right, everyone, listen up after you finish asking. Dong-ho lightly punched the air and introduced himself. I am Lee Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new students joining, there won't be a regular lesson. Just a brief introduction. This is Lee Dong-ho, Class 5's instructor and a Level 5 warrior. He stood quietly observing from afar, still full of passion and determination like before. In his past life, he even tutored me privately because I could not keep up. He always treated his students with kindness. All right, that is all for the introduction. In-ha, please guide the rest of the new students. All right. Instructor, he waved warmly. Hello, everyone. New students. Though I am a bit shy, I am still the class president for the second year since I have repeated a year twice. While others chatted loudly, only he and Kim Han listened attentively. Don't keep everyone waiting. You must be tired. Feel free to sit down. Now, we will choose a class president. Even as students, we sometimes get thrown into real combat. Choi In-ha calmly explained each point, so the class president is like the team captain of a sub-unit. Unlike the instructor who only handles training and discipline, according to plan, the class president holds authority over everything else in the class. A classmate raised his hand and asked, how is the class president chosen? He suddenly remembered. I forgot to explain. I do not know about other classes. But here we have a light match followed by a vote for class president. In-ha smiled broadly and said, Great, let us start the matches. This is a strength contest, so no magic allowed. There will be breaks after each match. Suddenly, a low, serious voice spoke up. The boy was drenched in sweat from nervousness. Sir, if anyone here has complaints, I mean everything you are doing and saying. He slowly lifted his sword from the rack. Get a grip. This is Sungmu-lan. If you want to play around, do not come to this academy, go to a regular school in a safe zone. Choi In-ha hurriedly denied, that is a bit harsh. We just want to settle things peacefully. His sword slammed down, cracking the floor tiles. You would not understand if I explained it like this. He raised his sword with both hands. Challenging, come at me one by one. From now on, I will fight all of you. He gripped his sword tightly while she gasped for air to steady her lungs. A classmate lying face down on the floor begged, Please spare me. Choi In-ha was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. How many people has he taken down alone? Suddenly hearing his name startled him. He glared at him sharply. Hurry up and call the next person. Choi In-ha nervously nodded. The pressure's intense. This is the last match. He casually rested his sword on his shoulder with a light smile. Is that? You look excited. Come on. The two charged at each other with swords, clashing loudly with powerful strikes. While Choi In-ha was still thinking, he used his strength to shove his sword aside. Why is he going all out like this? This match has no prize or value, it is just a training bout for the academy. His reckless, breathless style confused Choi In-ha even more. He was not even serious with his attacks. He bit his teeth reluctantly. Actually, I know exactly. Choi In-ha seized the moment to slash at his side. I was like this before, always wanting to win no matter what. He swiftly dodged aside. I used to think compromise was just another way of life, that accepting reality and growing up was the right thing to do. Choi In-ha glanced back in confusion. But I wanted to win, I was desperate for victory. The elder saw an opening and swung his sword. I have won. You jabbed at Choi In-ha's sword hand, successfully knocking the sword out of his grip. The moment the sword hovered above his head, Choi In-ha knew he was in trouble. Choi In-ha collapsed to his knees, clutching his injured arm in pain. He was gasping for breath. Take him to the infirmary. What he said next made him widen his eyes in surprise. Not over yet. Choi In-ha grabbed the sword recklessly and slashed forward. It is still not finished. He dodged that strike and analyzed it left-handed sword block, using his left hand because his right was injured. Choi In-ha's pupils dilated fully, burning with rare determination. His eyes now completely different from before. He only needed one move to cut off that arm. No. It is. He gripped the sword handle with both hands, his gaze fixed and serious. He slashed at Choi In-ha's abdomen, causing him sharp pain. Choi In-ha's eyes rolled back, saliva dripping from his mouth. In a moment, Choi had collapsed to the ground. While he stood firm, the other students rushed over to support him, take him away. He calmly took slow steps forward, saying, "I have lived a second like an hour like a year." He stepped onto the stone steps and shouted below, "Who would not want an easy, comfortable life? But if you do not fight for every second, you will lose everything in the end. So even when I breathe, I fight myself and everything around me." The students below stood up, gathering their injured bodies together. "Have you ever lived like that?" His hands slowly clenched tightly. "That is what real struggle looks like." Dong-ho approached from afar, scolding, "You went too far. 4 broken bones, 3 internal injuries." He bowed his head, eyes shut tight. "If you want to survive in the mist gun, you have to learn to smile through the wounds." He explained. Those kids all had their reasons. His voice carried a fierce command that made Dong-ho uneasy. The tough instructor, Dong-ho. Even the students understood. Did he really have to explain to the instructor too? He brushed past him, saying, "People like you are rare in the mist gun. You are a good man." Dong-ho stood frozen as his back disappeared. But since they are mist gun students, if they go astray, even if it means playing the villain, he should pull them back. He was a bit unhappy, silently clenching his fist. "Just do your duty." From beneath the dome, today's sky was oddly clear. Scene change. He arrived at class before dawn, his whole body aching. He was complaining, when suddenly he froze. Maybe he pushed himself too hard yesterday. The students lined up neatly in the courtyard. Though some were hostile or uncomfortable, none avoided or turned away. They looked at him with determination. If they were still afraid like yesterday, there'd be no hope. But it did not seem that bad. He passed by each one with 100 worries. "Here comes that trash." Someone behind cheerfully called out, "Hey, you are here." Seeing Kim, he greeted warmly. "You are early today." Kim had scratched his head, smiling foolishly. "Yeah, I am afraid I performed badly in front of you yesterday. We are still just students." Falling short as expected, the bruises on Kim Han's face were still dark, but he smiled cheerfully as if nothing had happened, suddenly switching to a formal tone. "Hey, if you do not mind, can I ask you something?" He readily agreed. "Sure. Ask away." Kim Han clenched his fist firmly. "How can I become as strong as you?" He excitedly pointed to one side of the sun, saying, "I am not skilled enough to teach anyone yet. But you have sharp eyes. Maybe your instincts are keen." The more he explained, the more amazed Kim Han became. "Mouth wide open. You dodged my attacks 3 times in a row yesterday. Use that. I think you are better suited for technique than brute strength. If you risk your life training what you have, one day you will stand out." Kim Han stammered before finally saying clearly, "Thank you." A strange voice called out, making him turn around instinctively. "Hello, kid." Choi appeared with his right arm in a fixed cast, looking so miserable. "There is no way he can train like that." He sighed reluctantly. "If I decide to quit, will you accept that? Or will you say some tough talk about fighting and call me a coward?" Choi brushed past him quickly. "I just did not want to hear those words anymore, so I came out here." He smiled quietly to himself, thinking, he has changed, has not he? The training ground was still shrouded in darkness, but the practice field was buzzing with activity. Assembling everyone, Dong-ho stood tall. 4 were resting due to illness, 5 absent without reason, leaving 11 total. Seeing the kids' condition worried him. They all looked exhausted. The students hung their heads, silent and unlike their usual energetic selves. The atmosphere was different too, all because of one predator. The trainees were this tense. Dong-ho pretended to ignore the strange mood and continued announcing, "We were supposed to have a basic fitness test today, but given the current situation," he seemed to have made up his mind firmly. "I will cut it short and change the plan." Dong-ho stood in the middle of the students and shouted, "Starting now, fitness test begins." When the sky had completely brightened, the students sat panting on the ground. The fitness test was over. From now on, free training is under the class leader's charge. Though still standing, he sighed deeply. It took 10 whole hours for the fitness test. "I am a bit tired myself." He quickly adjusted his mood but could not stop himself. He climbed the steps slowly while the students behind whispered, "Hey, the instructor seems different today, right?" One quick-witted student guessed it was because of yesterday's match. Many were injured. If it were before, he would let them rest. A voice cut through their conversation. "Attention!" The instructor stood on high ground and said, "No need for introductions. I am your class leader." Choi widened his eyes staring at the figure above. Just as he had said yesterday, Kim Han looked at him with admiration and listened on. The class leader has full authority to decide everything except the instructor's orders. Someone clenched their teeth angrily while speaking. "My training sessions will be brutal. Whoever can keep up. Fine. Those who can I won't drag along." A tall student scowled. "That annoying guy is Kim Bo-seowong from class 5. The leader slammed his sword down decisively. "If you are unhappy with me, challenge me freely. Beat me once, and I will hand over the class leader spot." He pointed firmly. "All right. No more talk. Start now. Fight the person next to you." Scene change. The sun climbed higher. Only a few students were still gasping on the field. 6 remained. The rest had given up halfway. All the students could not move a finger. Stop. That is it for today. Dismissed. Good job. The students gathered again, badmouthing the leader. That damn bastard. Because of him, we are suffering like this. I really can't stand him. What is the point of this? Another student angrily snapped. I have no intention of following that kind of order. Kim Han, struggling to breathe, shouted. Enough. He raised his fist, gritting his teeth. Honestly, I feel so bitter even though he is tired too. We can't even land a hit on him once. A student saw Inha looking down and asked, Hey, Inha? What do you think? Another added, Last year we had fun. Right? Or do you also feel? The other was surprised. What? I will truly live as a loser, even if I break my arms and legs. I want to try once really want to. The students fell silent, hearing his resolve. You all know, that youngest bastard. No, you understand what he wants to do. Right? I will try to fight. This might really be the last time, so snap out of it. Don't you resist uselessly or pretend you do not know anymore. One fine. In the lab with cold machine noises. Come on, kid, shift your form. Yes, he sat motionless with eyes closed, holding a small blue flame in his hand. The blue flame blazing at the front suddenly flickered and died out at the back. Stop, it ends here. Elder Ho rubbed his temples warily. Another failure. Every time I try to create an aura, it collapses. She kept pointing at the paper sharply, did not expect this problem to appear after reaching 3 stars. Yes, he raised his hand at her a few times, daring to say there were records about how the ancients used magic power, how wonderful that would be. He sat still, lost in thought. If these were infinite memories. But I still have not read the next memory. Anyway, the library trip was more fruitful than expected. Since ancient times, humans had to fight against those dark forces covered by black energy that terrified monsters. Even the kingdom's brave generals were challenged. That black energy hid deep in mountain valleys. Countless heroes sealed it away at the northern 10,000 Kyo mountain. The king granted land to honor those deeds. The heroes, grateful for the king's grace, forged a sword they crafted with their own hands as a beacon of hope for mankind. They named it Infinity. Yes, he clenched his fist tightly. Finding information about Infinity was a huge gain. Elder Ho's mood suddenly brightened unusually. Anyway, you have touched aura and stepped into 3 stars yourself. That is truly impressive. She looked at him affectionately. The current deadlock will soon be solved. Actually, you have almost perfected the major spellcraft and transformation techniques. Yes, he buttoned his shirt and replied, Yes, thank you for always guiding me. He looked at Elder Ho with sparkling eyes. By the way, what comes after reaching 3 stars? She slowly picked up a pen and explained. You will learn how to control spirit energy and aura skills, but mastering them will take a long time. Elder Ho eagerly awaited. Yes, he shared with her. By the way, how's the trainees' training going? I always feel exhausted. He sighed. Just normal. Elder Ho blinked expectantly. Is that so? If it is tough, let me give you a hand. Yes, he was startled. Huh? How do you plan to help? Elder Ho confidently placed her hand upturned and declared, You will find out soon enough, just trust me. He quickly turned pale, feeling a bit regretful. When you say trust, I already feel worried. A gentle breeze lifted Elder Ho's smooth hair. Today's a special magic lecture. Everyone, straighten up and stay ready. She wore a serious white doctor's coat standing before the class. This was Elder Ho, a researcher from the Mist Sect. The Mist Sect chief pointed at her and reminded everyone. Applause broke out. Elder Ho rubbed her face and chuckled shyly. She picked up a piece of chalk and eyed the students. I do not like long-windedness. Let us start the lecture now. Watching Elder Ho excitedly ramble on the podium gave the chief an idea. Looks like she is growing fond of teaching. She clapped her palms loudly. All right, that dull lecture is over. Elder Ho was so excited she practically glowed. Now comes the practical part. I will teach the improved version of the spirit line technique developed by the Research Institute. The Mist Sect chief was confused. Huh? Didn't the lesson just end? Elder Ho rolled up her sleeves and shouted. What are you talking about? The real lesson starts now. Everyone, sit properly. I will demonstrate once. So focus. The chief was pushed aside by her. Confused. What is going on? Elder Ho stood behind, explaining. Direct descendants entering the academy often get this kind of support, but you do not have anything. So I am trying a bit harder. He felt warmth all over and smiled. Thanks. That is great. He smiled, feeling a warmth throughout his body, and even thanked her. All right. That is good. Elder Ho patted his back reassuringly. According to theory, your strength should double. Amazing. Right? The elder took a deep breath to regain composure. Yes, you are amazing. Deng Ho kept clapping to urge the students on. Everyone, pay attention. From now on, we will continue sparring by applying magic taught directly by the elder. Find your opponents. The elder instinctively turned when he heard the call. Young master, be my opponent. Choi In-ha was already holding the sword. Warning, I want you hold back this time. He eagerly pointed his sword at him. Please to fight. I will let you strike first. Seeing the two kids recklessly charge at each other made Mir. Jaisai, my kid is truly ruthless. Miss Tram Chu could not take her eyes off them. Just like when I was young, suddenly, a whisper from behind caught Mir. Jai's attention. Honestly, I can stand that brat, the students murmured quietly. Even if the youngest is discriminated against, he is still different from us. Different physique, plus special abilities unlocked right from the start. It is a different race, one student pointed accusingly. Exactly. We have all tried our best. But what does he even know? Jay suddenly appeared behind them, startling everyone. Hey, you guys, are the students being bullied? Sir, you are still here. Jay leaned close to the student. Just now, were you talking about that brat? My youngest son, the students were terrified inside, bowing an apology. Sorry, we spoke out of line. Jai's whole body burned with rage. Who do you think you are? Talking to that kid like that? The students trembled. Begging forgiveness, another student approached Miss Chut. Isn't the young master clueless too? Lucio Wang asked, Ji with dissatisfaction. We have also worked hard. But every time we get treated like this, it means nothing. Growing up differently means differences. Right? Ji turned away coldly. Is he really clueless? The boy looked confused. Huh, she gave Bo Xiaowang a meaningful look. Yeah? Maybe it is better if he does not know. If you knew how different his day is from yours, you would realize your lives are like child's play. Bo Xiaowang clenched his hand so hard his veins popped. What is so different about that youngest brat anyway? He ground his teeth determinedly. Fine, I will show you all. The sun was overhead now. Training ended for the day. Bo Xiaowang frowned slightly. Glancing sideways, he looked at the old man resting with envy. See, what is so different? All this talk about fighting and struggle it is, just because he was born different from us. A group of students whispered approaching Bo Xiaowang. Today you want to watch the youngest son, right? That student looked worried. Is it okay to just roam the clan grounds like that? Bo Xiaowang answered firmly. We are clan members, so it is fine. Besides, it is not dangerous here. And that youngest does not even live in the main family area. There was an unexplainable determination in his eyes. We can't keep letting him dominate like this. Today, I will see it for myself. The sky darkened as the courtyards fell silent. Bo Xiaowang and the other students hid behind a wall waiting. How long has he been in the research area now? It is already 9 p.m. Hey, mushroom head, wipe your nose. Bo Xiao, let us go home. Day training made me sleepy. Another student added. I am beat. I'm out. The friend in the middle agreed. Anyway, whatever the youngest is doing inside, we won't know. Seeing the others wave goodbye one by one made Bo Xiaowang sneer. Weaklings. Suddenly, he's taken steps forward. He brightened. He is out. He rubbed himself, trying to encourage himself. Come on. Bo Xiaowang closely followed Yai's every step silently. He thought. Finally, going home, I pushed open the door to another building, surprising Bo Xiaowang. He went to the training yard. That area is for the main family. He is not allowed in there. Strange sounds came from inside, startling everyone outside. The confused mushroom head asked, What is that sound? Another student doubted. Training noise. A student behind whispered, Bo Xiao, that youngest master really is something else. Let us stop. The young master is not wrong about anything. The request is still ongoing. We will do our best just like, sir. Bo Xiao sir cut in immediately. I never skip personal training either. There is no difference. The two trainees glanced at each other quietly. Neither dared to say more. Bo Xiao sir just stood silently watching the two students leave. What is the difference between me and that stubborn kid? The two friends awkwardly left as well. Well then. Sorry. We will be heading back first. Bo Xiao sir hid to the side, watching me carefully. He is on a break, but I will prove I am not wrong. You kept walking down the dark hallway. Bo Xiao sir followed closely, trying not to be noticed. Sawa? When he entered the building, Wai finally looked a bit excited. Finally home. A light shone from behind, shining on Bo Xiao sir's spot. Hey, someone, stop right there. The night patrol guard pulled his hood up to get a better look. What is this? Just a student. The guard shone a flashlight on him for inspection. Young Master Li, even though he walks here every night at this hour, I did not expect him to bring a student along, Bo Xiao sir thought. Amazed, every single night he raised both hands, trying to explain, I have some business. The guard lost patience and urged him on. By rules, this is not allowed. Go back now. Bo Xiao sir slowly lowered his hands but kept glancing secretly behind him. Yes, he noticed the light on the second floor of the master's place was still on. He wondered. The light's still on, and it is already 2. Bo Xiao sir turned away, muttering under his breath, then, Good luck, sir. At that moment, he did not hesitate, just turned and walked away. Let us. Dawn broke. The sun had not risen on the horizon yet, only faint early morning light. The next morning. 5. The The training yard was reserved for Class 5. Bosiosa rubbed his tired head with eyes closed. Just as expected. I came home way too late last night. He slowly lowered his hands. Face full of shock at the scene before him, the master had already arrived and was gently rubbing his shoulders. The kid was really exhausted, even with his natural talent and the magical power inherited from the main line. But can a 13-year-old really endure living on just 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day? Remembering yesterday, Bosiosa still had time to lounge on the chair. Ashamed? What about me? When I get home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax, yet this guy, for the first time, approached without a hint of jealousy. I train alone too but still get enough sleep and rest properly. The master looked up at him suspiciously. What is going on? The master raised an eyebrow when hearing Bosiosa's question. Aren't you tired? But his reply stunned Bosiosa. Were there people watching me yesterday too? Suddenly, he confessed his feelings, leaving the master speechless. That is right. The young master is from the main line and gets support. His starting point's different. And besides, he sincerely shared, since I was little, I have lived like this. Before joining the student team, I slept a bit more. Not getting enough sleep obviously makes you tired. Bosiosa hung his head in embarrassment. Then why? Why do you push yourself that hard? The master stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, You already know the answer. He reluctantly lowered his head, lips trembling from trying to hold back. After the master's back slowly disappeared, Bosiosa silently cursed under his breath. Damn it! Taesin held a sword, focused and standing still in the vast hall. Someone entered from outside. Catching his attention, it was about the family's major affairs. Butler Choi brought over a stack of papers. Clan leader. The mission documents from Sir Jia have been processed. Taesin reached out. Let me see. He carefully examined each page. This is still not enough. These are level 7 and 8 dungeons. With the current student team's skill, it is very dangerous. Taesin looked at the butler, honestly sharing his concerns. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people can eat. Now I need to create people who can survive. The butler bowed slightly. Understanding perfectly. Understood. I will handle it as per your orders. Then the master hesitated for a moment before continuing. Also, there is one more thing to report. A heavy silence filled the great hall before Taesin spoke again. The youngest one, thinking about that kid who was nothing like the other child, Lee immediately sighed. That boy had a different look in his eyes, from a young age the gaze of someone who has been stripped away, knocked down to the very bottom. Taesin looked at Lai's hand nervously. But leading people and changing them was a completely different matter. He handed the stack of documents back to Butler Choi, reminding him to adjust the test content a bit. Jung Hap is the 8th student in the same class. Raised the level for the entire team. Le quickly took it and replied, Understood. Taesin smiled mysteriously. Does that boy really have what it takes to lead? This time, I will watch closely. Early morning at the training ground reserved for Class 5. Dungho stepped in with curiosity. The scene before him made his eyes widen. Lost already. Give up. Damn it. It is not over yet. The trainees were lined up neatly, jogging around the field. These kids are out here this early on a weekend. Some others were paired off sparring, which made Dungho feel a little relieved. So no need for extra training then. One trainee happened to turn and saw Dungho. Sir, the trainer's here. He is staying diligent even on the weekend. Dungho approached quietly, instructing, If anyone's missing, go get them. There is an announcement. The kid quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Once everyone gathered, he announced firmly. Though it is short notice, the first quarter evaluation has been moved up. Dungho excitedly shared the good news with the trainees. You will get a week off first. Consider this your last day off. Rest well. He had more to say but suddenly stopped. Finally, seeing the trainees, injured but still pumped, made Dungho very satisfied. No need to remind you to keep up at least minimal training, even during the break. He shouted loudly to the class. I trust you all can handle yourselves. Good work. That is it. Everyone shouted back in unison. There why? Bowing his head, lost in thought. Suddenly getting time off like this? With the quarter evaluation pushed up, will it be okay? Sensing someone behind him, he looked up. Why is everyone still here? Kim Hen laughed warmly. We are watching the young master. What is the plan for this break? He casually replied, making others confused. Time off is personal. Why ask? The next sentence confused them even more. Eyes wide open. Take time off whenever you need. I am not forcing anyone during the break. They started whispering among themselves, surprised to hear this from the young master. We thought he would make us grind through hell training. Like seriously, is someone actually planning to rest and force everyone into one intense training session? Hearing them openly trash talking made the young master frown in irritation. Why not say it louder? What do you kids think I am? Then he dropped a suggestion that made them jump in fear. During the break, should we try training like the first day again? The young master sighed reluctantly. Take time off when you need it. Rest is important. I know even if I say rest, you want to just sit around. Handle yourselves. Rest well. and we will meet after. He barely took a few steps before the whole class burst out cheering excitedly. A beautiful day at Le Gai Wang Ho's research room. Wang Ho was displeased and sternly questioned. I heard there is a break. I have got a ton of research to do. She was forced to sit and read. Even criticized. Though she was just messing with her phone earlier. Wang Ho got annoyed. Messing around. I am reading something the master approved. Even cured leukemia. The young master got curious. Wait. What are you looking at? He became serious and brought up another issue. Did the early evaluation really come by order of my father? Wang Ho nodded, confirming it was a direct command. The young master slumped, panic setting in. Then this test will be harsher than expected. Right now, I am stuck at the magic barrier. To get through, I will probably need to find the next memory of the infinite. Remembering the last failure made him frown. If the memory can be accessed, it means something is still missing. I tried improving it to unlock the next memory, but still no success. While he was not paying attention, the documents nearby started to shake. He would have to keep looking for a way. Suddenly the paper stack collapsed with a crack. What was that? He needed to be careful. All the documents scattered across the floor. I told you to tidy this place up already. As he bent down to pick them up, he suddenly noticed something. What was this? The research document talked about harmony. The key difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their goals. It is likely that back then, human techniques focused on fighting monsters. He carefully read the analysis about the goals. Probably the same for Trikime originally. It was an excessive technique. Suddenly he jumped up, making Heen stop eating mid-bite. Huh, what is wrong, kid? He hurried off somewhere, but did not forget to say goodbye. Miss, I got it. I will explain later. I have to get to training now. Ses Heen was still confused when the papers on the table flew everywhere. She watched him vanish like the wind. Shouting, that reckless kid. A blue light wrapped around the sword as a hand gently grasped its hilt. He gripped the sword firmly. Ready. Now imagine the opponent. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. In his mind appeared something huge and dark, a giant. A monster unlike any human. A massive beast. A technique that did not rely on power. Combos. Preservation. Dodging. Or defense. The more he focused, the more the blue energy the sword absorbed. Tricks without destructive power, or just to deceive the enemy, were useless. His weight suddenly shifted, cracking the ground beneath him. The clear aim of Trakima. A huge explosion rocked the area. Stones scattered everywhere. He leapt up, raising the glowing sword, ready to strike the monster. In the sword's path was a huge black monster with many tentacles underneath. He slashed a long, precise strike right at the monster's limbs. The sword shone with intense light, and his whole body was enveloped in it. Smoke kept rising, and a gentle breeze blew through his hair. He stood still in the smoke, the whole space silent. Suddenly a black smoke wrapped around the sword. All right then. Darkness slowly swallowed him, but he opened his eyes expectantly. Now, what is going to appear? As night faded, he looked around confused. Where was this? A hazy courtyard appeared before him. Was this the training ground? Just like when I first met Vu Ten. Why did my perspective change only after reading his memories? He hid behind a pillar, startled by something he saw. A fighter was battling inside. The other was someone from Vu Tudolis' previous memory. The speed was incredible. His pupils dilated in shock. Huh, what is that? At first, he held a sword. Seconds later, it turned into a spear. Seeing something unusual around him, he concluded that when the weapon changed, the aura changed too. Quickly, his weapon became an axe. It was not that his aura changed, it was V210 altering the aura. He could not keep up with the fighter's moves. And now the fighting style changed again. The fighter paused briefly to talk to someone. Done to spy on others' training. The other asked curiously, since you got it, have you named those techniques yet? The fighter shook his head. Not yet. And honestly, they are not techniques yet, the other suggested. Then let me name them. How about myriad transformations? He quickly hid when he saw them moving. Not bad. The fighter suddenly asked coldly. Hey, did you bring someone here? The other denied it more nervously. No way. The space seemed to tear as something passed by, causing everything to stir. They started sparring again, planning to duel. Why bring someone here? He peeked out and caught a glimpse of someone's flowing hair. He carefully studied the cold face of the newcomer, the eyes and hair color. When he clearly saw the person's face, he immediately recognized the traits of the main line in the Sung Mu clan. The dark night sky blanketed the vast forest. While a car sped through at full throttle, he rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window into the distance. With a thought running through his mind, this scene felt like either the future or the past. A dull gray wall, a bit ancient, stood hidden in the middle of the forest, looking strange and mysterious. This wall separated the safe zone from the danger zone. Long ago, a massive water rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space humans had never officially explored. And from there, unseen monsters poured out. Humans fought these beasts for a long time to reclaim territory, but some lands remained unexplored. These places are called uncharted zones, or the danger zones. He kept his old habit of resting his hand while pondering everything. raising dozens of challenging questions in his head. When suddenly, a curious voice sounded in his ear. Lately, people say the walls have marked the boundary between safe and danger zones. Right? Kim Hen broke the silence with a bright smile, eyes closed tightly. The closer they got to the danger zone, the more desolate the scenery became. Owen grunted in response. But since we are still inside the wall, the destruction is only this much. The settlements near the danger zone are very backward in civilization. He recalled his difficult past life, with a helpless and somewhat suffocated expression. He had once lived there for a time to hide. The vehicle sped past the wall at an incredible speed. Everyone should stay alert. The wheels braked sharply, and a mysterious voice spoke out, because from now on, the place we step into, when the wheels stopped, everyone got out of the vehicle one by one. Wyogen carefully looked ahead. It was a dungeon not yet fully explored. Then the supervising instructor called the members together, his expression serious and authoritative, showing no unnecessary emotion. Gather up. We will establish a base here. Check necessary supplies, then start the test. Wyogen and the students quickly assembled, all wearing serious faces. Everyone listened intently to the supervising instructor's instructions. The escort guard's only duty was to protect this base. From now on, you must handle everything yourselves. Dungho patted the kids reassuringly, finally showing a bit of emotion, with a fist lightly punching back against a determined gaze. He said, "But I am not worried." He looked up at his students with firm eyes. "I will support you as much as I can in my role as the coach at this base. Everyone, show everything you have prepared up to now." The students responded together with fierce passion, their voices echoing as if shaking the heavens. Yes, after the supervising instructor's orders, Wyogen stepped forward in front of everyone with an equally serious face, announcing he would take command from now on. At that moment, his expression began to shift. His eyes grew distant. A hint of obsession in his face made people avoid meeting his gaze. But before that, with a cold, unchanging face, he continued, "This test will definitely be harder because of me. This is the last chance. Anyone who wants out should leave now." In the spider-faced forest, strands of white webs covered the tree trunks. The space was dark and eerie. Indeed, anyone looking would know this test was not for normal trainees. This dungeon is full of spider webs, and any intruder will immediately be detected by monsters. Remembering his father's resolute attitude, he thought to himself, "Our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this test was set by my father." His train of thought was suddenly cut off by a firm voice. "Now, no matter how you test me, it is useless." In aside decisively, the strong aura from him felt overwhelming. Respectfully, another added, "We trust you, sir." Lai Dong briefly showed surprise, as if unable to hide it, then quickly sighed with relief and smiled softly. Beginning his teasing, he scanned them all once more. After seeing everyone's expressions, he finally started teasing. "You guys say these cheesy lines so naturally." Siu could not help but blush and speak up. It was the lack of skin that created that atmosphere. After the slightly awkward and teasing exchange, everyone's spirits in the jungle soared, and Seo confidently took charge, signaling everyone to start. "All right, I get. No one. Final comm check. Restock supplies. Then we move into the forest with full enthusiasm." "Got it." The forest of human-faced spiders operates like ants or bees, very hard to handle. As they stepped in, Seo asked broadly, "Sure everyone understands." The group took their first steps into the forest. Seo briefly summarizing the mission and the forest for everyone. "Our task is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years, using recording equipment." Seo turned his head, eyes fixed on Choi In-ha. "From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha?" Surprised, he widened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" Seo turned back, pointed at himself to clarify, "I will act alone. I will be the bait for the spiders." The others wore confused expressions, many questions written all over their faces. Then horror dawned on them as they realized the situation. Their faces uncontrollably changed. What? The huge, purple spiders with webs not only wrapped around branches, but everywhere. At this moment, Seo separated from the group and went forward alone, decisively stabbing a giant spider with a spear. Greenish liquid sprayed everywhere, splattering his clothes. Seo's face was pale and misty as he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, everyone gathered. He stood surrounded by huge human-faced spiders, their sharp teeth and blood-red eyes glaring. Killing a few to attract them with dangerous pheromones was worth it. Human-faced spiders bring valuable, nutritious bait back to feed their larvae. Seo's sharp gaze locked on a spider approaching. He thought silently, "The simplest way to make them see me." As C began to show his power, lightly touching the spear as dazzling jade green light blazed across the sky. A nutritious bait proves it holds tremendous power. Seo started moving the spear. The spider swarmed from all sides, eager to attack. His eyes halted, noticing the splattered green liquid everywhere. The spiders with fiery red eyes lunged at Seo, each glare thick with hostility, but it did not faze him. Seo gripped his weapon tightly, eyes locked on every movement. At that moment, He seemed calm. His expression barely rippled, facing the sharp claws rushing in. Seo simply sneered with disdain. He lay in an unfamiliar place, eyes scanning around. Wondering, where am I? Suddenly his eyes flashed. He realized he was inside a human-faced spider cocoon. This fits the plan perfectly. He began casting magic, jade green light wrapping around his body. His stomach felt uneasy from the poison, but his condition was not too bad. First, he had to use stealth magic to suppress his presence. Seo cut through thick webs ahead to avoid pointless obstacles. The webs snapped apart, gently falling down strand by strand. Then he sat up and started searching for their larvae. If this was their nest, the larvae should be gathered here. Seo stabbed his spear into the nest, creating a gap to see more clearly. Suddenly he stopped, eyes wide with disbelief. Looking through the gap, Seo's expression turned to shock. In front of him, cocoons were scattered everywhere. Why were there so many food cocoons? It could not just be what they caught today. They should have eaten them all long ago. So why? Thinking this, a chill ran down Seo's spine. His eyes filled with shock. One cocoon was an unnatural jet black, grotesque and unlike any other. What was that? The cocoon began pulsating, releasing dark purple energy all around. He felt something off about the cocoon. His face revealed clear alarm. Seo lightly touched his back. A dark energy rested on him, resonating with his own aura. The cocoon gradually broke open as purple energy spread around. Immediately after, a rough spider leg stepped out from the slimy puddles. Sharp claws like thorns, resembling human hands, began clutching the messy pile to crawl out. A half-formed spider queen stood right before him, with 3 pairs of deep black eyes and a twisted smile on a grotesque form. It was the human-faced spider queen, a level 5 monster. Its twisted voice echoed. "My children, you are hungry, are not you?" Yum gripped tightly onto the cocoon, trapping him, trying to peer through the broken gap to get a better look at the spider queen, a level 6 spider queen in the dungeon able to speak human language. It had not opened its mouth yet. The black claw lunged forward, aiming straight at the nearest cocoons. While Yom's thoughts raced, could it be that the dark energy was reading this spider queen's mind? The spider queen ruthlessly pierced the cocoons, releasing a burst of purple energy, then forcefully struck the cocoon, enclosing him, shattering it instantly. Yum quickly slipped out, dodging claws and shards, telling himself there was no time left to maintain invisibility. The spider queen stood before Yum, a strange glow radiating from her lower eyes. He sat small and vulnerable before the huge spider queen, surrounded by smoke yet to clear from the ruins. Seeing the green liquid clinging to Yom's body, she questioned, "What is this human thing? The thing that awakens me lies within you. Why would a human have this?" The spider queen screamed fiercely, her face twisting, 3 pairs of eyes blazing, her jagged mouth opening wide. Give it to me." Yum stood firm, raising his sword toward her, eyes blazing with fierce determination, radiating the terrifying pressure only a top predator could wield. Yum stared at the spider queen, thoughts racing, but the pressure had no effect on him. The spider queen was shocked, anger twisting her jagged face. But her power seemed to weaken. "How dare someone resist my magic?" She glared at him, her sharp mouth wide open, snarling, "You reckless fool." Finally, she used her 6 eyes, sparks flying as the forest exploded. Flames consumed everything. Stones shattered, chaos erupted everywhere. Watching the raging fire, a flicker of helplessness flashed through her. This was my territory. Behind her, Yum smirked slightly at her question. "What exactly did you do?" He smiled brightly in the dark forest morning, eyes shining with a mix of disdain and triumph. "That is a weapon called violent magic bullets. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty of flammable stuff. I just triggered it with my signal." Meanwhile, Team 1 arrived one after another, their chests burning with determination. "It has started. Team 1 is moving out. They will be at base in 30 minutes max." Back at headquarters, he was focused, eyes glued to the screen and earpiece, explaining every position in mission detail. He concentrated intensely, no moment wasted. "This is the base camp." The young master detected a level 5 magic source inside the nest. It seemed the other side caught the hesitation signal from Dong-Hu and quickly replied, "I am focus on supporting the students first." Meanwhile, the spider queen clenched her teeth in fury, starting to fight back against Yum. How dare a human, half spider, half human? She stood calmly among red-eyed spider minions, raising her head to roar fiercely. The other spider minions went wild, as if ready to tear apart anything that dared trespass. "You all, hurry, protect my domain." He looked small before the queen's spiky legs, like an ant lost in a new world. I will crush you myself." The spider queen asserted her power again, advancing. "You reckless brat. Do you really think you can defeat me alone?" Both believed their teammates were rushing to the nest. "Are you sure they will make it? You can beat me." She fixed her glowing eyes on Yum, but what shocked her was his unwavering calm. "The newcomer was seriously underestimating me." The spider queen froze, stunned. "What?" Yum closed his eyes, his face unreadable and calm. Then he smiled at the spider queen, one hand gripping his sword, the other weaving magic, as if the real game had just begun. At that moment, Team 1 moved in. The young captain tried to coordinate everyone's actions. Other teams kept firing violent magic bullets to distract the humanoid spiders. Team 1 headed straight to the nest to support the young master and clear a retreat path. The base camp commander suddenly questioned, while everyone else was rushing as fast as possible. Wait, there is a variable inside the nest. Are we just going in like this? Choyana kept pushing forward, explaining to him, this is the young master's order. We follow the plan. Yet Choyan's eyes flickered with doubt, worry creeping in. Young master, please hold on a little longer. The forest was engulfed in flames, burning a vast area. The ground trembled, debris falling chaotically. Amid the chaos, the Spider Queen's roar echoed with rage. Why? The Spider Queen lost control, screaming in fury. Why are not you dead yet? How do you still have a way? Lee's face half hidden in shadows among the wreckage of the chaos. He sighed softly, eyes lifted to the Spider Queen. What was he seeing with those eyes? Golden reflections appeared in his eyes, filled with surprise hidden secrets, invisible power flows, eyes that could see through what is called the magic gaze. He covered his mouth with his hand after vomiting blood, trying to minimize the mess. Thanks to the demon eye, I could track the flow of magic power, dodging critical strikes, but the power gap was too great to avoid them completely. He took a blue potion from his shirt and poured it onto his injured arm. Fortunately, the Spider Queen had just hatched and could not fully control her body yet. Despite his body covered in wounds, he did not falter. There was only one chance. He gripped the sword with both hands, pointing it forward. The blue light from the bare blade flooded the area as he used the basic technique of the 10,000 moves. His eyes shone brightly in the night as he swung forward with all his might. In an instant, the blue light covered a large area, shrouding the massive Spider Queen. Rocks flew everywhere, and streaks of sticky blue fluid splattered wildly. He struggled to keep his eyes on her, gasping for air still too shallow. The Spider Queen began to wither after losing parts of her body, desperately screaming in pain. Then came his thoughts. As expected, slicing through that thick armor in one strike was nearly impossible. The Spider Queen forced herself up. From behind, her 6 sharp horns were visible, bearing heavy injuries from his blow. In unbearable agony, she cursed, I will turn you into my servant, drag out what is inside you, then heal myself, and after that, you will. She refused to give in, her hands radiating purple light as if daring her opponent. Enduring endless pain, Yum gritted his teeth and dodged the beams of light. A beam struck his head, sending hallucinatory signals directly into his brain. Yom's eyes briefly glazed over with emptiness as a voice echoed in his mind. Submit. The words made his head feel like it would explode. Yum clutched his head and screamed in agony. Seeing this, the Spider Queen laughed loudly, feeling more satisfied than ever with her arrogant expression. Suddenly, her laughter cut off as she vomited that green liquid, throwing her off balance. She grabbed her disgusting face with sharp hands, utterly shocked. What the hell is this? You. The Spider Queen reached out with her dirty black, muscular hands as if to crush him. Yum stood still, silent, not backing down, staring right at her. Then he spoke, giving her advice she no longer had a chance to heed. Be careful. Spiders are weak against fire. He watched the Spider Queen writhing in the flames, desperately trying to escape. Meanwhile, Yum coldly said, it is too late. Others arrived quickly, checking the situation. Sorry. We were delayed clearing the way. He breathed a sigh of relief, patting Kim Han's shoulder, whose face looked pale and weak. When we get back, I will arrange special training for you all. Kim sighed. Even now, you speak like that, sir. Then everyone quickly left. Kim Han supported the injured Yum. All right, get out of the nest immediately. They all replied loudly in unison. Yes. Meanwhile, the instructors in charge were meeting. Each suspecting Team 5 had abandoned their mission. The first year Team 5 was behind schedule. We received reports they returned 30 minutes ago. Could it be they abandoned the mission like Team 4? Understandable, it is a special level 6 dungeon. After all, besides, there was an anomaly. At that moment, Instructor Dung Ho opened the door and entered, breaking the tense atmosphere. His face showed clear urgency. Sorry for being late. Many were injured. We had to get them to the hospital first. Dung Ho stepped up to the podium, holding the controller. I will begin my presentation now. His face was somber, as if recalling those moments. He seriously recounted everything from start to finish. Team 5's mission was to observe the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. But during the mission, we found an anomaly and started gathering information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and placed 132 violent magic bullets. Suddenly, the priest cut in, and Dung's face showed disbelief and worry as he asked again. Wait, did I hear that wrong? You used firepower. Dung did not hesitate to confirm. Yes, exactly. In fact, we used 52 bullets during the fight with the monster, totaling 184 rounds. The priest, who had been quiet, suddenly shouted, standing up and slamming his hand on the table fiercely. Are you trying to level the entire dungeon? The once silent room erupted with rapid-fire questions as the priest barked loudly. The mission was just to film the anomaly. Donnie, tell me you blew up the dungeon and call it a success. The priest's face darkened, his eyes avoiding direct contact as he slowly replied, The mission was precisely completed. He was not done, continuing to shout, "Show me the footage you have got, now." Just then, Lai Wai opened the door holding the recording device, quickly stepping in to ease the tension. "Sorry for being late. The recording device broke down. Took some time to fix. Here's the video." Lai Wai held the device out to the young priest, who looked surprised at his hand. Seo Hyan's face turned purple with anger, eyes wide, one hand covering his mouth as he whispered harshly to Li Yai, "Are you crazy? Blowing up the dungeon like it is nothing, and you did not even have to get caught on the signal." Lai ignored Seo Hyan and calmly replied, "If you want the footage, this is the surest way." The room fell silent again. Only a soft voice murmured in disbelief. The priest rubbed his forehead with one hand, clenching his fist with the other, his face pale and eyes empty. He had not expected this. The report's content was brutal. Using bombs in the dungeon was like bringing gasoline to a burning house. "Do you think this plan makes sense?" Lai, still confident, expression steady, calmly answered, "I chose the option with the highest success rate for the mission. With a standard plan, could the trainees have succeeded?" He hesitated immediately. Lai Yai's brows furrowed briefly, but his eyes stayed firm as he spoke frankly. "I would rather use every measure to complete the mission than fail or lose my neck." Without a hint of worry, Lai stated bluntly, "Sumbulan only cares about results. That is it." The priest clasped his hands in front of him, looking to the side trying to find a way out. "Isn't this a variable?" It looked like one, but in fact, this was the plan. The man had absolute faith in his strategy. The other priests began to murmur excitedly, but their faces soon turned serious. Clearly, the upper hand was with Lai Yai. The young master's plan was too radical to serve as an example or be scored. Lai finally relaxed his face, smiling lightly with great confidence amid the praise. Having completed the mission without any casualties was a flawless point. In this evaluation, Team 5 was the only one to get a perfect score. The Sungbu family's famous reporter said, 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many lightly wounded. Since the contract waives personal claims, there is nothing to worry about. Texan held the report, his face grim as he asked, "What about the measures to handle casualties in this evaluation?" The butler Choi answered gently, "Treatment costs for the seriously injured will be fully covered, and those with irreversible severe damage." Knowing he was about to lose him there, Texan turned the page and said, "Continue the progress report." "Understood, sir," the butler replied politely. Then he turned away, picked up the remote, and said, "And here are the documents on the dungeons from this report." Texan observed everything, hand over mouth in amazement. It really did have an impact. Looking at the screen, he remarked, "Imonjus Forest was already a dangerous area." The butler Choi agreed, "Yes, it is at the northernmost part of Gangwon province." The video showed the Spider Queen giving orders to her spider army to attack, before the footage cut off. Texan commented, "Short, huh?" Butler Choi nodded, explaining what he knew. According to the report, only this much of the video was recovered, but it seems to have been edited. Texan took a sip of tea and said softly, "This kid's really interesting." Then he opened his eyes, smiled, and asked, "What do you think?" Butler Choi placed his hand solemnly and replied honestly, "You have overcome a tough challenge with your wit. Truly impressive. But I worry the young master is underestimating the tactics and strategy in the system." Hearing this, Texan pondered, "Even you think so?" That made him curious. Yes, the image of his previous battle flashed in his mind. Texan honestly noted, "Breaking the rules. Ignoring the system, that is just boldness. Real mastery comes from knowing the system inside out. Only then can one pull off brilliant moves. Not just the students. Even the trainers did not oppose this plan, proving the youngest's leadership skills." He spread out the reports calmly and said, "In fact, no information was leaked, and the plan was a perfect success." Then Texan clasped his hands and said, "Not just this evaluation, but the number and rigor of assessments should be increased overall." Butler Choi quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, I will handle it that way." After Butler Choi left, he smiled excitedly. Looks like the others are starting to notice the youngest now. A few months later, in the male training area of the military academy, a hand rose with a stammered voice. Sir, it was Kim Han, who complained. "Sir, you know we just finished the final evaluation yesterday, right?" He crossed his arms and replied straight, "That is why I gave you yesterday off." Kim Han slumped and said, Never mind." Seeing his gloom, he continued addressing the class. "Although the final evaluation is over this year, don't forget, the promotion exam is coming up. I do not want anyone in this class held back." "Got it." Hearing this, everyone answered in unison, "Yes." "Understood." Then he sighed helplessly and said, "Kim Han, I heard you were exhausted from using all your mana during the evaluation. You will spend today memorizing the 10 basic rules." Kim Han flinched and said, Next, he had everyone run laps, standing with hands on hips. He said, "Let us start with some physical training." Everyone obeyed. Yes, sir. Seeing their enthusiasm, he smiled inwardly. They have grown stronger not just in body but in spirit. They no longer collapse from setbacks but learn to compensate. Suddenly nostalgic, he recalled the past memories. It has been almost a year since entering the military academy, and except for those eliminated early, no one in our class has dropped out or died. Suddenly someone ran up. Dong Ho politely asked, "Sir, are you free now?" He looked puzzled. "What is going on?" The man explained. "I have some information about the promotion exam to share." Without delay, he followed and said, "All right, let us." As soon as he entered the room, someone called out, "Hey, over here." A girl's figure appeared from afar, waving repeatedly and calling, "Over here." It was Sihan. She patted the seat next to her and said, "Sit down. I need to talk." As Sihan praised, "You did great on the evaluation." He politely replied, "Yeah, I heard class 1 did well too." She proudly exclaimed, "Yeah, that is right." Then Sihan shook her head, serious again, reminding him why she started the conversation. But wait, that is not the important part. She got serious and whispered carefully, "From this promotion exam on, you are going to have trouble." The sixth sister and seventh brother were called into their mother's room not long ago, and rumors say they are meeting with some trainees. He heard this without worry and sighed, saying, "What? Planning to exclude me from the promotion exam? Your reaction's not what I expected." Whispering, Sihan got angry. "Knowing it is impossible to tell what they will do, that is what is scary. You are weird, so you do not feel it." Sixth sister and seventh brother, they are both terrifying. He emphasized the word weird. He crossed his arms calmly, eyes closed, and said, "If you are trying to warn me, it is too late. Since the quarterly evaluation, those troubles have been nonstop." Sihan was surprised. He did not answer the girl, just raised his hand to hold and think. Every time there is an evaluation, we get labeled as subpar or deliberately overlooked in training content to create discrimination. Recently, I even heard someone try to approach Bosio. "Sir." Sihan was not bothered by being ignored. He said determinedly, "I have already warned some in class. This time, I will compete fairly with you and win. I will take first place and make you call me sister." Seeing her so fired up, he did not understand why he felt so relaxed. Why was he so obsessed with that reckless attitude? Suddenly, a voice from above caught both their attention. They all focused. The instructor stepped in with authority, placed his hands on the table, and said, "Today marks the final quarterly evaluation this year. I will explain the content and schedule for this course, promotion exam." Without delay, he began explaining, "As you know, your yearly summary scores combined with promotion exam results determine your rank up. This exam will take place at Gate Y7, about 3 kilometers north of the vehicle area," which startled him. Gate. He raised his hand to hold his chin, thinking he would expected changes in the exam, but never imagined it would be at a gate. Up on the podium, the instructor held up a card and announced, "Inside the gate will be different challenge types. Each student will have a name tag card. If it is stolen, you are out of the exam. No other rules apply. Grab as many name tags as you can." Silence fell below as he continued explaining steadily, "This promotion exam is not just a combat test. It is more like a battle for control." He smiled. So that is how it is. A vision of the game flashed in his mind, silently analyzing it, claiming name tags, stealing them, and survival. Losing your name tag means losing your rank, and the number of tags you hold determines your exam score. A simple rule. He pictured someone stealing the number 1 name tag. He realized the so-called death handling was a trap. Losing a tag did not mean the outside world would know. So just steal or hunt for hidden name tags. As long as you have tags, it does not matter who you took them from or where you found them. He kept tapping his arm, his thoughts becoming clearer. Plus, this was a solo match with 25 players, so someone must have meddled in this. Then he smirked with contempt, realizing something, a promotion exam held inside a gate, isolated from the outside world. No evidence left behind. Whatever happens to an illegitimate child, this is definitely an opportunity they can miss. Sihai looked at him with appraisal, mumbling, "Why?" He was still lost in his thoughts, but that meant he could exploit it his way. Scene shifted to another room, a pair of legs swinging on a desk to a song. Another voice interrupted, stopping the singing. "What are you doing?" The other replied cheerfully, almost humming a new tune. "Just watching my adorable little brother work himself into a sweat." Lee Jae-uk, Sungmuli's 7th son. Jae-uk showed little expression, often scolded as crazy. She crossed her arms and smiled, saying, "That kid dares to sass me." Licia, Sungmuli's 6th daughter, Suda stretched both arms out lazily, saying, "Indeed, compared to him, the youngest is way cuter, acts like a little bunny." She raised a knife to face level, licking her lips, making you want to snap its neck. Then Sienna smiled, asking Jake, "Hey, beyond all that, what do you think?" He focused on typing, replying, "What do you mean?" Her tone sharpened. "What else?" Mother's orders. Right? Jaeuk suddenly slammed the keyboard. Sighed. She said it is time for the test. Sina tossed the knife into the air, speaking with a sarcastic tone. I do not like it at all, a royal kid carrying the name tag of the 9th line. The knife fell. She caught it. Someone so reckless. Daring to act that way. She stabbed it straight into the table with a sound of displeasure. So I will personally teach him a lesson. Sina leaned on the table, smiling but fiddling with her fingers. Riding on the weak eldest brother but still so cocky, he really needs to know his place. The promotion exam is the test for students to advance to the next year, and this time it is a battle to win badges in a stabilized secret realm. Kim-hyun glanced at the guards, curiously asking if the secret base was really stable since the security was still so tight. He replied casually, probably to reassure the civilians or as a precaution, because this is a research and experiment site. After speaking, he could not help but glance around, but there were fewer guards than he expected. Hwang quietly spotted 3 people in the distance, thinking to himself that maybe they acted so boldly because they thought he was not paying attention. Or maybe the trainee's skills were just that weak. These thoughts swirled around Wang's mind, but he quickly pushed them aside. None of it mattered, and turned to the students to ask, is everyone ready? Chuayana clasped his hands behind his back, excitedly answering, of course. Wang whispered, then let us go. He turned and led them all out. The students shouted in unison, yes, sir. Scene shifts to the office. Seona grabbed another piece of cake, praising, hey, this office has a lot of good sweets. Jiek, handling official business, warned his sister, those are for guests. Don't eat too much. She just grabbed the whole box and started eating. No worries. Hey, any news yet? I am busy but came here myself to ask. The sound of typing continued steadily as he answered. The officer just reported that all second-year trainees have entered. Seona raised a piece of cake excitedly, thinking about the losers dragging themselves through the mess, and smiled. Mom said if we do well, we will get a reward. She laughed happily. But Jiek's hands froze on the keyboard, reminding himself to think carefully about what he wants first. He stopped typing, staring at the screen thoughtfully, wondering if everything would really go smoothly. Even though he trusted the plan, in his mind, the image of my guy Wang appeared, and he cautiously warned, listen, little brother, that bastard is not your match. Be careful. Those words troubled him. It was what his eldest brother had said recently. At the time, he dismissed it, but it lingered in his mind. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, pulling him out of his thoughts. Seona jumped up immediately, asking curiously, what is it? Ziek did not answer. Frowning deeply, impatient, she snatched the phone. What is the update? As soon as she read the info, Seona grilly said, 21 eliminated. 15 retreated. Her face darkened with anger, squeezing the phone in frustration. They still had all 5 first-year students alive. No way. Can T do anything about that bastard? Zia covered her face. Sighing helplessly, he ran his hand through his hair, thinking, we lost. Completely lost. To the youngest kid. Inside the secret base, Sion and Seon ran together, cursing their luck. Sion was panting as he ran, shouting, he is just a bastard. 5th year, Seon snapped back, shut up and run. If you hide in the cave, he won't find you. After hiding inside the cave, Sion whispered, did we lose him yet? Suddenly, a sword sliced through the air, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep dent. The kid panicked, seeing the sword flying at him. It is here. But Saya could not dodge and got stabbed straight by the blade. Wai Wang grabbed the kid's hand cheerfully, telling Qian, found him. Lai Wang is here. The kid eagerly approached, amazed. You hid well. Qian scrambled back, pleading, finally found you. Don't he come closer? I told you not to. This is the end for me. Why are you stepping on me? Wai Wang was unforgiving, grabbing the kid's collar. You talk like I was the first to attack. The kid raised his sword coldly. If you dare point a blade at us, you have to pay. Then a huge explosion erupted inside the cave, followed by Qian's agonized scream. After a while, Yina happily called out, leader, we are done here. Standing before 2 unconscious men, Wang praised, good, now that is done. Act immediately. There are still a few who might target me not dealt with. Yinhe obeyed immediately. Got it. I will regroup with Bun Kim-hyun right away. Before Yinhe left, Wang seriously instructed, as planned, I will act alone. Everyone handle the list of targets you can, and keep gathering trophies. Yina quickly replied and flew off. Understood. After he left, Lai Wai pondered that the most important thing in this level-up exam was still the number of badges earned. He closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts. Stealing badges from others was inefficient. Then he opened his eyes to use the magic eye. Curious inside, and that is why he made a hypothesis. Lai Ai gripped the sword at his side and used the magic eye to scan and see if he could detect badges that way. The light from the magic eye led him to a mountain peak. He thought, Found it. Lai quickly took a step and jumped up with his foot. As soon as he clung to the peak, he found the badge. This works. Definitely worth it. Holding the badge tightly, Lai feeling great, he jumped down, happily affirming, and this time he could also practice control skills. After a while searching, he looked into his bag. Surprised, what is this? The bag was full of shiny badges. Lai marveled, did not expect to collect so many. No wonder the bag felt heavy. He ignored the bag and looked downward. But down below, chaos was erupting, Lai said sadly. The magic eye can't be used to train anymore now. He sighed, thinking the exam was almost over. Fighting non-stop all morning, a figure suddenly flew over. Lai Wai knew who it was and thought, if I keep avoiding, they will just bother me anyway. The person landed safely, exhaling in frustration. Finally found you. Sihai stood ready, calling out to Li, but seeing his attitude, the girl immediately lost interest. What is up? No surprise. Lai answered simply, knowing he was watching. She questioned, then you should at least slow down a bit. Lai smirked, shrugged, and replied, here, I have stopped for you already. The girl quickly tightened her hair tie and said fiercely, good, no need to say more. Then she raised her sword, issuing a challenge. Let us duel around. Sihai flipped his thumb down, teasing, let us settle this if I win. You call me sis. Lai Wai was not backing down, asking, and if I... Then what? Sihai answered with a tone that gave Lai Wai chills. If, and that is a big if. You win, I will call you bro. Lai grabbed his shoulders and stepped back, saying, if you are trying to attack mentally, that is pretty effective. Sihai immediately lost it, shouting, shut up, say it then. Then the girl said nothing and dashed forward. Sihai gripped his sword happily and advanced, facing Lai Wai, who also took the duel seriously. The training ground was calm under the hazy moonlight, casting a cold, quiet glow as the snow gradually melted after the level-up exam ended peacefully. The evaluation system had become tougher, and with 2 mainline participants this time, the exam became a hot topic. The household servants could not stay quiet, buzzing nonstop after the matches. Of course, the youngest lady would take first place. Right? Even second-year students joined in. Could the top Vietnamese students hold their ground? Besides praising, they whispered and gossiped among themselves. What about those other kids? Right? Against a clear blue sky with a few drifting white clouds, the ancient tiled roof of a temple appeared majestic, with the youngest lord and the top male class. Le Yi, he stepped forward confidently, eyes straight ahead, receiving his awarded certificate. Congratulations, Laurel, you topped the level-up exam. Le Yi, you are the valedictorian of the whole course. Calmly, he closed his eyes slightly, extended both hands to receive the certificate, and said, thanks. Honestly, I thought I would not be first, but inwardly, he thought differently no matter what. They could not cheat too blatantly. Le Yi, he recalled just now, having defeated Wen with a nonchalant attitude. If Le Wen's exam results were not bad, who knows? But she lost all her badges to me at the end. After awarding the certificate, Deng Ho smiled and looked at Lai Yi. He exclaimed, you are really calm. Topping the academy is a proud achievement. Lai Yi, he is holding the certificate he just got from the Spider Award ceremony. The nanny will be so happy, I'm sure. Anyway, thanks for the congratulations. The moment you stepped out and started walking down the stairs, you were met with countless compliments. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Choi In-ha was happily standing in front of you, but suddenly turned when called by name. Then came the announcement. Trainee Choi In-ha, please step forward. He stepped forward immediately, Choi In-ha walking step by step toward Deng Ho. Suddenly, he raised the certificate before him and said, congrats on your promotion. Choi In-ha got promoted, ranked 13th in the whole class. He blushed slightly and glanced down at the certificate in front of him, unable to believe it himself. Choi In-ha reached out to take the certificate. Jun continuously spoke. Thank you. Yes, standing behind him. You subtly nudged him as a reminder. Don't he get complacent? Huh? Give it your all, it is good, but if you get cocky, nothing will change. He sighed quietly in response. Yes, sir. After awarding Choi In-ha, Deng Ho called out the next name. Next, trainee Kim Bo Seolong. Congratulations on your promotion. Bo Seolong looked at the certificate in disbelief, unconsciously speaking up. Thank you. Kim Bo Seolong got promoted, ranked 24th in the whole class. It was Kim Han's turn, but his face showed little joy holding the certificate. Trainee Kim Han. Promoted in the first year already. You have worked hard. Congratulations. Kim Han got promoted, ranked 34th in the whole class. Kim Han stared at the paper, his finger tracing the edge as he thought, ranking is decent, but honestly, a bit disappointing. He was not satisfied with his rank. Kim Han looked up with determined eyes. This is just the beginning. I will become as strong as you, sir. Bo Seolong stood straight, eyes forward, reminding himself, I need to try even harder. Kim Han clasped his hands behind his back, head held high, telling himself, I have decided to change myself not to be a burden to him, and to never live a half-hearted life again. Yes, Ong confidently stepped ahead of everyone. Those behind him all looked toward him firmly in their hearts, thinking, from now on, I won't lose. Yes, Wong seemed unfazed, bowing his head slightly with a quiet smile, thinking, for them, this is the end. He felt calm inside, thinking, but now there is nothing left to worry about. Yes, Ong turned around and said, everyone, you have worked hard. The whole class got promoted. Everyone's faces fell as they huddled to listen. If anyone flunks, I will make them do extra training and grinding. Too bad. Huh, second year will be even tougher. Plenty of eager ones will want to tear you apart. Yes, Ong warned carefully but also believed in them. I trust you will figure out how to handle it yourselves. They straightened and shouted together. Yes, sir. Yes. Ong received the reply he wanted and smiled faintly. Then he lifted his head, pounding his left chest with his hand, smiling wider. Fight on, you can do it. Se-hyun frowned deeply. The girl muttered complaints. Hey, I do not accept this. Yes, Wong stood beside them, frustrated, sighing softly. Not accepting what now? Se-hyun could not accept it. The girl got furious, clenching her fists and shouting, if there was not that promotion test, I would be the valedictorian. Dirty game. Fine. Beat me. But why take the badge too? Se-hyun stormed right up to you, reenacting his own miserable experience for you. Wong saw it and said, do you know how hard I had to struggle to gather back those badges because of you? The girl turned away without looking at you. Ong muttered, if only had that ivory sword back then. You know, Ong glanced at the girl, thinking to himself that he was not wrong. At first, he thought it would be an easy win, but it ended up taking over an hour to finish the task. He watched Se-hyun walk away and recalled the girl's analysis of her strength. Like Se-hyun had become far stronger than he had imagined. She still had not unlocked her swordsmanship, and her supernatural abilities probably were not fully mastered yet. The two of them continued walking together. Ong closed his eyes briefly, sweating cold as he thought, if like Se-hyun can do all that now. Honestly, I do not want to face her. Suddenly, Se-hyun stopped and covered her mouth, quietly coughing. But a promise is a promise. He nervously looked back at the girl. Wong spoke confusedly. Why say that all of a sudden? Se-hyun raised a finger to correct him. That is the way to call for a horn. I am practically exhausted. Se-hyun thought for a long moment, then let out a long sigh. You are planning to call now. Before she could finish, Wong lunged forward and covered her mouth with his hand. He scowled, gripping the sword tightly as he ordered. One more word and it is a life or death duel. Se-hyun was cut off, only able to make a few muffled sounds. Even at that, she was still annoyed. Wong released her, then turned and shouted, enough nonsense. Let us. Se-hyun was startled, then turned to reply, right, let us. After chatting for a while, the two of them walked away together. They quickly arrived at their destination and stood looking up at the massive wooden door. Ong pushed open the large door forcefully, with Se-hyun following behind him. They entered and respectfully clasped their hands, bowing their heads as they greeted. I humbly request an audience with father. Tessie narrowed his eyes at them, then grunted and said, yeah, come in. After some greetings, the three sat down on the sofa to enjoy tea. Tessie sat in the main seat, holding a cup of hot tea as he looked at the two. After finishing his tea, he gently set the cup on the saucer and said quietly, I heard you have completed the first-year program of the academy students. Tessie sat upright and glanced over at his two children, asking, each of you, what have you seen and felt? Se-hyun said nothing, quietly holding his teacup and looking at Ong. Ong raised the cup to his lips, thinking to himself, why is he looking at me? Getting no response from Wong, Se-hyun took a risk and said, I have seen the true face of the family. Ong, sitting next to him, choked on his tea and spat it out upon hearing that. Tessie looked puzzled, leaning toward the girl to ask, what do you mean by true face? Se-hyun honestly explained to him, I know competition always comes with rivalry, but I have seen unreasonable things happening, and that is just the way it is. She looked straight at him, her hand clenched tightly. I want everything to be clear and fair. Whatever I achieve, I want to earn it with my own sword and strength. Tessie nodded slightly at her words, calmly responding, fairness and integrity. Not bad. Though his face was neutral, he had already recognized the girl's worth inside. There is a reason the sword chose you. You used to complain and be weak, but this changed. Thinking this, Tessie looked at I, who was wincing in pain from a burn, and asked himself, it must have been you, right? Then Tessie asked, and what about you? The youngest, what have you felt? I quickly regained composure, eyes shining brightly as he answered, what I felt was misery. The academy students are the foundation of Sung-gu-lan, but the current academy has gone off the right path. Hearing this, Tessie clenched his fists and lowered his head thoughtfully. Gone off path? I was serious. He turned to his father and continued, they do not fight at all. They may be weak or fail, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to be called Sung-gu-lan's own. I pictured scenes from the competition in his mind as he spoke his theory. And I have seen too many students like that. It must be due to the trainer's abilities or problems with the training methods. Tessie did not react strongly but closed his eyes briefly and smiled, saying, "That is really chaotic." Both were shocked, stealing glances at Tessie, thinking, is he really smiling now? Then he praised them, even if they are just students. The fact that you have formed your own thoughts is commendable. Still, Tessie could not stop worrying about the two. He gently reminded them, but always stay vigilant. Once you fall into narrow-mindedness, it is hard to escape. Si-Hyen's face lit up like a blooming flower, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. He was still staring at him in disbelief, never expecting his father to personally give such instructions. Si-Hyen bowed deeply at the corner, shouting respectfully, "Thank you, sir." He placed both hands on his knees and said, "Me too, I will remember this." Tessie said nothing, looking at the two kids and saying, "Over the past year, I have heard about your learning and missions." Although the yearly test was not exactly the official mission of a military officer, its essence was very similar. You have recognized it as the assessment I set and completed your tasks seriously. Thanks to your efforts, Tessie decided to do something. That is why I called you here today to reward those efforts. Si-Hyen was immediately excited upon hearing this, but he was not so sure. He was a bit suspicious. Father has always been strict about rewards and punishments, yet this time he personally gives a reward. Could there be a special reason? The girl eagerly volunteered, raising her arm and asking, "Then I would like a rare armor set, the Heart of Armor. I really want it." Tessie responded calmly, "All right, I will note it down. You can come get it tomorrow." Si-Hyen, happy with the answer, obediently replied, "Yes. Thank you, sir." After hearing Si-Hyen's request, Tessie turned to him and asked, "And you? What do you want?" He frowned, hesitated several times, then said, "Request permission to enter Tianbi Mountain." Tessie was shocked and widened his eyes, while Si-Hyen was stunned, mouth agape in disbelief. Sounds kept echoing in the room as he carefully counted some items before packing them up. Herbal books, pots, gloves, and a full set of potion-making tools. Good. Looks like everything is prepared. He checked each item, then carefully packed them into his backpack, because Tianbi Mountain is a spirit mountain, so it is not just spirit herbs but also spirit medicines. On King Island, only second-tier potions can be made, but this time it can be crafted from spirit cells. He pursed his lips slightly, bowing his head in thought. Never expected to truly be allowed to enter Tianbi Mountain, which could fast-track his warrior journey. Amidst the misty bonescape, towering mountain peaks stretched up toward the clouds. The warrior journey, the final test for Sungmu family members to be recognized as warriors. And before setting off on the journey, one must stop by Tianbi Mountain. He analyzed thoroughly, then suddenly turned with hesitation. Moreover, he glanced at his neatly stored sword, standing upright by the door with determination. Tianbi Mountain is a place I must set foot on one day. Suddenly, while he was lost in thought, a knock at the door caught his attention. "Yes? Come in." Kaho and Kin pushed the door open. She placed her hand on her waist and quietly said, "Sir, there is a visitor calling." He asked suspiciously, "A visitor? What visitor?" Kun hesitated, then finally mustered courage and said, "Sir, the seventh master sent an invitation." He was startled upon hearing this. Gek smiled slightly, carefully carrying out a tea set, and said, "Long time no see. Since the plague beast incident, this is the first time, right?" He sat up straight, hands on his knees, smiling obediently. "Yes, I still remember." Jex placed the tea tray on the table, then sat opposite him and said, "I am not foolish enough to forget something like that." He silently observed every gesture and behavior, judging him, just as rumored, not easy to deal with. His conversation style is as natural as flattery. He personally brewed the tea, even choosing his seat without a single slip. Compared to unpredictable kindness, exposed malice is easier to stomach. After pouring the tea, Gex reached out to him, smiling so hard his eyes closed, and said, "Try it. Tea is my only pleasure. It should not disappoint." He had to play along, raising the cup near his lips and smiling in response. "Thank you. You still brew tea yourself when hosting guests?" Jex quickly replied, holding the small cup excitedly. "Depends on the guest. This tea I bought from the Foreigner's Hill 2 years ago." He gradually calmed down, lifted the cup and took a sip, still calculating internally why he had not gotten straight to the point after all this time. A mismatch with the times. But he knows how to control the situation. Indeed, not useless, just a bit gifted in martial arts. After enjoying the tea, you set the teacup down on the nearby plate, thinking it was enough to pay a visit for now. At this moment, Jex got to the main point, explaining the reason for summoning you was about what happened during the recent promotion. He sat across from you and started questioning you about the recent events. To see if it was planned by me and Luca, you respectfully replied, "Yes, to find out." He said the conversation would be quick then. This is when GX began his main intention, starting to justify himself about this matter. "It was not my intention," he said. Hearing that, you chuckled quietly to yourself, realizing where this was headed. With his refined and scholarly appearance, lightly adjusted the rims of his glasses. Legex is famous not for his strength, but for his political, administrative, and commercial skills. A cunning man who maintains relationships without making enemies. He is known as the Golden Sword. You analyzed him thoroughly. Overall, he showed no clear ill intent, meaning he did not want to see you as an enemy. Jex looked at you apologetically, extending his hand, admitting fault on his side and promising to apologize if necessary. Before he could finish, you interrupted and refused, saying it was not needed, which left Jex momentarily stunned. You smiled brightly and simply said, "This is just one of many incidents, and clashes will continue in the upcoming competitions." Your attitude shifted quickly. You closed your eyes as if you already knew everything. Don't tell me Hoyen just acts on Madame's orders. Huh. Gex did not overact. He looked straight into your eyes and said, "Competition. Huh. See if you really consider me your enemy." You placed your hands on your thighs and retorted, "Someone messing with your people and still playing games. How could you not see them as an enemy?" Hearing this, Jex's gaze shifted slightly. Filled with cunning, his expression showed displeasure. He felt annoyed and thought, "What should I do? Should I handle this now to avoid future trouble?" He quickly dismissed the thought, sighed softly, and wondered, "What should I do for you?" You faced him and subtly hinted with your hand, "Show some sincerity. You are not the only one who got hurt here." Seeing your expression, Jex felt anger inside but forced a smile. "Honestly, no apology but asking for compensation. I like that." Then Jex extended his hand to shake yours. "All right. I will send mid-grade spiritual medicine to all 5th level disciples, and you will get a proper reward." You smiled warmly at him, shaking his hand gently. "Hein has already accepted a lot. Let us not bring this up again." He smiled gently, still holding your hand, chuckling. "Among the Hoyen brothers, I think you fit best." You did not mind and replied casually, "Maybe, but I am not so sure." After the discussion, you stood up and excused yourself. Jex folded his arms and watched you leave, saying, "One last piece of advice." He looked serious but lowered his voice to warn you, "Be careful with Luca. Unlike me, he does not like to leave loose ends." You were not too concerned and replied, "It is." Then you turned and walked out the door, leaving behind a glance that said you would not stay in this family for the next year. An ancient style room, decorated traditionally, sunlight streaming in creating a peaceful, elegant atmosphere, suddenly shattered by a loud, harsh noise. Jex raised his hand to slap Suna. She tilted her head slightly and softly called, "Mother, mother." She frowned darkly, her eyes filled with hatred. "Don't call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you." Suna rushed forward, grabbing tightly the corner of her dress and shouted, "Mother, mother." Suna's eyes were terrified as she struggled to explain, "I can explain everything. I am not using my mission as an excuse to run away." Jex became angry, glaring fiercely. "Shut up." Seeing that terrifying expression, Suna instinctively recoiled in fear and quickly let go. Suna knelt down, apologizing and pressing her head to the ground. Enduring the scolding, running away is something a bloodline like ours must never do. Suna silently endured, her nails digging into the floor until they bled. "If you were my child, that would be unforgivable." Suna slowly stopped, her whole body trembling as she said, "But I can still make amends." Suna raised a hand to her chest, the other pointing outward, shouting fiercely, saying all that matters is crushing that brat. Weizian immediately scolded, "You really do not get it. If I would not have treated you this way." As she finished speaking, hearing Weizian's words left her stunned. "Huh," she quickly continued, and upon hearing this, Suna's face darkened. "That brat will be confined to the Favor Mountain for a whole year." Weizian closed her eyes, calm but controlling. "If you could restore your honor, fine, but you have lost that chance and dirtied the main family's name." She turned away, leaving Suna trembling behind, threatening, "If you show up before me again as a loser, this slap won't be the last." As Weizian stepped outside, Jex was already waiting, respectfully greeting her, while Suna muttered repeatedly inside, Damn it for real." After Weizian left, he glanced into the room through the crack. Suna was even more furious now, scratching her nails until they bled, cursing that damn brat. Gritting her teeth, she swore bitterly, "I will definitely kill you." Jex had not left yet, leaning against the door outside, silently thinking, "That woman's ruthless. Now, like Suna will be obsessed with fixing this mess." Then a determined smile appeared on his lips. Jex looked full of anticipation. "Keep like Xian and Li, who really holds more value. The future's looking exciting." He recalled that Y left this morning with a backpack. Jex's eyes gleamed with eagerness, calculating for when he returns a year later. At that moment, I sat in the car, hands clenched tight from tension. I sat upright and safe in the car, lips pressed in resignation. Then slowly, he lifted his head, eyes facing forward. Wondering why, Choi drove happily, smiling brightly. Good thing we are heading the same way. I looked at Choi's kind face, puzzled and uneasy. Is the butler Choi here too? Choi's eyes twinkled with a smile, though just for 2 short days. I hope for your favor. Young master, butler Choi gently reassured him. No need to feel pressured. I sat quietly in the car, unconsciously whispering. Thanks, Choi explained calmly. Before Lunar New Year, it is time to clean the ancestors' graves. I have to deliver a message to the guardian of the Favor Mountain. I am just accompanying, because it is the family head's order. Only then do I laugh aloud, realizing. So that is it, having company makes this less lonely. Then thought deeply. But it can't just be a coincidence. I remained lost in thought about Butler Choi. His aura and presence seem ordinary, but definitely are not. A key figure in the family, holding a position more important than many elders. The gap between him and Butler Choi is hard to gauge. Suddenly Choi's voice brought him back, reminding him. Butler Choi sat opposite, curiously asking, I heard before entering Favor Mountain, you will stop by Sungmu Mountain. May I ask why you visit the ancestral grave? I scratched his head cheerfully. I want to pay respects to the previous family head's grave. Since this is my first trip away from the family, I thought it is proper to greet the ancestors first. Then he could not avoid thinking, it is justified. But I also want them to see that a younger son is willing to make the long journey to visit the ancestors. Choi smiled approvingly. Indeed, young master is thoughtful. Many elders will be pleased to see your respect for the ancestors. Politely, I thanked him. I truly appreciate your recognition. Secretly thinking, he speaks like he understands me perfectly. After a pause, Butler Choi said, Young master, may I boldly say something? I smiled obediently. Yes, I am listening. He asked, do you like mountain climbing? Why replied, I do not think I have ever truly climbed a mountain. Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I see. I quite enjoy mountain climbing myself. Then he began telling a story of his own once. I climbed a mountain full of challenges. The path was not even clear. I had to carve my own way. If you were the master, what would you do? He seriously stroked his chin for a moment, then answered, I would quietly keep my eyes forward and climb on that way. I would reach the peak faster and more precisely. The man smiled and nodded. Indeed, you would climb fast then. Then he gave me advice. But in reality, sometimes you have to look back and glance to the sides. Observe the terrain to make sure you are on the right path. If you only stare ahead, you will easily get lost and take longer detours. Now, Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and spoke seriously. Especially when that mountain is taller, he suddenly jolted, realizing, could it be he is talking about the path of martial arts? Past images slowly surfaced in his mind. After regressing, he had not even fully absorbed the new power before rushing to grasp more. But he never thought it would be a problem. At this rate, even with more time, he would keep chasing after the new. He bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for your precious guidance, Butler Choi. The man waved his hand with a smile. No problem. Just think of it as an old man snagging. After a while, Butler Choi looked outside. Looks like we have arrived. The luxurious black car quickly stopped. This was Sungmu Mountain. He stepped out, gazing at the majestic peak right ahead. As they walked, Butler Choi spoke. I will go clean up the ancestral tome from that day. And you, master, where will you go first? He glanced over. I plan to visit the ancestral tablet first. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Had he crossed the ancestral tome's barrier? He opened and closed his hand repeatedly, feeling as if stepping into another world. Butler Choi stepped out, looking at this guy. Seeing truly a close relative. A close relative. A close relative. He moved forward, turned his head, and smiled. Thank you, sir. Footsteps echoed in the quiet space. An ancestral tome appeared before him. I have arrived. The tome of the first family head. He slowly opened the door and politely said, Descendant of the Sungmu family humbly pays respects to the ancestors. Then he drew his sword, in case it was rude to draw a sword before the ancestral tome. Looking at the sword, a smirk crossed his lips. He hoped the ancestors would forgive, for this was a step arranged by 9 people. After a moment, he gently placed the sword on the table, holding a bottle, pouring a glass of wine. He could not help but think, a sword is a sword, but it is not just a sword. Then he lifted the wine cup and the sword before returning, revealing the family secret as told by the eldest brother. The sword beneath the wine stirred slightly, with the night song sealed by 9 seals. A power surrounded it. I knew there were 4 seals in total. The first proved the sword's master. The image of his late grandfather appeared. The second proved he carried the Sungmu bloodline. The earth and rocks around him exploded. The third was to pass the naming ceremony, the first trial set by the ancestor. Blue glowing characters appeared on the sword. So far, I had broken 3 seals. His grandfather watched the spiritual aura radiate, hinting at the next seal. Suddenly, the incense stick nearby glowed strangely bright. A line of text appeared. Bias? Sure enough, it was the Bias mountain I knew. just Baya's Mountain. Baya's Mountain was where the ancestor sensed spiritual energy and chose for training future generations. Now before him stood Baya's Mountain, full of magic. Though I had read about it, this was my first time seeing it in person. A voice gradually came from behind. Truly a magnificent mountain. His grandfather smiled. Yes, it felt very different from Sungmu Mountain or Sichthan Island. Steward Choi looked at him, hoping the young master would achieve success as desired. Suddenly a shout rang out. These guys are making noise again. Sanjiji was furious. Damn it! Headache already. They are swarming like dogs again. His grandfather was surprised, turning to think. Since when? He had not sensed any energy at all. The bodyguard whispered. Young master. Steward Choi. Step back. He is a master. He pointed angrily and shouted. You guys want to die already? Huh. Better set up a barricade. The bodyguard ignored the order. Everyone get into formation. Sanjiji pressed the bodyguard's head down. Said enough already. You blackheads. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Picking up a metal block like he was ready to fight to the death, his grandfather stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold in an instant. After handling things, he grabbed the wine bottle and drank deeply. A group of bodyguards lay motionless on the ground. Sanjiji exhaled irritably. Seriously. They do not know their place but still dare to charge in. Then he turned and said, Hey, you really do not get it. I told you to at least give a month's notice. Coming empty-handed like this is a death sentence. Steward Choi smiled warmly. About that, sorry, but that is a bit much. He was annoyed. Too much. You guys have gotten really bold lately, even daring to talk back. My Dadong hesitated to speak beside him. Steward Choi cleared his throat and looked at him. I forgot to introduce myself. Then he extended his hand. This is the guardian of Baya's Mountain. Sanjiji frowned. So that is him, the kid they dragged in from outside. Steward Choi said. Yes, this is young Master Le Yai Dadong, the one going up the mountain this time. Sanjiji suddenly asked him. You have already seen part of my unawakened self, right? My Dadong was surprised. Seriously thinking, did not expect him to notice that, then hesitated and answered, Yes, I have. He stroked his chin. Looking at him critically, You carry a bit of my scent? Like there is something strange about your aura. Suddenly, one of Weibong's eyes turned red. He covered his eye as Sanjiji spoke. Hey, this kid has a strange gaze too. A light radiated that left Dadong stunned. That one, after a while. He kept drinking and laughed heartily. Western wine really is different. The woody scent is strange but brings a unique taste on the tongue. The steward happily said to the man beside him, I am glad it suits your taste. Dadong just silently smiled, thinking to himself, I am not much of a drinker, but it is clear this is not cheap stuff. Sanjiji slammed the wine bottle on the table. All right then, tell me your story, he added, sending a runt like you here for training. They must really hate you. My Dadong spoke up. I came here completely on my own. Sanjiji laughed loudly. Really? He looked away. Like a kid caught by death and fate already. He silently sat there. Hands clenched, deep in thought, while the old man quietly pondered the illusion shown by your kneeling eye and the identity of the mountain guardian he heard before returning. Waidadong quickly guessed the identity of the person before him. He was a Dakabe. A Dakabe who could foresee the future with eyes full of stars, including reading fate. Sazupan saw things that were predestined and unchangeable. Sanjiji asked. So what now? You have been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Then he thought privately. Tell him. Your father can hear everything you say now. Idadong sat silently for a long moment, ignoring the looks from the two others. You, outside. The scene was now shrouded in night, and Sanjiji voice echoed beyond. Damn it. I have seen a few weirdos before, but this guy. When I mentioned the training ground, he charged straight in. The old man waved a bottle of wine, saying, Wait for me to treat those wild beasts first. Then we will head out with them. Butler Choi sat upright, grateful for the permission to use the spiritual monkeys, looking at the butler's face. Sanjiji spoke. Then the old man seriously tossed the wine bottle back and asked, Why are you here? You are not just here to deliver wine. Are you? Butler Choi nodded. I do not like beating around the bush, so I will get straight to the point. Gripping his wine glass tightly. Could it be that the mountain guardian has read the stars? The master told me to ask. Sanjiji gloomily set down the wine glass and slowly said, The stars, I have read them. But there is not much I can say. He smiled mockingly. Surely a Dakabe offered wine would not refuse to lend a hand. Right? He got angry. Kid, that is your apology. Butler Choi gently said, I have brought over 10 jars of wine already. Sanjiji drank and cursed. Damn it. I knew this would happen. After drinking, he slammed the bottle hard on the table and sighed. Then he seriously said, There is still a long road ahead. The celestial gate has long been open. Human power has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush but to go with the flow. He smiled, holding his wine glass. Yes, I will pass this message to the master. He clenched his fists in anger. If I had won that damn wrestling match back then, I would not be caught up in this mess now. Then he continued. Anyway, it seems you like that illegitimate kid. Do not, aren't you worried? The butler straightened up and looked seriously at the wine glass in his hand. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the Marshall clan, Sanjiji jotly said. You heard him say he wants to go there, right? He is still just a rookie. He was surprised to hear the other say, just keep an eye on him once. Then he smiled. You will find it interesting too. Mountain Guardian. Scene shift to a training ground lit by a few lamps. A small hand slowly stretches out. Wai Wang stepped forward. Surprised by the scene before him, every time I see this, it amazes me, a single eye creating a path to the training ground. He looked around everything. Even the Mountain Guardian's spot from yesterday had a cave entrance. So this is Dakabisa's magic? Then he reached out to activate it. Honestly, I still have a lot to improve on. From now on, I have 1 year. Wai Wang mastered sword recovery, magic, secret knowledge learned from Muji and Mujin, evil eyes, intuition, and dark energy. I have to make all of these my own. He smiled determinedly and said, the goal is 1,000 times. If that is not enough, I will keep going until it is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sanjiji lay rubbing his stomach. That guy is way too intense. I have never seen anyone like him. Watching Wai Wang train diligently. Thinking, he trains until his body is exhausted, then recovers with spiritual water, repeating over and over, saying it is easy, but is basically self-torture. Then he snapped his fingers. The illusion vanished. Why is his fate so bleak? He closed his bald eyes. Thinking, he was destined to die young or suffer misfortune. Yet he is overturning that unchangeable fate. He even suppresses his innate energy. A creature without fate. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly Sanjiji snapped his fingers and smiled. Indeed, blood never lies. Your family is truly strange. Even the heavens must be fed up. Time flew by in a blink. 3 months later. He was furious. That brat said this would be interesting. Sanjiji shouted. I am so bored I could scream. I am done watching this. That kid just practices basics all day. Where's the fun in that? He turned over and closed his eyes. Besides asking permission to gather herbs, he barely spoke. He must still be alive. Suddenly, a sound made Sanjiji snap his eyes open in surprise. He sat up straight. It was the call of a spirit beast. Something had invaded the mountain. Then he immediately snapped his fingers. A phantom mirror appeared. I already set up a barrier. So this can be happening. Elder was running in fear. Did some big shots from the main clan mess things up when they brought food and showed up? Sanjiji stared angrily at the phantom mirror. What the hell is that kid doing? Donnie, tell me, he is trying to hunt the spirit beast. The Wai Wang quickly chased after the elder from behind. He immediately opened the door and shouted, stop right there. The wind blew swiftly through the trees. The Wai Wang held a small fan, relentlessly pursuing him. Sanjiji angrily wiped sweat from his brow. Hey, you brat, are you crazy? What the hell do you think you are doing? The kid stopped, sweating, and greeted. Mountain Guardian. Long time no see. He spoke seriously. But could you please step aside for a moment? Wai Wang, 14 years old. Sanjiji pointed at the Wai Wang, scolding him nonstop. How dare you target a sacred beast right in front of me? I have never seen anyone like you in my life. The kid suddenly crouched, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Sir, what are you talking about? The elder was still fuming, but the creature being chased was that sacred beast named Elder. The Wai Wang was not intimidated by Sanjiji's anger. Instead, he calmly said, leaving him stunned. Why would I kill the sacred beast? Sanjiji glanced over at him, then looked at the tools the Wai Wang carried and exclaimed, a basket and a fan. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out. The kid raised the fan at the elder. Seeing this, Sanjiji quickly placed a hand on the kid's shoulder to stop him. Hey, wait. The elder held the kid back, trying to keep him from going. Why are you chasing the elder? The Wai Wang frowned and shouted back. That guy stole my secret herb. Before Sanjiji could understand, the kid dashed past him, saying, sorry, I will explain later. Sanjiji's eyes widened. He reached out, trying to stop him, saying, hey, the sacred beast already ran off. How do you plan to find it now? But before he finished, Sanjiji froze. He watched the Wai Wang run, his eyes narrowing. He thought, that kid is chasing exactly where the elder hid. No matter how sharp your senses are, it is hard to pinpoint that spot. The sensing was not clear, but Sanjiji observed the kid, then looked down at the blue power surrounding his feet. It was unbelievable. Even though energy radiated from his toes, the ground showed no damage. Was that kid really this fast? The Wai Wang sprang forward, reaching toward the north and scaring it off. The elder stood still, wondering. He had only looked away for about 3 months. Could something have happened in that time? After some chasing and circling, everything settled. Sanjiji cleared his throat softly. While I was gathering the last ingredient for the secret herb, the elder was stolen and ran off. Sorry about that. The Wai Wang frowned, his voice serious. At least it was a mountain elder aged 40 or 50. Sanjiji barely heard this and muttered. The Waiwang stood before him, head lowered, complaining nonstop about herbs. Hishukui, white unicorn grass, dragonheart flower, and fungus from rotten wood, cordyceps growing on the corpse of a demon bug. He had worked hard to gather them. Hearing this, the elder silently turned away. The kid saw the elder's lack of reaction, his face growing even more sorrowful. In a low voice, he said, "That is the medicine I spent 100 sleepless days making, all gone to waste." Sanjiji quickly responded. Alarmed, he wanted to comfort the kid but did not dare. That is, the Waiwang's eyes were sad. He sighed, exhausted and heartbroken. So one reason my trip to the Favor Mountain failed is because this medicine was a key goal. Unable to take it anymore, Sanjiji stepped closer. Face serious. Hey, I did give you permission to gather. So what if it got stolen? The Waiwang feigned innocence, then clapped his hands and remembered. That is true. Still, the Waiwang was not done with Sanjiji. His words hit him like an arrow. Did you give permission or not? But in the end, I still got it within Lord Sanjiji's territory. If I could not manage it, that is on. Furious, Sanjiji slammed his hand on his chest, shouting loudly in frustration. All right, fine, I will reward you. Waiting for that moment. As soon as he said that, his expression twisted into a sly smile. Anything you want, I will accept it all. Hearing those pleasing words, you calmly replied. Just now, you said anything is fine, right? Hearing you say that, Sanjiji is fired up training again. You looked up, smiling gently but with a hint of menace. Coincidentally, Lord Sanjiji, there are 2 tasks I need your help with. In a dark, damp underground chamber, strange growls echoed through the stale air. Something horrifying appeared, a massive black spiked leg twitching. The Spider Queen, terrifying and grinning wickedly, stood before the towering figure. You showed no fear but gripped your sword tightly, channeling power into it while thinking. Remember this, the sword was continuously enveloped by a red power source. You tightened your grip, pondering the strength of the Ori skill when used repeatedly. You planted your feet wide, swung the sword hard sideways, unleashing power just like the first time you used the key strength skill, fiery and fierce. The power shot toward the Spider Queen like a red cord wrapping tightly, making her roar. A massive blast erupted, knocking you back and forcing you to brace yourself with your legs. Holding the sword firmly with both hands, you unleashed a strong wave of blue power swirling around it. Ki strength. Using all your strength, you slashed the Spider Queen in half with a fierce blowstone wind. She screamed loudly, blue and yellow sparks flying everywhere. You clenched your teeth in pain. Damn it, the Spider Queen was badly injured. One of her arms was severed painfully. You thought to yourself, not strong enough to kill her. Quickly regaining her composure, she lunged with her sharp, spiked leg toward you. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of you. You stared at it in surprise. It hovered in the middle, glowing for a moment before gently falling down. Sanjiji bent down to look at the talisman, then muttered as he picked it up. Damn it! Why do I have to serve a kid? Holding the talisman between 2 fingers, Sanjiji sighed, waving it back and forth while complaining. I do not know why I promised to do all this, but looking at the tired kid, he brightened up and asked, Hey kid, want to take a break? He was out of breath, wiping sweat from his forehead and gasping. Please. Right now, Sanjiji said little and quickly guided him. Up to you. Focus and recall the target in Nugandai's memory. He immediately closed his eyes to follow. Sanjiji raised his hand to throw the talisman upwards. It slowly dissolved, revealing an illusion of a warrior holding a sword. The 2 fought fiercely, neither yielding, creating an explosion of power. Sanjiji watched from outside, amazed. Whoa, the energy just flowed out like that. Didn't expect him to know and even ask for magical illusion training. He gritted his teeth in anger, a fire burning inside him, clenching his fists, wondering how the kid knew to request illusion training, and for a full 4 hours straight. Sanjiji calmed down, hands in pockets, letting go of his earlier thoughts. Whatever happened. It is not that hard to move past it. Suddenly, Sanjiji paused, glancing at the kid nearby, analyzing. In the past 3 months, his body has clearly grown stronger. Overall, he has become more refined, noticeably more mature. He is taller too, not just stronger, but steadier. Seeing the green energy surrounding him, Sanjiji narrowed his eyes and dismissed it. He fell silent, arms crossed, watching the kid's actions carefully. Maybe I should ask about that weapon once. Night was falling as he relaxed in the hot bath, tilting his head back and groaning, feeling alive again. If it were not for this healing spring, I probably could not endure. If only there were healing springs outside Shambi Mountain too. It would feel just like home. Suddenly, a furry foot slowly appeared as he lowered it into the bath. While soaking, he twitched, eyes wide with worry. Someone I still can sense the aura even this close. Sanjiji stepped into the bath, looked at him, and said, Seeing you this exhausted, you must be real after all. He sat up straight and asked. Sanjiji blinked. What brings you here? He frowned, soaking in the bath, and said, I have been through a lot. Don't I deserve some rest? You have been here a while. Have you rested properly? He rubbed his head shyly and smiled. I always rest properly. Suddenly, Sanjiji interrupted. I mean, besides coming here after every training session, kid. He leaned one hand on a rock, eating with the other, saying, I have lived a long time. But this is the first time I have met such a stubborn trainee like you. The kid sat there and replied, he is holding an egg again. On the outside, you look calm. But inside, it is different. Still a bit annoyed, he got out of the bath. The kid wrapped a towel around his waist and asked permission. I feel fully recovered. I am heading up. Before he could leave, Sanjiji slammed the egg against a rock, breaking it, and shouted, Wait, shocked by the action. The kid widened his eyes, silently listening. I have something to say. Sit down. After thinking carefully, Sanjiji finally asked curiously about the item the kid carried. Hey, what was the name of the guy who just attacked? The kid reached out as he heard the question. Yes, are you talking about this? He looked serious, eyes sharp and unforgiving. Right? Where did you get it? Sanjiji crossed his arms, voice low as he looked at the kid. Promise me you won't tell anyone about this. I am not sure, but this is tied to his identity. Knowing he would not be fooled, the kid hesitated but spoke. His name is Mujin, and I got it from the clan's secret vault. Sanjiji raised his hand slowly, using his power to draw in swirling hot smoke, and began to speak. I do not know how much you understand about that, but I once saw something very similar a long time ago. The smoke thickened as he spoke calmly, saying that long ago, there was a sorcerer who could communicate with souls and read the stars. Sanjiji raised his hand. The hot steam from the bath slowly gathered into a dense, swirling vortex. He rested his hand on the stone and said the sorcerer always carried something special. An image of the sorcerer appeared in Sanjiji's mind, one hand holding a stone, the other conjuring a flame, a stone that could freely change shape. Just with that, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic. He was imposing, his gaze steady as he said that using forbidden magic without paying the price, he naturally became the top sorcerer of his era. Suddenly, he waved his finger sideways, summoning a small, hesitant blue power at his fingertip. But then, the sorcerer transformed horribly, no longer human but turning into a monster. The stone he trusted ended up swallowing him whole. He lost his mind and began to rampage like a beast. Sanjiji closed his eyes briefly and waved his hand repeatedly, saying he changed like that in less than a year. He did not die easily, so they sealed him away in the end. The man facing Sanjiji asked, What about the stone? Noticing his curiosity, Sanjiji did not hide it and said they combined the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it. The man bowed his head slightly, stroking his chin thoughtfully. That is like a story I read at Changjiangak. He looked up at Sanjiji and guessed. Could it be that the sorcerer was sealed somewhere called Menguishan? Sanjiji calmly denied it. He was sealed on an island to the east. The man recalled the image of a small dagger and a large rough stone, then thought it over and made his own conclusion. Then it is not what is recorded in Changjiangak. The stone and Mujin are separate things, but they are connected. As the man focused on his thoughts, Sanjiji continued, catching his attention and pulling him back into the story. He suddenly grew serious and pointed straight ahead. Back then, I smelled a full stench coming from that stone. Sanjiji did not gesture randomly but pointed directly at the man standing opposite him, analyzing. And that smell is very similar to the one coming from you right now, a strange scent. Neither human, beast, nor spirit. He lowered his hand, resting it on the stone, calming down and breaking into laughter. Mujin is an alien object of uncertain nature. There are better weapons out there. Why do not you just give this up? But beneath his joking tone, the man sensed a different kind of feeling, and he tensed under the pressure. His voice sounded like a gentle suggestion, yet it carried a suffocating weight, as if his heart was being squeezed tight. The man quickly composed himself, looking up and staring intently at Sanjiji as he responded. When I got the magic eye, my father advised me to hide it away, and I told him this, word for word, if this is a power given to me, I will make it obey and use it. Hearing this, Sanjiji bent down slightly, smiling softly. You are a bold kid. You told Tezna the same thing? Before long, Sanjiji shouted at him sharply. Like a child, do you really think that is like the magic eye? The man did not beat around the bush, eyes half closed. Indifferent. To me, there is not much difference. Hearing that, Sanjiji suddenly stood from the hot bath, slammed his hands down, and exclaimed, Then there is no other way. Sanjiji raised his arms, curling his hands as he slowly absorbed the surrounding power. Without hesitation, Sanjiji's eyes blazed. He gritted his teeth, gripping his spiked staff, and shouted, The only way is to take it by force. Losing patience, Sanjiji swung the staff fiercely toward the man sitting there, holding back just a bit. The man calmly watched without fear, but the staff stopped just in front of him. Sanjiji glared threateningly. Give it to me while I am still talking nice. The man remained silent, frowning as he watched Sanjiji's actions. It has been a while since you swung a weapon. I am not sure you can control yourself. Then, without any fear, I said softly with a smile. You won't be able to do it. Mountain Keeper. That one sentence made Sanjiji stop. He tightened his grip on the staff, unable to act, because doing so would break his vow. Remembering that, he lowered his hand, raised it to his eyes, and sighed deeply. Frustrated, Sanjiji began to sweat. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Asking, You already know everything? I replied calmly. Of course, his face gentle, without anger at the threat. He said, To protect the mountain and help those training here. That is the promise you made with the founder. You are just testing my will. Right? Sanjiji angrily snapped when teased. If you already know, why not just say it? You sneaky brat. Suddenly Yai asked another question that left him silent and thoughtful for a moment. You really do not intend to take it, do you? Sanjiji clicked his tongue, annoyed, and said, In my opinion, you would better live by your tongue and brain. Hearing this, I laughed heartily. Thanks for the compliment. Seeing Yai so happy made him irritated. That is an insult, kid. Sanjiji calmed down, resting his staff on his shoulder, pointing at Yi with confusion. Why did not you just use force to take it? You could have already taken it claiming to protect me. That thing is not like those strange weapons wizards use. Maybe it is not some monster that consumes its wielder. Why did not want to say much? He lowered his head to look at the black ring on his finger and replied, I understand now. Thanks for letting me know. At that moment, Sanjiji was slowly withdrawing his staff. I spoke up abruptly. Let us put that aside for now. Mountain Keeper. He tilted his head with a questioning look. Is something wrong? Sparkling stars appeared around Yi, his face blooming with a smile, hand gesturing to himself. Just now you threatened a trainee with a weapon. Did not you? You are quite particular with your calculations. Huh? You know that, right? Sanjiji was furious, unable to hold back yelling. Hey, you rotten kid who is always leeching off that god. Amid the wild, quiet forest, a small yard with a wooden house lit up appeared the temporary home of Yai's uncle. John Weezin. A sword wrapped in strange black power threads was lifted by Yai with both hands. Sitting cross-legged neatly, he held the two sword pieces. Muttering, it took 3 whole months to read Judo's memories. Recalling when he first left, I had been entrusted with 2 swords by his relative before departing John Weezin. I received 2 swords from my uncle. Lai Jik, the Judo swordmaster. Exquisite Fanbok grade swords. The ring on his hand glowed as he lifted it close to analyze its function. The Fanbok possesses innate dark energy. It allows the release of cold energy. Its memories are limited, so I absorbed them back at the main house. He kept that posture, eyes fixed on the ring. Thinking silently, let us test Judo's power. The second memory about Mujin that I saw before evaluating the trainee zone is value, and the new power I gained from Mujin. I reached out. From beneath the ring appeared a long blue thread that copied weapon power. That power source quickly shot forward toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Ye's command, the thread wrapped several times around the sword's hilt. Swiftly, the thread pulled the sword strongly toward him. I reached out and caught the flying sword, exclaiming, Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. He looked down at the sword in his hands, preparing to unsheath it. Thinking, just copying the form does not show the power. Maybe I can only use the power absorbed through the dark energy weapons. I gripped the sword tighter, eyes closed, whispering, since I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should also check Hyukia's memories. Quickly, I delved into old memories, going back in time to see that sword carefully placed down before breaking the seal at Sungmu Mountain. This was all I could see. I stood behind the young lord, glancing at him, thinking, the important part starts now. I stepped aside as the mysterious young lord spoke. I intend to seal this sword. I want to let my descendants be shaken by its power. The mysterious figure in the shadows silently considered and said, sealing it is not as hard as people think, so no one will be easily chosen by it anymore. The young noble did not want to overthink it. He did not wait for the mysterious figure to continue and replied, if they are not worthy, better not to use it. He silently understood the words, and the mysterious figure lowered his head and extended his hand toward the sword. Acknowledging, the power created from him gradually seeped into the sword, making it glow. The glowing inscriptions on the blade shone brightly. The mysterious figure gently touched it and announced that the sealing was complete. The two continued discussing, but suddenly the words became faint and unclear, especially about the sealing's details. The man standing behind could not hear and felt disappointed. He still had not learned anything about the unbroken seals. The mysterious figure turned to the other with careful words. When the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that? The young noble lifted the sword to reassure. That won't make much difference. So it is fine. The young noble turned away, gripping the sword tightly as he summoned power and said, "Still, I have to test it." The sword continuously emitted strange power. The man watched silently, thinking, could it have a mana flow inside? In complexity, it is no different from human mana systems. That power quickly appeared on the young noble's body. He raised his hand to channel it. Like a flash, the young noble swung the sword hard, making it slice swiftly. He was serious, using all his strength to strike the sword straight down. Wisp of smoke appeared. The man observed the scene and thought, mana is not just blocked, it is also being attacked. After finishing the move, the young noble raised the shining sword to his face and said, "I will have to reinforce the seal a bit more." After diving into those memories, the man quickly returned to reality. The young noble's head hurt so much he had to hold it. He lifted the sword in his hand, rubbing his head excitedly. A power that can erase mana, who would have thought such a weapon could exist? The man stomped hard on the floor, dust flying everywhere. His face was furious as he charged forward with fierce energy. In front of him was the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster. He swung his sword at her and cut her in half. After killing the Spider Queen, smoke scattered, and a voice rang out. "Woo, kid, you are tough. You really did it." It was Sanjiji's voice, his face full of excitement as he continued. "You know this is your first victory after all those losses, right? Let us see. Took 7 months. Huh." The man did not hesitate to reply with a smile. "Do you know you could beat me anytime now? Haha. Special case. Huh. Hey, you little devil." "No joke." Sanjiji seriously asked, "What are you planning next?" "I think I will stop training." The man just lightly responded but was surprisingly excited and even patted his back. "Hey, that is a great idea. And I will take a break too." Before he could celebrate much, the young noble added. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, full of passion. "I think it is time to face the challenge." He placed his hand over his chest and proudly declared, "The challenge created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream." Bloodless Dream. A challenge made for the Le Martial family. It contains all the power and domain of John Guizin, and is an illusion enhanced by Dakabi's magic, and it selects those worthy to face it. It is one of the sacred bonds with the Mountain Guardians. Sanjiji seriously asked, "Do you really want to challenge it?" The man also answered seriously, "Yes, I have worked hard for this." His face darkened when Sanjiji affirmed, "The current you is not strong enough to overcome the challenge," until he suddenly exclaimed one word. But the man looked up curiously. Then Sanji extended his palm. He smiled and announced something to him. "Looks like you are ready to take on the challenge. 9th generation of the Le Martial family. I grant you permission to challenge the Bloodless Dream." He shook hands with Sanjiji, who gratefully replied right away, "Thank you, sir." Soon after, he led him in front of a shop and said, "This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream." He was a bit confused and turned to ask, "Is not this the passage to where you live?" He stepped forward and replied, "For now, yes." Then Sanjiji stretched out his palm, and a blue energy began to radiate. He placed his hand on the stone wall, swirling the energy into circles. Moments after he touched it, the blue spiritual energy spread throughout the space. Then Sanjiji turned and said, "Maybe you already know, once you enter the Bloodless Dream, you can leave until the challenge is over. Go on, enter." He quickly stepped past him, declaring, "Then I will come back out." He smiled, satisfied, and replied, "Go ahead and do that." Though inside he thought, "I can't stand looking at him anymore." The door was pushed open, releasing a beam of light, accompanied by Sanjiji's words, "Good luck." The light was so blinding he had to shield his eyes. In his mind, he thought, to some he is a war god, to others a dragon slayer. He had carefully listed even higher titles, or legendary symbols in fantasy tales. The founder of the world's top martial family. Now, the founder of Lihun Haiyan stood before him. He bowed respectfully, saying, "A humble descendant greets the founding ancestor of the martial family." He gripped his weapon tightly, silently marveling at the presence, as if the founder were still alive. Then he looked ahead, reminding himself, throughout history, only a few have challenged the Bloodless Dream across generations. The only condition to win, defeat the founder at age 15. Now, the founder held the sword sheath in one hand, drawing the blade with the other. He closed his eyes, carefully calculating his strategy. First, a probe. Before he could react, blood suddenly gushed from his throat. At that moment, the blade in Hun Haiyan's hand plunged deep into his chest. Then, just as he woke up, he let out a loud shout. Now his whole body lay on the grass, his mind spinning with questions. What just happened? His heart was pierced. He lay with his hand on his forehead, thinking, "I was not careless." He sat up abruptly, scattering the grass around him. "I have been beheaded in simulations before, but at least I knew how it happened." His face darkened as he thought deeply. "But this time, besides having my heart pierced, I do not know anything else." He shook his head slightly, trying to calm down. "Stay calm. Think carefully." He placed his hand on his head, continuing to ponder. The founder did not use any secret techniques or special moves, not even the aura strengthening technique. Suddenly his eyes widened. He seemed to have realized something. The strike just now replayed in his mind. The other attacked lightning fast. Even with sixth sense, I could not detect it. Even with my eyes closed, could it have been a single strike hitting a blind spot? His mind was full of questions now. He did not know which guess was right, but could it be? The founder must have read all my moves to do that. He grasped his sword, ready to stand, meaning the founder was that strong. He stood upright, face serious, stomping the ground with fierce determination. He walked straight ahead, confidently stepping forward. He looked cool, but inside he was very tense. Haha. Honestly, I do not even know if I can win. Elsewhere, in a grand house, our family received news from John Gwizzle. Tixin opened the wooden box and took out the cloth inside. He carefully wiped the sword in his hand, speaking softly. So he has entered the cave. Yes, it has been 10 months. Tixin stared at the shining sword, silently dissatisfied. But it should not have that skill level. Tixin recalled all his son's battles. He remembered every one. That child has never truly failed. Gwizzle, the twin swordsman of the Blood Fox, the queen of the Faceless Curse. Looking at his record, he has not won every fight, but he has never truly been defeated. Tixin's lips curled slightly, looking quite proud. In other words, he has never hit a wall he could not break through. He sheathed his sword and asked Butler Choi, "Do you know why the survival rate in the Bloodless Dream is below 50%? Suddenly, Tixin pictured Yan standing before a towering mountain, with a firm conviction, because they lose spirit when they hit the wall called Lai Hun Haiyan. What happens to someone who has never faced such a wall when they finally do? Un just finished the battle, placing his sword on the grass. So what about a kid with no experience breaking walls? Un lay on the grass, hand over his face, breathing heavily. What would he do when facing the real wall? Nian Jiang Yin. I did not understand what just happened. Did he just die from one hit? Un silently recalled his opponent's fighting style. The fight was quick. He threw fire at his own guard, hit him hard, then attacked from the side. He sat, resting his hand on his knee. That attack hit his blind spot completely. The opponent had already figured out all his moves. Un looked at his trembling hands, silently thinking it has been a long time since he felt this way. He clenched his fists tightly, full of determination, helplessness, despair, knowing he could not win. His chances of winning were slim, but Un still grasped his sword. He could not break or give up here. Holding the sword firmly with both hands, sparkling light wrapped around it. No one in this world understood this feeling better than him. Un ran forward fast, thinking as he ran, when you fall into a deep abyss, the only way out is to climb up. He jumped up high, eyes fierce. His efforts were not in vain. The founder showed no fear and raised his sword to block. The founder just lightly twisted his sword, and instantly Un's head was turned away. I am starting to get it. The founder is not using any strange power. Fast as lightning, he even pierced through Un's body with his hand. The founder's power comes from his talent, because he found the right answer to his own growth. After many failures, Un finally understood some things. He knew perfect action in every moment was instinct, the essence of martial arts. Every basic move is a solid foundation. Look here, the founder's path of swordsmanship. While Un was thinking, the founder attacked again. Un panicked, then followed the direction of the founder's sword with his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately raised his sword to block a horizontal slash from left to right. After blocking, Un smiled confidently. Suddenly blood splattered across the sky. No one knew whose it was, but next time, definitely. The vast blue sky, grass blowing everywhere. The two advanced toward each other, swords clashing. The first strike, he fought fiercely, showing no weakness. The second strike, the fight continued with no sign of ending. Third strike, fourth strike, I can finally fight the founder on equal footing. The founder's eyes grew fiercer, his sword glowing with blue light. The founder slashed straight at him, and he immediately dodged. He smiled widely, having dodged a deadly blow. Finally, he used his aura. He crouched down, hands on the ground, ready to strike. His unique close combat style, all about unpredictability and freedom. He switched to another weapon, ready to continue fighting. What he lacked was handling all kinds of weapons, all built on a solid foundation. Only then did he think carefully and realize Mu Haiyan Meng's real goal. Now he understood Mu Haiyan Meng's true purpose. He ran fast forward, thrusting his spear straight at the founder, breaking the wall called himself. He gripped his new weapon tightly, thinking something even the founder does not have, a power he himself did not know he possessed. I remembered Zhang's compliment, as if it woke him up. He said, my talent for magic is extraordinary, and this auntie guarantees it. I was thrilled, as if he would struck gold. Thank you, madam. He thrust his spear skyward, pouring in all his power. Swift strike, wind, thunder. They charged at each other again, neither willing to back down. Their weapons clashed fiercely, sparks flying. Suddenly, rocks scattered everywhere, dust clouded the ground. The wall had been broken down, but neither side stopped. The wall was crumbling. Elsewhere, amidst majestic mountains and fragile branches, Sanjiji sat drinking alone, talking to himself. It has been a month since that kid joined Mu Haiyan Meng. Right before this, no one had faced a challenge match in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, one appeared after just 50. He slammed his drink on the table, spilling the liquid everywhere as he drank. The house shook violently, making Sanjiji furious. What the hell is happening to this mountain? But then he got excited, jumped up, and said, "Don't tell me it is." Sanjiji rushed straight toward the gate. He stood before the sturdy iron gate. At this moment, Sanjiji could not hide his feelings and spoke aloud. The kid really did pass that challenge. The iron gate slowly opened, dust filling the air. Omi's bright face appeared, wearing a proud smile. He stood boldly before Sanjiji, declaring his return. "I am back. The mountain guardian is back." After returning, he went to soak in the hot springs. "How is it?" They laughed together, teasing each other. "I never want to go through that again," he said, but he did not seem too upset. Almost everyone who came out had a deadly look. Their personalities changed completely. Suddenly, Omi's face, lost in sad thought, seemed like everyone found their own answer. Then, remembering something, Yum turned to Sanjiji and asked, "Do you know how my dad's doing?" Sanjiji asked, "You mean Tetsun?" He got excited, opening a beer can. "Always curious about your dad." "Huh. You know what he said right after he got out?" Sanjiji recalled young Tetsun and mimicked, "Training's enough. I am heading back. Thanks for everything." "Wait a minute, you just imitated your dad?" The bathing spot was stunning, vibrant green, so pleasing to the eye. "Yeah, I am pretty good at this," Yum denied. Sanjiji continued, "But today you achieved something big. You are the youngest to complete the Muyun Mong Mountain Challenge." Yum closed his eyes, smiling faintly, feeling lucky to have passed after realizing many things. Sanjiji wondered what he would do next. Ben asked, "What will you do with the remaining wins here?" "More training." Hearing Yom's answer, Sanjiji's eyes widened in surprise. "I plan to rest and sort out what I have learned." Then he laughed heartily. "Didn't he think you would change?" "Huh. Turns out you did a bit. That kid said he would rest." "Are you sick? And what did that poisonous technique do to you?" Sanjiji laughed loudly, not ready to stop. "Hey, Mountain Guardian." Yum beamed, demanding his reward from Sanjiji. "It is time to get what I earned." Yum reminded him of the past, making Sanjiji's face darken like a pot bottom. "You have not forgotten you scared me last time, right?" Sanjiji looked away. "Wait, kid, that was just..." Sanjiji's cheerful face grew uglier. Seeing this, Yum said calmly, "I am not asking for anything outrageous. That is scarier." Then suddenly, his expression turned serious as he said firmly, "I want to borrow that poisonous technique from you." Sanjiji was shocked by the request. "What?" Sanjiji pointed at Yum, alarmed. "Kid, that is not something a human can handle. You can't even use it." Yum reassured him. "It is I just want to touch it once." Yum assured him, touching it once would not cause any damage. "Right?" Sanjiji stammered. "Well, not exactly like that." He rubbed his head, full of confusion. "Damn it. All right. Sanjiji reluctantly agreed to his request. Even he could not do much with it. His hand glowed as if preparing to summon something. A spiked mace appeared, surrounded by a dazzling blue light that drew all eyes. He gripped it firmly. Yum recalled information about it from his past life. Sanjiji handed the spiked mace to him, saying he would give it to him for exactly 1 hour, adding a few more warnings. "If you try to force it, you will get into trouble, so be careful, kid." Yum happily accepted it, thanking him as Sanjiji released it. The mace weight made it hard for him to hold, and it thudded heavily to the ground. Yum used all his strength to lift it but failed every time. Sanjiji chuckled beside him, saying, "I told you, you can't even lift it." Sanjiji walked away, leaving him to figure it out alone. "Well, enjoy your 1 hour of fun." Seeing this, Yum panicked but thought, no turning back now. Gotta push through. After a while, he finally dragged it back to the stone room, barely able to move it, having to use magic just to lift it against the wall. Yum rolled his shoulders. His arms were exhausted from the mace, and this was not even its complete form. He gave the mace a quick assessment. A weapon said to withstand storms, floods, and level mountains with a single swing. If fully unleashed, it would be a disaster. Yum applied magic to it. There was only one reason he borrowed the spiked mace. A dark energy swirled around the mace. If dark energy was part of the weapon's power, could he absorb it? Or did it only work under special conditions? He needed to find out. Suddenly, he heard a scream. "Always so stubborn, what do you plan to do with that?" The conflicting forces hurt Yum, knocking him down in pain. He clenched his hand, trying to endure it. "I have read it." Yum did not think he would be defeated so easily. He was blown back by just a single sound, so he could conquer what he wanted. But if he could read its memories, maybe he could absorb it. Excitement surged inside him. If he could absorb it, he could handle weapons no one else ever had. Scene change. Yum put on his backpack, ready to take everything. Sanjiji's voice made him turn around. No wonder things seemed quiet down at the mountain's base. He held a bottle, smiling brightly. Today's your departure, right? Yum replied. Yes, exactly 1 year today. Sanjiji was surprised. Really? He pulled out a pouch. He tossed it up and down like a ball. Curious? Yum asked. What is that? He grinned widely. It is salt. I throw it to see you off on your journey. Yom's face fell at that, quickly recovering his smile. Yum thanked him sincerely. Thank you for everything. I will come back to visit next year. Joking aside, he was sad to say goodbye, but had not teased him yet. I know no one welcomes someone empty-handed. Right? Sanjiji promised Yum to bring back a bunch of liquor when he returned. Yum sighed helplessly. This was the guy who just threw salt on him, saying that. Suddenly, Yum asked him, Keeper of the mountain, are you happy living up here? His face showed a hint of sadness. Happiness? What does that matter? This is my land. I stay here because it is mine, Sanjiji said plainly. It looks like I am stuck here, but I go out a lot. You think the liquor and food I have just appear out of nowhere. He angrily shooed him away. Now stop bothering me and go. Yum lingered a moment. Not now. But, his words softened Sanjiji a bit. One day, I will bring your name back to you. Sanjiji was surprised. You. How do you know that? After Yum left, he stood on the mountain, watching, remembering what he said. When the time comes, you will need my help. Yum left a deep impression. How does this kid know that? Honestly, what a strange kid. Long ago, there was a Dakabi roaming the 8 districts. A man caught him, then released him, refusing to accept defeat. The Dakabi challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing, he made 2 vows. First, to guard the mountain peak and guide newcomers. Second, to create Muhyeonmong and select worthy challengers. Damchu gazed into the distance. Everyone knew this past. He recalled his past when Sanjiji was pushed down by a villain. The villain arrogantly told him that since he won, Sanjiji must never cause trouble in the underworld again. To prove it, he would take Sanjiji's name. Sanjiji's indifferent gaze met the villain's. A name is a person's essence. Now his soul would be bound to me. The villain even kindly helped him up, but that was not entirely bad. That fake-hearted villain said, someday, if a child with my blood returns this name to you, then our promise will be fulfilled. Sanjiji sighed deeply, guessing maybe he was not truly evil. Hun Hyen. That kid, could he really carry out that mission? He turned his head, leaving fate to decide. After all, they said the name would be returned to him. Suddenly, anger surged through him as the kid ran off, leaving him with powerless hope. His steps were frustrated. He should be thrown salt on his own wounds. That evening, Master Y came to his house. He had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal Hukia, which took some time. Butler Choi was already waiting at the door. Long time no see. Young master, he asked politely, are you well? Master Y was surprised to see him, and so was Butler Choi. He smiled out of courtesy. If Butler Choi is waiting, then surely father summoned me. Butler Choi confirmed. Yes, that is right. I will carry your luggage inside. Please head to the main building. Their footsteps echoed through the night. Master Whiteley followed Butler Choi. The young master usually took another path. But today, we want to take that way. This one. Instead, young master, you are surprised by this change. Huh. Walking suspiciously, he recognized this path. It led to the head of the clan's private training grounds. Taesin drew his sword. Serious? Hearing footsteps, he turned. You are here. Taesin slowly sheathed the sword. Not even surprised, he said sternly. You are here. Master Y bowed slightly. Father, are you well? Taesin gave a cold look. Seems you have gotten something pretty good lately. Though physically close, they felt worlds apart. Yes, but seeing you, I realize I still have much to improve. He closed his eyes briefly. Have you learned to flatter outsiders? If so, I am disappointed. For the first time, Master Y did not feel his father's harshness and stood dumbfounded. Wait, was that a joke? Did father just smile? Butler respectfully bowed. Father has arrived, sir. Taesin responded softly. Thank you. He turned and called to Master. This way. A jade green tea set exuded elegance. Steam from the hot tea was mesmerizing. Taesin sat down calmly. How have you been? Han, silently. He poured tea for Master Y as the young master earnestly recounted everything. Not a report. Tell me your true feelings. If I wanted a report, I would not have called you here alone. His hands nervously rubbed together. If you really want my honest feelings, then, staring directly into Taesin's eyes. He paused. Troubled inside. This feels strange. Taesin sipped his tea lightly. Talking to a kid, not about a report, but about his training feelings. This was a first. That is all. Setting down the cup, he said, you have not wasted your time. Master Y gave a modest smile. I could not waste the time you gave me. Father, the suspicion you raised made me hesitate a bit. So why did you come home late today? Taesin listened closely to what I would say. Because I stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay respect to my ancestors. I straightened up, not showing any weakness under his gaze. Is that all? Gathering all my courage, I spoke loudly. If this is something I will have to mention someday, then let the elders witness it too. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down the whole room. I have only achieved a little, and yet I have already become arrogant. Tae-sin's entire presence was intimidating. Are you really telling me you visited your ancestor's tomb just to boost your own prestige? I forced myself not to be crushed by this overwhelming pressure. I had made up my mind, but because of Hukya, I would have to visit Sungmu Mountain often. I can go through this every time. I tried to speak, not just in words, but to show tradition and respect through actions, not just speech. Sitting up straight, I firmly told Tae-sin, they may see me as a brat, but I also carry the blood of the vice chief of the magic clan. I want to test myself and become a role model. He was very pleased. You spoke well. Before the tea reached his lips, he carefully said, I will forgive you this time, but you must make sure it does not lead to indulgence. I obediently nodded. Yes, I am. Just as I raised my head, Tae-sin questioned me again. And there is one more thing you have not told me. I frowned. Huh. I widened my eyes in shock as he bluntly exposed me. I allowed you to go to John Gwizel, but I do not remember authorizing anything at Muhean. Mung. Tae-sin slowly stood up. The only thing you asked for was training at John Gwizel. He ordered me to follow, walking away under my confused gaze. I had deceived my own father, so the punishment was already set. Come with me. The sharp silver sword was drawn by strong hands. Tae-sin pointed the sword coldly at me. Draw your weapon, and I will see what you have got. In the cold hall, father and son stepped into a duel. The steward handed me the sword. I would been wondering why father brought me to the training yard. Now I knew I hesitated to take the sword. Can I really show everything I have with this? I fell into thought. Father knew from the start. Did not he? I seemed to make up my mind and clenched my fist. He reached out into the air, and my sword appeared, glowing with a blue light. Even though I had my weapon, standing opposite Tae-sin made me a little uneasy. He stared intently at the sword, as if recalling something. Then Tae-sin's eyes sharpened and he stepped forward. Golden sparks surrounded the sword as he activated his skill. Magic eye. Only when looking straight into his gaze did I see something unbelievable that made me widen my eyes. Tae-sin stood calmly, unmoving. Nothing. I could not see anything, no magic power at all. Not a trace of aura flowed, so even my magic eye can see through him. His eyes sparked with red flames, meaning I do not need to use sight to make myself lose focus. I planted my feet firmly, ready to fight my father without any warm-up. The pressure was so strong the ground cracked. Put everything into the first strike. The light on his sword turned green as he activated his skill. Fighting style. My eyes also turned blue. Pupils hidden. A beam of light tore through space toward Tae-sin's skill. Demon Pierce. The strike came close, but he did not flinch. I even combined it with Windstorm and Ice Aura. If only it could have made any impact at all. Under the starry sky, Tae-sin finally moved his hand holding the sword. In the silent night, a single sharp slash cut the space in two. His attack was massive, yet it was easily cut in half with one slash. Behind the streak of dark blue light slashing across in front, it shattered into small fragments in midair. The scene was in ruins, with rocks and dirt scattering everywhere. He raised his hand to shield his face as his body was struck by debris. The grand hall's floor was cracked in several places. That is enough. Tae-sin sternly lectured him. This is the answer you found after fighting the founder, right? He stood still, hand covering his face. He coughed a few times to catch his breath and replied, yes, the logo with the sword across it is the symbol of a mighty clan, a talent no one possesses except me, and to keep breaking down and rebuilding that talent, to create a foundation that will never be shaken. He did not back down. Ready to keep fighting, that is the truest answer you have found. Tae-sin saw the determination in his eyes and relaxed slightly. Looks like you have chosen a tough path. He looked deep into Tae-sin's serious gaze and promised himself, I want fall or bow down. Tae-sin waved his hand and changed the subject. Good. So how's the challenge in the bloodless dream? He sheathed his sword. I can fully explain it in words. The grand hall was shattered. So if I can say it, it means it is not truly mine yet. He handed the sword back to the steward. That strike was not your strongest move, right? He clenched his fists tightly and muttered, yes, I know. Tae-sin suddenly grew serious. His eyes filled with complexity as he looked at him. Tae-sin put on his cloak and turned to leave. I have taken it upon myself to enter the bloodless dream. If I show weakness again, I will surely be punished. He bowed anxiously. Sorry. Father. Suddenly, Tae-sin turned and asked, making him look up in surprise, what do you plan to do now? He stood upright and replied seriously. About that, I have something to tell you. Tae-sin lowered his voice. Speak. He gathered all his courage and said, from now on, I have to go through the Academy's Level 3 program. But as you know, I have long surpassed the level of a student. Tae-sin interrupted sharply. Get to the point. He stepped forward decisively. I want to experience the world. He punched his chest seriously. Please allow me to begin the martial journey. Tae-sin glanced at him skeptically. So from the moment you aimed for Qian Mountain, this was your goal? He nodded firmly. Yes. Exactly. He only watched Tae-sin's back and replied honestly. But the bigger reason is that I want to improve myself. Tae-sin bowed his head and frowned worriedly. Trying to achieve too much at once, that habit could one day choke you. He respectfully bowed his head to see him off. I will remember. He squinted, deep in thought. This is both advice and a warning. His voice carried a hint of sadness. Right? The martial journey. Outside tonight, the night sky was covered with countless stars. The martial journey is the final challenge the direct descendants of the ancient martial Lisa must overcome. They receive no help from the clan. They just have to train their martial arts until they mature. Then return. Though there is no fixed test, they must achieve accomplishments everyone acknowledges. He stood silently in the grand hall, his back seeming to carry a heavy burden. But at 15, he is still too young. Most start the martial journey around 17 or 18. In the dark, he is the only one daring to step toward the light. But this kid is not the type to be confined by what is normal. He has proven with his own hands that he possesses power equal to a level 5 martial artist. Many other kids watch his back. Seeing him will surely make them more cautious. Tae-sin turning around is a sign of support for him. All right. Very well. I permit you to begin the martial journey. He was so happy his hands clenched tightly behind his back. Success, but halfway. He hesitated, making him worry. But Tae-sin's posture was solemn as he said loudly. There are 2 conditions. A fresh morning at Lisa's administrative office. Tae-hung kept waving and calling loudly. Nephew, stop messing around. He grabbed the boy's cheeks firmly, rubbing them. Hello? Nephew? How have you been? He laughed heartily. I am always fine. Tae-hung finally let go of him. You have really grown taller, have not you? The whole room echoed with their voices. We can stand like this forever. Please. Have a seat. Yes? Thank you. Tae-hung sat down and urged him. Would you like something to drink? He shook his head. Thank you. Remember how much you ate earlier. Eat a little more. Boss? Oh no? What should we do? Looks like there is not enough food. It is Please stop. Actually, I just finished eating with my nanny. I am so full I feel like my stomach will burst. Well, that explains it. He looked at his face and asked, Hey, nephew, you look exhausted. He rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly. Work's been heavy lately. Huh. It shows. He stood up to Tae-hung's admiration. Actually, I have a gift for you. He placed a wooden box on the table. Nothing special, but it is a pill I crafted myself. He quickly grabbed the box. Nothing special really, but it will boost your vitality and magical control significantly over the next few weeks. Your nephew's the only one thinking of you, let us see. Opening the box revealed a single black pill inside. What is that smell? Like pine forest after the rain? He happily shared with Tae-hung. Even the mountain keepers say it is a powerful medicine. Grew curious. Mountain keepers. He urged him eagerly. You should try it. Tae-hung quickly took the pill. All right. He slowly brought the pill to his mouth. If even the demons praise it, it must be effective. Tae-hung opened his mouth wide and gently gave him the pill. He watched every move closely, then smiled once the pill was taken. Tae-hung closed his eyes tightly, feeling something flow through every cell. This is definitely the real deal. Tae-hung felt a light stream clearing all the energy channels in his body. If you train your magic while taking this medicine, the effect will be many times stronger than usual. He slowly opened his eyes, amazed, truly surprising. Tae-hung was very pleased with the pill's power. Besides working fast, it is no different from a spiritual elixir. Did you really make this? He was extremely excited. Yes, that is right. Tae-hung stroked his chin thoughtfully. You still remember how to make medicine? His eyes sparkled wide open. Of course. Rare ingredients can be replaced with others too. Tae-hung held the box like a treasure. If that is the case, he lowered his voice to advise him. Don't tell anyone and keep it secret in your mind. When you grow up, you will be able to use it in many ways. His eyes brightened. You have always put me first. Just like always. Yes. I hope you will help me a lot then. Tae-hung smiled broadly, rubbing his head. This kid's planning to take advantage of you. Huh. All right then. I will be happy to let you. This brat. He pulled back his hand, as if remembering something. Right? I heard you are planning to join the martial journey this time. Well, I was quite surprised that the news spread so quickly. I already know, sir. Tae-hung bowed deeply, worried that there would be a lot of arguments. Thinking about all those judging eyes on him broke his heart. The kid definitely can't avoid being accused of favoritism. Since no one dares touch the big brother, all the resentment will fall on Mer. Tae-hung gently placed the box on the table. To join the warrior's journey, you need not only the clan chief's permission, but also the elders' approval. His face was more serious than usual. Those elders do not like you. Maybe you should give up this time. He lowered his gaze and explained that he had anticipated some of those worries. That is why my father set a condition. Tae-hung could not believe it when I nodded in agreement to the condition. Yes. He put his hands forward seriously and said, because of that, I need your support. Why flung the door open, happily exclaiming it had been so long since he would been here. He stretched and whispered to himself, let us start with something light. Suddenly, his eyes showed helplessness as he glanced toward the door. Muttering, someone had arrived. Miss Gai-ho pushed the door open forcefully. Her excited face lit up. Kiddo, after your fiery outburst, welcome back. Her voice sharp with emphasis. If you came back. Gai-ho grabbed his collar, shaking him while yelling, "You should have come to see me first, you ungrateful brat." Ai's face turned pale as he stammered, I could not just barge in," she let, pouting. "I know everything. You stopped by little Kaka's place before coming here." I touched his neck, feeling like he might faint. He sighed and explained it was just work. Gai-ho crossed her arms and turned aside, grumbling, "You never lose an argument, and you rushed off on a mission. How long have you even been back?" Then she softened her tone. Surprising Mer. Gai-ho stood on tiptoes, rubbing his head like a kid. "My little one has grown up, auras nearly doubled, and your aura veins are stronger than ever." I honestly reported that he had mastered all the aura skills learned before. "She misses you," her voice mixed with confirmation and joy. "Really? So you have reached level 3 of true mana now?" Gai-ho flexed her muscles and laughed. "Still need some strengthening, but for a kid like you, I have got a gift ready. I have perfected the mantras for other aura skills. Let us try it now." But he refused, killing her excitement. "Sorry, but I can't do it right now." I gently explained that he would be busy from today. Footsteps approached the door, and a voice called out, still as close to Gai-ho as ever. A man pushed the door open. His steps were not loud but noticeable. I smiled and stepped in, seeing Gai-ho. He called, "Big brother." Right after, she scolded him, "You act so busy all the time." Gai-ho folded her arms and angrily snapped at air. "Then why did you come here saying you were visiting your little brother? Stop lying." He shyly scratched his head, trying to explain, "I really was busy, but I still helped Gai-ho with her mantras." Watching these two bickering, we sighed deeply, thinking only Big Brother's busy help could manage this. I turned to suggest to him, "But her materials are precious, and they help my personal training too." I forced a smile and replied, "Well, that is great then." Putting that aside, he changed the subject. "Anyway, Big Brother, how have you been lately?" Gai-ho's face suddenly turned serious. Her deep voice made him hesitate. But he grabbed Ai's collar and rubbed his head, jokingly scolding, "How dare you leave for the heavenly peak without a word to me?" I hurried to explain, "Sorry, Big Brother, you were busy on a mission then." "Me? The master was stroking his head while scolding you, and when he returned, it made father have to personally call again." In another room, slightly musty, light flickered through the half-open windows. Tia Hung was quietly writing something while telling Mai, the master, that the basics must be taught to your junior brother, someone who might take your place. At this moment, you were still calm after hearing his question. "Thanks." Tia Hung kept his head down, writing intently while silently thinking that compared to learning from the elders, this would be easier to grasp. The master looked up, noticing your thoughtful expression, feeling a little stirred even though he usually did not care about such things. After a moment's thought, Mai lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, I accept." After saying that, you turned and left, but just as you reached to grab the door lock, you suddenly paused. Tia Hung did not look up but reminded you to be prepared. Mai slightly turned halfway and bowed politely. "Thank you." As you passed through the door, your mind drifted into thought Vikot Munzang. Even I have never been allowed to test myself, yet it has advanced this far. A faint smile curved your lips as you quietly felt proud inside. Now I understand why they entrusted me with teaching the basics, keeping a mature mindset. You slowly analyzed that it was so you could encourage your junior brother by example. Then you thought about Tae-hung's words, that maybe it was also so you could compete with him. Without overthinking further, you decided to meet your junior brother directly to understand the situation clearly. While still stroking the master's head, you suddenly thought, 20 years. 10 years maybe, or even less time to catch up soon. Seeing you staring so long, he spoke up. "Thank you, brother, for caring even when Master Men is like this." To ease any doubts, you smiled and said, "It is nothing. Right now, among those certified to inherit the basics, I am the only hand." The inheritance means all the basic skills, doctrines, and secret manuals of the Laiksung Mu sect passed down through generations. Only those who fully master these skills receive this certification. It is also one of the conditions Father set for warriors to master all the basics of Laiksung Mu. Mai suddenly asked, "But brother, why do you personally teach the basics? Aren't there elders in the academy for that?" You did not answer directly but instead asked back, "Do you think they can fully grasp the true transmission?" Then you listed possible scenarios, getting caught up in trivial petty schemes, attacked during the naming ceremony, sabotaged in the upgrade battle, placed in the lowest class in the entire academy. Hearing this, the master kept thanking you. "Thank you, brother, for everything." You patted his shoulder and laughed. That is right, outwardly so, but your eyes briefly showed sadness as you thought, has he really grown this much already? Looking at the young man's face, you recalled how before, when focused, You could even see the flow of magic in his body, thinking of his body now. You felt some disappointment in yourself. Now there is part of him I can no longer predict. But putting aside jealousy, you still comforted yourself and gently stroked his head, encouraging him that even if he surpasses you, you want to mind? Well done, my little brother. Zai Hyven. I want to be the one you all look up to for life. Their conversation was so absorbed they did not notice Master Ho, who quietly spoke up. But you guys. Then Master Ho jumped up shouting. You can just keep chatting while the adults are talking. Mai got flustered. Miss, please sit down calmly. She got angry and left. Fine. I'll go if you want. I am not bothered to stop you. Master looked after her and calmly replied. We will meet again tonight anyway. Master Ho smirked and said. Wasn't he it said training would happen? Probably gonna train until late again. To calm her. Mice. Training is training. Research is something else for Miss. You kept praising her talent, making Master Ho blush deeply. Someone so knowledgeable in magical arts, ranked among the world's best like Miss. How could I miss the chance to research with you? Please forgive me. Just wait a little longer. Right after, he regained his cheerful mood and said smugly, well, since you are a world-renowned expert, surely you will be generous enough to let it slide. After saying that, he waved goodbye and ran off. Well then, since it is understood, I will be going now. Definitely not because it is time for the TV show. Right? He waved back. Yeah. Take your time going home. After she left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She is gone. Meanwhile, Mayong was already holding his sword, saying, now we can start training, slowly drawing his sword. Ryang said. Then, Mayong swung his sword across his face with sharp eyes, full of intensity, and told Ryang to complete the conditions his father had set. Mayong's face was serious now. His gaze was fixed on Ryang, holding his sword firmly. Mayong said solemnly, I will personally train you strictly. Mayong only trained under Mayong's guidance at the camp. After 7 days at Sungmu camp, they practiced basic skills with his big brother. Very simple. Mayong kept his expression steady. Ryang was not distracted even when the sword aimed directly at his face. Meanwhile, Mayong was trying his hardest to fight back, thinking he could stab the sword right into Ryang's face. Mayong used one hand to parry and throw Mayong's sword aside. The moments of teaching moves and knowledge happened in brief flashes. During practice, they focused on conserving energy and limiting rest only enough to catch their breath. One training session nearly drained him but was highly praised, almost like a real duel. Mayong stepped forward and said, I think physically imprinting the moves directly on the body means more than just verbal teaching. Ryang looked into Mayong's bloodshot eyes and asked, you are using your demonic eyes to observe, right? Give it your all. His challenge revived Mayong's spirit. He slammed his sword into the ground and used it as support to stand up. Though nearly exhausted, he pushed on. Mayong got into position, kicking up smoke, gravel, and leaves beneath his feet. A roar of held-back strength echoed as Mayong charged forward. When Mayong swung his sword down, Mayong quickly blocked it. Ryang silently acknowledged that, though he sensed the flow through his demonic eyes, his body did not respond as he wished. He watched Mayong's fairy gaze and each sword strike to spot the mistakes he made. One strike had not even landed yet, and structurally it was impossible. Not only muscles, but even joints could not handle it. Mayong gently asked with a tone that stung, are not you thinking this move is too much? He suddenly stopped before the sword paused right between his eyes. Mayong was stunned this body. Then he gritted his teeth, sped up the sword strike against Mayong, and told himself to keep moving. Ryang was surprised. Has Mayong really caught up to this pace already? Mayong grabbed his collar and muttered. Solid foundation. Quick learner. He was not the kind of kid who could pull off moves like this before. Ryang turned his back and left, a hint of envy in his heart. Even I have not been allowed into the bloodless dream trial. Could this be the secret he learned there? Mayong rolled up his sleeves and said calmly, all right. Looks like you have caught up. I will raise the difficulty then. With a bright smile and a tempting invitation, Gakusei took his stance, sword in hand. Let us see how far you can keep up. Mayong got into position, eye sharp on Ryang. Thinking, damn, he is serious now. After struggling through the drills, Mayong shouted, today's training is over. Ryang rubbed his neck, smiling awkwardly. Sorry about that. Looking at the battered training area and Mayong sitting exhausted, Ryang continued, looks like I went a bit too hard during practice. Mayong was tired but still smiling. That is how training should be. Mayong reached out toward Ryang and said, forget it. As he helped Mayong up, Ryang gently asked, looks like you are starting to get the hang of it. Huh, you just naturally responded. Did not Big Bro say that the body of the Xungmu clan is incredibly tough? Right now, after absorbing that knowledge, you realize the Xungmu clan's bodies are truly sturdier than normal people's, almost like steel sheets for bones and muscles as elastic and resilient as rubber. He lightly raised his hand, stared at it for a moment, then muttered to himself that such a strong body only grows stronger with each training session. Clenching his fist, He looked up and said, "That is why even when using techniques that put great pressure on the body, it is no problem, little brother. You have realized that the foundation of the skill starts right there." He smiled softly and replied, "Yes, the understanding is good. In fact, you have even applied it to your footwork." Praised, he shyly scratched his head and humbly replied, "It took just a week of hard training to grasp that much. I am still pretty raw." Your teacher seemed modest, but my wife pride flared up. He said, "Still raw. Usually mastering the basics takes months. You are already doing great." He turned away, leaving you with a few last instructions. "Well done. Remember to stop by the clinic and get your injuries treated properly." Mai bent down, picked up a round cloth, and gently slipped it onto his other hand. Then Mai Wang patted his shoulder and reminded him, "See you at this time tomorrow." You respectfully nodded and replied, "Yes, today I plan to review everything I have learned." He left you alone in the training room with a final warning. "All right, but do not push yourself too hard." Finally, he sighed in relief. The tired but forced tension was gone. You held out your hand, looked at it for a while, then thought to yourself, "It really is quite similar." Then you picked up your sword and tried practicing what you had learned, the fundamental techniques of infinity, a systematized theory of continuous energy flow and endless transformations. He recalled how he attacked Mai Yang by reading his dodges. These basic family techniques rely on the body's nature to maximize physical power, comparing what he would learn to Mai Weikung's swift attacks. The similarities were uncanny. The patterns were almost identical. He began breaking down the body to better see the differences. Perhaps the basic skill centers on the body itself. After analyzing the shoulder, he moved to the wrist and hand, while infinity focused more on the weapon. From this, he seriously concluded that mastering the basics might be easier than expected. Maybe both share the same origin. His eyes serious and deep in thought, he remembered infinity's past, recalling someone with Sung Mu traits. Indeed, infinity seems closely connected to our clan. At that moment, he clenched his hand tightly, a surge of frustration rising as if uncovering a secret in an unexpected place. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he told himself, "Looks like time will fly by fast." All the high-ranking members were gathering in the meeting room of the Sung Mu clan elder, in a solemn and quiet atmosphere. When the door opened and footsteps approached, Chu Jiang entered, his voice firm as he said, "Sorry for being late." The elder turned to Ti Heng and said teasingly, "Oh look, a busy chief managing 100 affairs. How come a wild beast shows up to hold this position?" He maintained his posture, calmly replying that he often used his busy schedule as an excuse to skip meetings. But this time he thought he should stop by. Chu Jiang picked up his cup, nodded, and said, "Is that so?" Then he gently asked, "You must have heard about the youngest member of our clan becoming a martial enforcer, right?" Someone slammed the table and shouted, "Of course." The elder beside him also banged the table, yelling, "A brat barely grown gets martial enforcer status. What kind of order is that? And he is some dirty outsider bastard to boot." Tia Hung sat silently with crossed arms while others stood up, shouting for justice. Rumor had it that the arrogant one himself petitioned the clan head after returning from Mount Thanku, asking to be allowed to pass the trial. Chu Jiang swept his gaze around, slammed his cup down hard, his tone trying to hold back anger. "It seems everyone here has misunderstood. The clan head has never made a final decision on this. He only instructed that the elder council deliberate before deciding." A noble then asked, "So in the end, the final decision belongs to us?" Someone nearby eagerly offered their suggestion, saying at this point, "Just outright reject it and be done with it." He stroked his faded beard and said, "It is not that simple." Young imagined the scene of the fight and said, "The family head said the kid already has martial skills on par with a level 5 warrior, even surpassing the bloodless dream, so there's no valid reason to refuse." He gazed into the distance, carefully weighing his words, saying that because a secondary branch is disrupting ancestral traditions, we must find a legitimate reason. Then he loudly asked everyone, "Has anyone come up with a proper response?" A hand immediately went up. Tehung finally stood and spoke up, "I would like to respectfully say a few words." Young could tell just by looking at him that Tefaheng was neutral, absolutely not siding with anyone politically. He clearly remembered the unfriendly looks from the elders. Their eyes on Tiheng like this. Neutral. Taking no side. Just pretending to be serious. Young guessed that is why when Tia Hung showed up at this meeting, all the elders thought he was here to defend the kid, since they are both secondary branch sons. He thought to himself and silently cursed. And Tihung surely knew that too. Such shallow thinking is obvious, just a bunch of fake snakes. The image of the trial appeared in Yunga's mind. The 3 tests the main branch of Sung Mu must pass selection test. Naming test. Warrior trial. Those from the main branch who pass all 3 get top positions in the clan. He pictured papers flying in the wind, and the new would be granted many rights and status, including attending and speaking at key meetings, basically treated like elders. Tia Hung reached into his coat as if to take something out. Well, Young thought, These narrow-minded old fools obsessed with pure bloodline could never accept that happily. He stopped and wondered. Wait, this kid, could the secret medicine he carries be connected to this? Tae-hung sighed, his mind tangled with conflicting thoughts. Honestly, I do not even know if this is right. He raised his hand and seriously proposed. May I say something? A doubtful face, Chorung asked. What did the chief say? The old man closed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles, and said, I heard you are quite close to that illegitimate son. Hearing that, he had to omit the sharp edge in those words. Still, Tae-hung smiled brightly and replied, after all the effort he has made, how could I just dismiss him? He hesitated before continuing. I just think this time he is a bit over the line. The old man's curiosity showed. He asked again, over the line. Tae-hung frankly expressed his view. The kid does have the right status. But can we ignore tradition and procedure? I think the youngest should understand some things. Can be done on a whim? Chorung asked sharply with a loaded tone. I thought you did not care much for tradition and procedure. Seeing the old man's shamelessness, he secretly cursed him in his heart. This old man's tough to deal with. Tae-hung kept smiling calmly and answered, of course I understand their importance, but from a practical standpoint, I fear being bound by rigid rules is why I am so cautious. Chorung said understandingly. I get your point clearly now. The old man turned and asked, so what solution do you propose? He replied, slowly analyzing. If the elder leader has no reason to object, then just create a reason. Honestly, this is not worth overthinking. Tae-hung's voice rang out clearly. In the end, the most convincing argument is that the youngest has never proven his ability. Chorung looked at him and asked generously, did not the family head just acknowledge he is a level 5 warrior? Hearing that, Tae-hung quickly responded, would the family head be willing to certify that? The old man gasped in surprise, witnessing his firm attitude. Tae-hung clenched his fists nervously, hesitating before speaking. He quietly gritted his teeth, silently cursing that sly brat to handle it himself. Tae-hung spoke his thoughts seriously, saying it is enough to set the board and let him prove himself. Chorung asked with a mix of surprise and doubt, a chess match? You mean a duel? Under the worried gazes of those around, he replied, yes, exactly. Judging by the youngest's actions so far, he definitely won't refuse. The old man asked curiously, then who should he face? Maybe the one who recently completed the warrior's path would be most suitable, right? But that yet, guy, with that personality, there is no way he would accept a duel like this. The image of Siana with a cold, terrifying smile and a knife in hand slowly appeared in his mind. He guessed, then it must be the 6th junior. Tae-hung did not hesitate and answered, of course, if it is Shu, would not that be perfect? If you are worried, just set limits for Shuna. Chorung nodded silently, agreeing inwardly with his answer. Not a bad idea. The image of her gritting her teeth in anger flashed in his head, reminding him of what Madam Bitch had said that the 6th junior held a grudge against that youngest son. Chorung voiced his opinion. I think this plan is not bad at all. Then turned to ask the others. What do the other elders think? All eyes turned to Chorung. Everyone replied, I think it is good too. Sounds solid. Seeing most agreed, the rest followed suit. If the head elder thinks so, then it is settled. I agree. Let us end the meeting here. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden voice called from behind, making Tae-hung freeze. Hard work today. Chief Manager. Head elder. The old man's shadow slowly approached, casting Chorung's entire body into darkness. He smiled and praised. Looks like I have misunderstood you all this time. I wonder what wind blew in to grant me such insight. Modestly, Chorung replied softly. I just did what I said before. Then, seriously, I know very well your loyalty to the clan. Chief Manager. Suddenly, he slammed his staff on the floor. But, Chief Manager. The light revealed every line on Chorung's face as he boldly exposed Tae-hung's acting tricks. It is the small details that matter most. Hearing this, Chorung just smiled mysteriously. Tae-hung smiled brightly, scratched his head awkwardly, and denied. Acting? I really do not know what you are talking about. The next words from Chorung made him hesitate. Every look, voice, and word precise. He stepped past Tae-hung while calmly revealing the truth. Chief Manager. Everyone calls him the bastard son. But you insist on calling him the youngest. His words echoed from afar. That is right. Time passed. 3 weeks later, at the Sungmu Martial Hall, the blue sword was slowly drawn by. He pulled it out and softly muttered thoughtfully. Looks like today will be the last time. Mai, wrong, catching his breath, asked. Are you really able to say that after getting beaten badly yesterday? He said confidently. Big Bro already sensed it. He took a fighting stance and challenged. Then come at me. Immediately after, Mai, wrong lunged at, standing firm. I raised the blue sword high. At the exact moment, Mai, wrong attacked. But Wai managed to block the strike in time. Wrong used force to fling the incoming blue sword from Wai. Excited, Wai laughed loudly and praised. Good. That is the right stance. Mai, Rong swung the sword down again, and Wai calmly blocked the blow with his sword. Wai's eyes. Rong's eyes lit up wide with surprise, thinking to himself, the sixth sense and the devil's eye, these heightened senses, opened through training, let me feel every move of the sword technique. He was knocked backward by the strike. Rong was also knocked back and fell down. Mai. Rong suddenly burst into laughter. He ran his hand through his hair, laughed, and asked you, have you already mastered the basics? It took me 3 months to fully grasp them. You must be a genius. Mai, he quietly observed, sitting on the ground. He thought to himself, it took a week to feel it, 2 weeks to master it physically. Then apply magic and perfect it just 33 days in total. He parted ways under your stern gaze, not forgetting to praise you, saying, you always surprise me. Mai, he chuckled and said, I will be the one to confirm that you have fully mastered the basics. He guessed that not only had you mastered the basics, but you seemed to have unlocked something more. You smiled softly, eyes fixed on Mai. He said, nothing can be hidden from Big Bro. Mai, he informed you, yes, I am figuring out a unique way to move on my own. Mai, he cheerfully offered, want me to help? Grateful. You replied, if you help, I would be forever thankful. Late at night, a barren forest lay covered, trees stripped of every leaf. A sharp voice sneered repeatedly. Pathetic losers. Always putting on a tough act. Siana stood calmly, with defeated creatures at her feet too easy. Reflecting on everything, Siana was filled with frustration and anger, blaming that damn guy for trapping her with these pointless missions. She strolled through puddles, muttering, Mother still furious. It is all his fault. Suddenly, the monster behind her moved. Siana seemed to sense it approaching. As the monster lunged with jaws wide open from behind, she appeared completely unfazed. Siana said just one word, and a streak of red light flashed quickly. The dagger in her hand stabbed straight into the monster's head. With cold eyes and a sharp expression, her 2 fingers still flickered with small flames. She almost sneered. I already told you to back off. With a gentle flick, the dagger stuck in the monster's head started to vibrate. The dagger pulled itself out automatically. Clutching the dagger, she pondered silently. This is my 21st mission. Siana gritted her teeth, anger rising with every thought. It was all tedious tasks like wiping out monsters. She turned her back and walked away calmly, quietly analyzing. She thought, usually, I only handle 4 or 5 tasks a year at most. 5 years of promise had finally passed, and when I return to the tribe, that arrogant guy will come back too. From behind, a shadow appeared and called out clearly, Miss Lassity Youth. Siana narrowed her powerful eyes and demanded, who are you? Identify yourself. The figure quickly introduced himself. I am Gaigutsi from the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Corps. She frowned suspiciously. Black Sword Corps. Siana questioned, what brings your squad leader here? Gaigak answered clearly, I bring a message from the squad leader. Hearing this, she immediately asked, that reckless guy. Siana laughed wildly, full of madness. She swung her dagger, stabbing hard into a nearby tree. Bowing her head, she forced the words out. Perfect timing. That guy's walked straight into a trap. Siana laughed mockingly, her words dripping with sarcasm. The squad leader's no pushover either, right? She opened her eyes wide with determination and ordered, tell him I got the message. Gei immediately replied, yes, miss. Siana slammed her dagger into the tree root, sparks flying, excitedly saying, I am really looking forward to this. Her eyes blazing, she clenched her jaw and promised herself, I will crush that guy to the bottom of the abyss. Like the next day, in a quiet room, Wag opened the door and stepped in, eyes full of affection. Apologizing, sorry I'm late. The training session ran long. Tai Hung laughed happily, her voice bright. I am here now. I heard you have mastered all the basic skills. What else is there to train for? You quickly replied, yes, I still want to test a few things. He quickly got straight to the point. The specific schedule has been announced, so we need to discuss it a bit. He smiled softly and gently told Ta Hong that if there is an official notice, you will come see him. He sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. Ta Hong asked with a serious look, are not you worried? You hesitated and asked back, what is there to worry about? He continued confidently, everything is going exactly as you planned. In your mind appeared the moment when he asked to speak with you. You thought to yourself, Father agreed to my warrior journey but set 2 conditions. Memories of training with your older brother surfaced, and you quietly thought, the first condition was to master all basic martial arts techniques. Fortunately, thanks to his guidance and what you learned about controlling magic, you completed it quickly. But the second condition was the real challenge at that time. He seriously told you to convince the Elder Council leader. You awkwardly replied with a blank look, sorry. To wants to explain the method to you. You can use any method, but if you do not convince them, your warrior journey won't be approved. He honestly said, given your current position, it is hard to influence the Elder Council leader's decision. You laughed with delight, a proud look on your face. Using proof of strength as an excuse, You arranged a duel with the sixth sister. Your eyes turned to Hong. Excitedly waiting, I came here asking you to influence things according to my plan. The Elder Council Leader won't have a reason to refuse. Hopefully, everything will go as planned. In your mind, the image of him making the next move appeared. Through this, you want to create your own chance to be allowed to venture outside. The ability to change the game is essential for anyone wanting to enter politics. This matter is also part of the challenge. Hong's voice rang out, pulling you from your thoughts. I just do not understand how you stay so calm. You answered sincerely, without hiding, because I trust you have arranged everything carefully. He immediately replied, that is not what I meant. Worry showed clearly on Hong's face as she slowly shared her thoughts. That girl, I heard you do not get along with her. Hong slammed the table and shouted loudly, you have a debt to the sixth sister. Hong refused to back down, immediately responding, that is exactly what I meant. He stood up and questioned, can't you deal with that later? Why put yourself in such a disadvantage? Hong clenched her hands tightly, speaking firmly and clearly. It is not that I think you can do it. He slowly sat down. Hong put her hand on her forehead, deeply worried. I am afraid you will get hurt somehow when facing your sister. You stared intently at the person in front of you, silently thinking, he really cares about me. What should I do now? Qian. Or just let things happen? Yes, he hoarsely spoke. Thank you for your concern. Images of Qian and the Elder Council Leader appeared clearly in your mind. The sixth sister will definitely try to take you down at all costs, and the Elder Council Leader will seize the chance to hold you back. Yes, he clenched his hand and continued. So this duel is not just about the warrior journey. You stood up and gently reminded Hong. Of course. If you lose, it is a big failure. But do not worry. Yes, he affirmed without hesitation. In this match, no matter what, you will definitely win. Later, the duel location was decided. The Central Martial Hall, in another room with all doors closed. This is the largest and widest martial hall of Sungmu, and was also the venue for the initiation ceremony. Yes, he dressed formally. You looked outside, thinking silently, I knew they would not handle this quietly. You showed helplessness, sighed, and said to yourself, no need to guess. It is definitely the head elder's scheme. The martial hall outside is ready. Yes, he quickly analyzed. The Central Martial Hall has a grandstand surrounding the center, clearly intending to publicly shame me and undermine my morale. You still closed your eyes tight, took a deep breath, and reminded yourself. But none of that mattered. Someone gradually entered the room. He kept thinking. Even more. What is it? Ho shyly looked in. She timidly spoke. Kid. She looked confused. He observed her with curiosity. Today the lady keeps that expression all the time. You stepped forward calmly and asked, why do you look so troubled? Ho awkwardly rubbed his hands. She hesitated and replied, nothing. Really? She kept looking down. He looked at her face and said, you two look like this but still say nothing is wrong. Ho tried to speak. She suddenly raised her voice. I hate all these reckless acts in the family. He calmly listened. Ho continued to show discomfort. I also can't stand all that whispering and scheming. She tightly grasped her dress. Ho explained clearly. Miss Luck is a level 4 warrior, but you just reached level 5. The gap between levels 5 and 4 is like night and day. He seemed to understand. You added, that is why Luck is restricted from using magic or secret techniques. Ho still hung his head. She replied resignedly. I know. Her hands started trembling. Ho anxiously said, but what if you lose? She painfully held her head, terrified. If I train a bit more in magic. Ho nervously glanced around. She looked even more anxious. Just a little more training. She seemed at her limit. Screamed tragically. How dare you report the Infinity incident to the family early? Ho suddenly snapped back. She froze as a voice rang out. Stop. Master Lai. Ho stepped in from somewhere. She tried to comfort. Young master will definitely succeed as always. She held Ho's hand. Ho smiled warmly. So as the young master's mentor, why not say a few encouraging words? Ho's eyes darkened. As if carrying 1,000 worries, Ho remained silent. I observed her, and thought, she looks like a frightened little animal. The lady must have lost something in Sungbuma too. Ho's image appeared in his thoughts. I silently promised himself. I know nothing of the lady's past, but finding out one be hard. You remain silent, lost in your thoughts. But I deliberately do not want to know. Why began to step forward. Still thinking, because I believe one day, the lady will tell me herself. You approach Mew. Ho. You gently said, lady, now's not the time for this. You should be happy instead. Looking at that bright face, Ho seemed puzzled and asked, happy? Huh. She looked surprised. Ho gasped hearing you say, is not today the day our magic research finally shines, and is a spectacular turnaround? A voice called out, drawing everyone's eyes outside. Young master, it is time to step out and fight. I's eyes were filled with determination. He firmly said, "Do your best for me. Lady, I won't lose." I tightly gripped his sword, reminding Mir, "Ho, cheer for me loudly from the grandstand." He eagerly headed outside. I reassured her, "If your cheers are too soft, I will be sad." Along the path to the grandstand, sunlight shone inside. I walked along the path, quietly thinking, it has been a long time since I passed this hallway. I suddenly stopped, as if affirming while standing at the doorway, "Ever since I was born, I have tried to prove myself." I proudly stepped outside. Now is the time to end that proof. Sword in hand, he confidently stepped forward. Let us. Hundreds of people watched. A figure already stood on the arena. His face was full of determination as he boldly advanced. Suddenly I paused, glancing to one side. Tetsun and Woizian sat solemnly in a corner. Ye noticed and said, "Both Father and Madame Beck have also arrived." Ted Hong, Cho Jiang, and Jiang Guk were also present. He observed and said, "All uncles and elders are here now." I quickly glanced ahead, unfazed by the words. "Hey, you arrogant bastard," Stepson. Suna boldly reached out. She seemed to taunt. "Your gaze is still so steady." Suna showed contempt, mocking Mir. "Why repeatedly? That neck of yours. I never liked it from the start." Suna tossed 2 daggers into the air, keeping up the insults. "Just a Stepson daring to hold your head so high. It is plain annoying." She pointed her daggers forward, excitement in her voice. "Today I will break that neck of yours. Just wait and see." I smiled calmly, unfazed, saying, "Count on me." 6 miss. The referee raised his hand and quickly announced. Then, from now, the duel between 6 miss and young Master Ku begins. Suna quickly took a ready stance. The referee's voice followed. "Prepare yourselves." I focused on his opponent, gripping his sword tightly. Ready. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, as if preparing to enter another dimension. Then he opened them wide. Weiss eyes radiated the power of the demon gaze as the referee shouted, "Begin." Suna swiftly swept her hand behind her. Wyan dashed forward with a blazing dagger in hand. She hurled them at. He quickly slipped behind. Unnoticed when he circled around, stood still, seemingly able to see everything. Thinking, 3 daggers are coming from behind. 2 more daggers flew right in front of Mir. He gripped his sword tightly while analyzing. Not sure when, but 2 daggers just came from the front. Countless fiery daggers hovered around Sauna. She was reckless with her technique. The sword-throwing art. The daggers cut fiercely, surrounded by blazing red flames, an exclusive skill created by 6th Miss. Channeling demon power and energy into the daggers before launching, Suna glanced ahead. Countless daggers blazed like fire in her hands. They called it wildfire. The blades flew toward Mir, eye from every direction. He quickly observed and thought, no way to dodge. The sword instantly raised high. Weiss' wide eyes shone with power. Then, a sharp slash cut through the air like thunder, transforming the scene. The daggers hit by the strike immediately changed direction. Suna struggled to leap back. Growling with frustration, she landed. Ice shadow gradually appeared behind the smoke. He suddenly laughed scornfully, taunting, "I have heard a lot about 6th Miss' divine drunken dagger technique." Ice's face was calm as he looked at her and said, "Turns out it is not as terrifying as I imagined." Suna immediately grew furious. Reaching into her clothes, she pulled out more daggers. Suna shouted loudly, "This fight just got real." Suna lunged at, but he remained standing still. She fiercely swung countless strikes at Mir. Suna bitterly thought, "Some brat still wet behind the ears dares to act tough." Her eyes flared with anger as if provoked. Suna gripped her dagger tighter, vowing to personally teach this kid a lesson. Daggers continuously flew toward. He guarded against each attack. I carefully observed Sauna's movements and analyzed. 6th Miss moves like a master swordsman, wielding multiple blades at once. Her piercing strikes came from bizarre angles, and ultimate skill that is impossible to perform without superhuman reflexes and insight to see through the battle. Suddenly Mir, I smiled strangely, calmly thinking, but now he sprang forward. Thinking all of it was just bait for this move, I quickly closed distance. Suna and he faced off, forcing her to attack head-on. Her countless blazing daggers were ready, swiftly targeting him. I swung his sword. The slash nearly grazed Sienna. He gripped the sword handle tight, now ready to unleash the ultimate move. I glared fiercely at Sion, almost ready to strike her down. For sure, she stared wide-eyed. Frozen in place, Xena silently warned herself. Danger! She quickly raised 2 daggers to block, bracing to absorb the attack. Danger! The shock of the clash erupted instantly, shooting countless sparks all around. 2 massive forces merged, creating a thunderous quake. Dust and smoke filled the air. Spectators in the stands whispered anxiously, wondering what was happening. Who would have guessed the youngest San's power was this strong? Was it just a flashy show? He emerged from the dust, standing tall and staring ahead. He narrowed his eyes, puzzled, silently asking himself if he had underestimated him. Dust still swirled beneath Xiana's feet. The space felt eerily silent. She examined the knife in her hand, grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking that the moment the swords clashed, he rolled back to disperse the impact. The knife was no longer intact. She stared at it, Puzzled that a second-rate guy could wield such a rare secret technique from his clan, Suna tossed it aside, his face resolute as he thought, if that is his move, we are in trouble. Suna quickly got up, gripping his weapon tightly. Wait, does he have a hidden finishing move? She faced him again as Suna cautiously spoke. But unfortunately, he was met with silence. She infused power into the knife and lunged like a wild beast. He should be saved this for a crucial moment. Not now. He kept watching carefully, noting that her speed was faster than before and her strikes aimed straight ahead. She kept slashing at him, and he continuously dodged. Suna spun in midair while he raised his hand to block. Suna circled behind him, his terrifying expression mocking. What is wrong? Ready to brag again. Suna thrust the knife at him. He immediately raised his sword to block. She leapt rapidly with dizzying speed, and he quickly assessed her swift, light, and unpredictable attacks. He blocked each strike one by one, analyzing carefully. Though he defended well, her speed was terrifying, making counterattacks difficult. His eyes suddenly blazed as he stared ahead. Lux Tai? He thought, tracking every movement of Siana carefully. Realizing everything was clear before him, he easily dodged the attacks, observing thoughtfully and telling himself that with direct focus, he could sense each blade and his demonic eye pinpointed every attack direction. A slight smile appeared as he reflected on the fight's purpose. This was why he insisted on dueling Lux Tai. Countless sparks appeared around him. He confidently thought his power was the perfect counter to Lux T's techniques. Suna caught his gaze and silently screamed in rage those eyes. Suna regained composure and carefully analyzed his strength. Lux T's advantage lay in secrecy and unpredictability, but once everything was detected, his style would have to be abandoned. She quickly recalled the previous attack. Suna realized that trying to close him with leg power was hindered by that earlier strike. She began channeling energy, electricity crackling fiercely around Siana, limiting his power. If I could just dispel 1/10 more, I would be able to use my advanced energy skills. Suna remembered his training period, bitterly thinking that for a whole year, he only focused on defeating that youngest son, breaking him down to crush his pride. He had killed many enemies and was panting after battles, tormenting him until he begged for mercy. Suna laughed maniacally, struggling to accept the current situation. How did it come to this? Suddenly, he snapped back to reality as the last words echoed in his mind. The other spoke, pulling him back. Do you still have the focus to think so clearly? He closed in on Suna, arrogantly warning, you would better focus. Then he launched an attack, which Shauna quickly blocked. She struggled to stop his sword, gritting her teeth and putting all her strength into it. Then she immediately unleashed a mysterious energy, declaring, I did not plan to use this move. He stared amazed as Siona's power rapidly enveloped the barrier. It flowed directly into his body, causing his heart to tremble. A surging energy pulsed with every beat of his heart. Master Yi slowly sensed this energy and could not help but be suspicious. His magic circle was limited in power. Suna leapt off the ground. She stood arrogantly before Master Yi, mocking him sharply. Turns out you are a bit clever after all. She screamed with a crazed, triumphant face. Even a timid guy like him knew you can win without mana. Master Yi pondered silently. Was she using her special skill? He realized it was mana sealing magic, the sixth healer, Lice, a special ability user. Triggered with just a slight move, she could disrupt the opponent's magic flow, throwing them into chaos and losing control of mana if her mana capacity was superior. I can resist this, but if not, even knowing I am trapped 1T let me break free. He stood still while Siana's loud voice echoed throughout the stands. Nowhere left to run. A surge of power ran through Master Yi's body. But there was something she did not know. Suna's eyes widened in shock at the scene in the stands. It can't be. Seeing Master Yi radiate a magic force stronger than before, she stammered. How is he still able to use magic? My magic is completely different from theirs. Below in the blazing sun, a sea of people pressed close. The sunlight mixed with the noisy air. It will be fine. Jiawanghu clenched her hands tightly, trembling slightly, reassuring herself it will be fine. Her whole body shook in waves. Each breath became rapid and heavy. That kid is truly extraordinary. Jiawanghua's eyes went blank, lips moving softly, mumbling words only she could hear. Yes, it won't happen again like before. But negative thoughts kept looping in her head. If only Kawa were here. Noticing her slight tremble and worrying old Master Jiawanghu, she did not hear the words. Her eyes squeezed shut, trying to hide her fear. What if she falls into that situation again, lost in her own thoughts? She wondered. What should I do then? Suddenly, a voice called from ahead, pulling her from the chaos in her mind. It is still shining gold enough to make people wary. As the two spoke, another voice came from behind Jiawanghu. What kind of Kui technique is that? Someone nearby shook their head. Not a secret skill. Just the Xungmu family's power technique. Their next words shocked her. Heard that kid is just 15 years old this year. Turning to Master Yi in the stands, eyes flashing, body leaning forward, immediately activating his special technique Strong Kai Kung Fu. Thunder strike. His sword strike sent a shockwave shaking the ground, as if it would explode, forcing Sana to quickly retreat to avoid the blow. Master Eye swung his sword back, cold eyes tracking her as she stepped back, keeping a safe distance between them. Before Sana could steady herself, Master Eye launched the next move. The sword's tip sliced through the air, rushing forward with unstoppable force strong Kai Kung Fu. Flame arrow. She saw sharp red ki streams like arrows speeding toward her, making her chest tighten. Before Sana could react, the rep ki wrapped tightly around her body like invisible chains, binding every muscle, rendering her movements powerless. On this side, he moved like the wind, dashing from where he stood straight toward her. Master Yi used a sweeping, fluid motion that tore through the air, cutting the binding chains on Sana's belly strong Kai Kung Fu. Killing wind. This made her eyes widen in disbelief. Seeing his arrogant gaze, she clenched her teeth tighter. How could killing wind cut through flame arrow? In the stands, Jiawang Hadi slowly relaxed. Thunder strike. Flame arrow. Killing wind, all key kung fu skills that I and the kid created together. Her hands clenched tightly, reflecting the silent determination rising inside her. Those chaotic feelings were now cleansed away. Jiawang Ho's eyes brightened like a flame rekindled. Yes, we have to win. For the first time since earlier, she smiled brightly, like the dawn itself, a natural-born genius. Looking at the chaotic rain beside her, she still could not believe it, wondering to herself, what? How could this be possible? Sana's eyes widened to their limits, filled with shock and panic. She was clearly blocked by the power sealing ability, so how could she still use magic? Now, Wai Dadong had kept his distance from her, while Shiona stared intently at the person in front. He squinted, watching every change on her face. Something La Citi had never noticed before, a blue energy surge, wrapping around Wai Dadong and the sword. He smiled slightly to himself. My magic works differently from most. Just using my magic alone is enough to wield it. Wai Dadong slowly stepped forward, his gaze calm but sharp, then spoke in a steady voice. Now, let me take over. Without warning, he closed the distance to Xion. The air around them suddenly thick and suffocating. Watching Wai Wang's move, she could only think of one word. Fast. Wai Wang surged decisively, its blade flashing through the air and knocking Shiona flying backward. She barely managed to catch her body with her hands after flying a good distance. Bracing herself to endure, Sana's arms trembled violently from the impact, muscles tensing fiercely as she struggled to balance and not fall to the ground. Terrible. Without knowing exactly when, he had sliced the sword from top to bottom toward her at a speed so fast, it was just a whistle of wind through the blade. Sana quickly retreated, the sword striking the ground with a loud crash, sending a wave of force rippling through the earth beneath her feet. She clenched her teeth, thinking, how can this be? How can I be overwhelmed like this? Sana was trying to figure out how to defeat him, her thoughts swirling like a violent storm, but then her eyes suddenly froze, locked in place. Then she glanced briefly up to the second floor of the stands. Just seeing the person upstairs, the air around her grew heavy, like a dark cloud casting a shadow over her mind. Upstairs, a sharp gaze was fixed on her, cold and piercing like a razor's edge resting on a battlefield. She sat like a queen above, exuding authority and dark power, her icy stare locked on Ixana standing below in the stands. Seeing that look, she gasped for breath, her heart tightening with a creeping fear deep inside. Sana's body began to tremble, her lips quivering as she whispered. She poured all her strength into the hand holding the dagger. A glowing golden-orange aura spread around her. Sana gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fierce fire, then let out a loud scream. Just for a mere bastard like that. The blazing magic around Sana stunned Wai Daong across from her. The sheer power was terrifying. Seeing the dagger lift into the air, Wai Wang's eyes flickered with surprise, forcing magic use. No more holding back. Sana's dagger slowly transformed, splitting into many smaller blades, hovering around her. Her magic grew stronger by the moment, spreading through her body like an uncontrollable wildfire. Magic enveloped countless daggers floating in midair. Sana raised her hand, ready to strike. Her eyes flashed cold and fierce, hungry to consume his very life. Sana fiercely threw her hand forward. I will kill you, no matter what. He hung in the stands immediately stood up and shouted, that is a rule violation. No sooner had he spoken, her daggers shot toward Wai Daong at lightning speed. Trying to stop him, Wai Daong remained unfazed, gripping his sword tightly and quietly channeling magic into the blade. His eyes glowing golden. His sword pulsed with light as magic coursed through it, blue rays spreading from hilt to blade. Suddenly, Wai Daong exhaled deeply, his breath calm but powerful. Then he launched an attack just as her daggers closed in. Wai Daong swung his sword hard forward, the steel flashing through the air, but surprisingly, he missed the target. Seeing this, Sana could not help but laugh arrogantly. Her mocking laughter echoed like a challenge. Where did you even swing? But then her eyes widened in disbelief. One of her daggers was already stuck deep in the ground. Your body twists fluidly, the sword slicing through the air like a sharp beam of light. In this world, some truths never change. Magic never truly disappears. You watch as the daggers slowly fall, embedding into the ground with sharp sounds. The fading magic in the void returns to nature. Magic is infinite. It can never be lost. You grip the sword tightly, your cold gaze sweeping over the remaining daggers suspended midair. Yet, you stand cold-faced among the daggers stuck in the earth. The Founder's sword. You smirk slightly. This sword can cut through and destroy even magic itself. You look at the sword trembling lightly in your hand, surprised to have harnessed even residual magic. But at least it worked. Your eyes lock onto her, still cold and sharp. Recalling the opponent's previous techniques, with your current strength, you can completely block residual magic. So you used a black slash to sever the magical tether connected to the sword segment. Squinting, you focus all your spirit, using your magic sight to see the magical tether linking to the sword segment, both tasks demanding extreme concentration. You take steady steps forward, deliberate and firm. Each step pounds into the ground like a nail, creating a solemn rhythm that tightens the space around you. Now, it is my turn. Watching you, Suna grits her teeth, pulls back her hair, and her eyes flash with tension. Is she going to use that move again? Suddenly, your body moves like the wind, keeping distance from her, stepping fluidly and precisely. Suna stares in surprise and confusion, her eyes darting as if trying to guess your intent. Stretching the gap like that, there is no way to close it. Suddenly, she sees you shift into an attack stance, eyes flickering with puzzlement. Attacking from this distance, you smile faintly. This sword was made to fight monsters, not just magic. Your power radiates all around, surging through the space like an invisible wave, slowly channeling into the sword. From the start, distance was never an issue. Your eyes roll back, pouring all your strength and magic into the upcoming strike. Burning with endless intensity, your sword swings up, fierce and decisive. As if tearing the sky apart, the blade gleams a radiant gold, stirring a swirling gust through the air, slicing through magic. Suna stands frozen, eyes locked tightly on your incoming strike. She glares, letting out an angry growl. Damn it! A huge explosion shakes the arena, the deafening blast rattling the air violently. Blue flames rise in thick clouds, engulfing the area and obscuring everything inside. The blue flames slowly fade, revealing the scene within. You hold your strike, a deep slash gouged into the ground beneath you, smoke and dust still swirling thickly. Suddenly, you cough harshly, covering your mouth. The dry cough rasps roughly. You lower your head, placing a hand on half your face. Cold sweat beads on your forehead. Pushing your magic sight to the limit causes sharp pain in your eyes. You glance toward the opposite side, where the thick smoke still blocks your view. It is not over yet. The magic slash hit, but you need a finishing blow. Suddenly, through the dense smoke, a sharp dagger hurtles straight at you at terrifying speed. Before you can react, the dagger slices across your thigh, leaving a deep cut. You lose balance, your leg buckling slightly as pain radiates fiercely from the wound. From the smoky haze, a pair of legs flash forward like lightning, crossing space at terrifying speed. Suna, face battered and eyes burning with determination, swings a powerful fist toward you too fast. She wields a dagger, raising it then, thrusting straight at you with brutal force. This strike is deadly. You stomp your foot hard into the ground, generating immense force that makes the earth beneath you crack. You step back one pace, keeping a safe distance from Siana's fierce pressure, but her dagger catches up, flashing like lightning and stabbing straight into your chest. Time suddenly freezes. Every movement halts in that moment. Suna's action remains frozen, the dagger still embedded deep in your chest. Dark blood seeps from your chest, soaking a patch of your pristine white shirt. On the contrary, your sword has not pierced her yet. The gleaming blade just stops right at her chest. Siana slowly pulls the dagger out of his chest, each movement deliberate and slow, but suddenly, she collapses to the ground, her body losing balance and dropping before she can react. You clutch your wounded chest, a flicker of pain crossing your face. If I had blocked with the Dark Knight just a second slower, my heart would have been pierced. His eyes gaze at her shocked, fallen body. At this moment, though she is surely unconscious, her body instinctively reacts to the presence of my spirit. You turn your head, exhale deeply, then smile faintly. Truly a terrifying bloodline. Then he looks toward the two young men standing right beside him. Sheath your sword. Voice cold. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to get her help? Left like this, she will die from internal injuries. The two young men beside you snap out of it, stammering apologies. He sighs, rubbing his hand, and points back. Yes, you watch the two young men preparing to take her for treatment. There, you see, his gaze shifts to the stands, where an old figure sits high above the clan's fighters. Cho Jiang feels a chill seeing your eyes, those stubborn old men. Then he looks back at unconscious on the ground, along with the half-siblings. Your fists clenched tightly, raised high to all of you who thought I would fail just because I am the younger son. He closes his eyes, that gesture a silent declaration. This is the first time I have truly proven myself. Suddenly, an object flies in and hits your head. You tilt your head slightly, eyes quickly scanning toward the person who threw it. The thrower is Tetsun, his gaze serious, but his hand pats yours, a gesture full of encouragement and congratulations. Then a loud round of applause erupts from the stands, spreading like a powerful wave of support. This surprises you down on the floor. Your eyes widen in shock as you feel the crowd's enthusiastic backing. From the stands, the voice of the clan elder echoes, filled with pride. My kid is truly amazing. She upstairs waves her arms passionately, her face blooming with joy. Damn, I knew it. Kaho anxiously tugs the clan elder's sleeve. Elder, please calm down. Her shout still rings near you. My kid's the best. You blush, quickly covering your flushed face. Oh man, even the words carry magic. Tetson's people appear below the stands, instantly drawing everyone's attention. You turn to look at them. He is the first to speak, his voice calm and warm. Truly outstanding. You smile faintly, your eyes gleaming. Your father probably won to be pleased. He is not the type to praise his kids in front of others. Tetson eyes you sharply. This kid chose to hong and set the board, picking the sixth son to make the battle's outcome play out just as planned. His eyes reflect seriousness and deep experience. As an opponent with a favorable matchup, he has the edge over anyone. The uninformed would assume the sixth son will surely win. Tetson sinks into deep thought. Easier said than done. But among those here, who can really pull it off? He speaks with authority but still praises. You have proven yourself, so I acknowledge you have the right to leave the clan and join the fighters. You place your hand over your heart. Bow respectfully. Thank you, father. After speaking, you smile gently and remain silent with your head bowed. He watches your expression and speaks again. But it seems there is still something you want to say. You smile knowingly. It is You lift your head slowly, eyes calm as you look at Tetson. No hiding this from your father. Regarding external affairs, the prize for this crane contest is permission to join the fighters, and your father can grant anything beyond that. You nod slowly, voice firm. Then please allow me to speak. You look at him steadily, quietly confirming, of course. With father, though still injured from the match, you stand tall and loudly declare, I have built enough strength to soon complete the academy program, and father has personally witnessed this. He looked at the people ahead, his seasoned voice full of determination. I once went to Theanvi Mountain and passed the bloodless dream trial. He observed every expression on Tesson's face, thinking to himself, since father has given the elders' council the final say, any reward should also be approved by them. Even so, he did not lose heart. I have proven everything, and all conditions have been met. He immediately challenged the person, wondering why the elders' council would not trust him and put him through this trial without reason. Unfazed, he raised his hand to explain clearly. After this duel, the sixth brother was severely injured, and I am barely standing here to report. His eyes narrowed as he stared straight into his gaze, hearing every word he spoke, as I could not help but feel the elders were pressuring me. He remained firm, clutching his chest, thinking silently. At 15, even if my words are a bit harsh or disrespectful, I will be forgiven. At this age, chances like this rarely come, so I have to use it wisely. Meanwhile, Tesson standing beside him spoke up to defend the old man. Elder council leader, please respond to this young man's question. The old man just stared silently at the stick in his hand, saying nothing. Finally, after a tense silence, he smiled faintly, suggesting there might have been a misunderstanding. Until now, all matters related to warriors are decided by the elders' council. He smiled knowingly and listened quietly. The family rules clearly state no distinction between secondary or direct lineage. Could the elders' council just break that rule? As soon as those words were spoken, the elder immediately argued inwardly with a sly smile, deliberately mentioning secondary lineage. Even though I never once brought up my background, he showed a serious expression and continued questioning. Could it be the elders themselves brought this up, under pressure from logic and emotion? He finally voiced his concern. Yes, a kid rushing into the warrior's path might inevitably face unfair treatment. The elder seized the chance to question sharply. If so, why must it be the sixth brother? Everyone knows the sixth brother is much stronger, and they are competing over age. The old man nervously rambled, but he pushed back. I have read the notice clearly. The trial must be done by someone just returned from the warrior's path. The elder proudly shouted. Then should not the seventh brother be the one? If not, there must be other warriors. Tesson spread his arms to block his forcefully, but inwardly he laughed silently. This little divil. You set this trap and used it to corner the elders' council leader. Well done. Truly a clever kid. Tesson looked suspicious. Turning back. Could it be you chose the sixth brother for this trial? Meanwhile, Chujian could only give a forced explanation. It is just that the sixth brother seemed the most suitable for this test. But the elder was not easily convinced. If that were true, the duel should have been held in private, not hidden among a crowd. He clenched his fist tightly and said clearly, I want to hear the truth. The elder sternly demanded, Why did the Elders' Council organize this trial like this? Tessin could not help but admire as he saw the Elder's pale face brighten slightly. Truly a bold move. If careless, the Elders' Council could be seen as bullying a child. Tessin quickly stopped things, regaining his solemnity and declaring firmly, "That is enough." The Elder's dissatisfied gaze shifted to the side as he warned. The Elders' Council leader is a respected elder of the clan. Tessin reminded him of his mistake. Just finished dueling. Still heated, it is understandable, but the words were really disrespectful. He bowed and apologized. "Yes, I accept the blame." But the elder concluded wisely. "Still, if we just let it slide, that won't end well." The Elders' Council leader said nothing, just glanced over. He sighed helplessly inwardly. Just a secondary lineage, yet treated this way. Truly unfortunate. Finally, he admitted, "I also admit that some parts of this trial are hard to explain. The Elders' Council should offer a proper reward." You bowed seriously. "I apologize for my disrespect." Not stopping there, you added, "I am just doing what needs to be done." Those around heard this and each reacted differently, so they did not expect you to ask for an excessive reward. Seeing you make that statement, they were startled. "I only ask for what rightfully belongs to me." A few days after the contest ended, the scenery grew peaceful in the morning light, shining on each intricately carved wooden window. Inside the room, you lay stretched on the bed, sighing softly, eyes filled with thoughtfulness. Then you muttered sadly, "Never thought the day would come when I would miss Thean Bai's son." Though frustrated inside, you could not help but sigh, not letting yourself out until fully recovered. Familiar warnings echoed in your mind. "Hey, you are injured, where do you think you are going? Little brother, you are not fully healed yet." You felt down and blamed yourself. "If only had a healing elixir, I would be better by now." Suddenly, a knock startled you. You sat up, composed yourself, and invited, "Come in." The door opened, and a familiar voice made you pause. "Long time no see." "Young master." Shortly after, three close friends entered with bright smiles. "How have you been lately?" Choyana spoke first, saying she wanted to visit as soon as the young master returned, but heard you were busy with many matters, so she had to delay. Kim-hen followed, asking about your health. You smiled, waving it off. "Don't worry. No matter what, I can spare some time for you all." You pointed to a chair. "There, bring that over and sit comfortably." After everyone settled around the bed, you smiled and asked, "And you all, still doing well?" Choyana nodded happily. "Of course." You smiled warmly. Reminiscing, "Had some troubles, but looking back, it was just people underestimating me. Thinking that way is not so bad." Kim-han, usually calm, now excitedly asked, "Young master, how did you train to become so strong?" Which left you wide-eyed in surprise. Before you could react, you sternly continued, "Speaking of that contest, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Basio flared with anger, his eyes coldly fixed on Kim-han as he cut him off. "He was close to leveling up to rank 3. Looks like you guys have too much free time." Feeling pressured, you stepped back in panic, stammering, "Wait, with such a big event for you, how could we miss it?" Kim-han kept insisting, "It is not just me, everyone's here, right?" But when you turned back, you were surprised to see your two friends silently exchanging glances. Basio bowed his head apologetically. "Sorry, master, we planned to come right after training but ended up late." And Ina too was exhausted. Since Basio also participated in the duel. "I did," but he waved it off, saying, "No need to worry, I do not blame you." Then he turned and asked pointedly, "Kim-han, is it true people slack off when I am not around?" You hurriedly waved your hands. Panicked. "Absolutely not." Looking at your friends, Basio smiled quietly, thinking they had grown a lot. In Basio were both assigned as trainees to the Blood Tiger and Heavenly Palace squads. Those two are elite fighter units, combined with two others. The 4 main squads are known as the Death Squad. Kim-en decided to join the Six Gates, the training division within the academy. There are 2 departments, swordsmanship and ranged weapons, and studying both is no easy feat. Basio's expression darkened slightly, revealing a rare hesitation. Also, half of the 5th-year students were assigned too, which was quite unusual. You sincerely looked at your friends and said, "Work hard. Later, I will be counting on you a lot." Before Basio, he confidently replied, "Leave it to us," Inha added determinedly. "We will grow strong and never make you ashamed." After chatting, they cleaned up and prepared to leave. You smiled and said, "All right then, I am glad to see you all again." Suddenly, Kim-en spoke up, "I almost forgot, master. You are going to receive your reward today, right?" Basio turned and smiled, asking jokingly, "I am the one getting the reward, why are you so happy about it?" You answered brightly, "Because good things are coming your way." Kim-en could not hide his curiosity and asked, "Have you decided what you will take?" You gave a faint smile. Basio answered without hesitation, brief but confident, Of course, at the Sungwoo treasury, 2 guards stood watch at the gate under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a vehicle arrived right in front of the iron gate. The car door opened, and a pair of dress shoes stepped out. Basio stepped out slowly, taking in the surroundings and thinking, "It has been 6 years since I last came to the treasury." Suddenly, a voice called out, making you straighten up. Is not that the youngest master? It was the gatekeeper asking politely, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" You handed over a paper and calmly replied, "I have permission to withdraw equipment from the treasury." The gatekeeper took the paper, examined it, and said, "Yes, I confirm the document." They opened the gate and invited you in, saying you may proceed. As you were about to enter, another voice called out, "Master." The 2 gatekeepers shyly raised their hands and sincerely said, "This duel deeply moved us. We will strive to improve just like you." Then, right at the gate, they bowed to you solemnly. At first, you were a bit surprised, then heartened. "This is the first time in my life I have received such respect." You smiled at them and turned away, your heart filled with joy. "Before, most just looked down on me because of my low status." You did not forget to reply to the gatekeepers, grateful they thought that way. "To live up to it, I will work even harder." Then you slowly walked inside, entering the vault jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Council. Before carrying out your mission, you had to be scanned. If the Administrative Institute handled storage and maintenance, research and equipment checking out were under the Elder's jurisdiction. Your eyes seemed a bit glazed hearing that. "So I asked the Elder Council to compensate you." If you recall that moment, "I only did what I had to do, so I never expected any unreasonable reward." Your serious face then clearly showed your wish to receive the items selected during the weapon selection ceremony. Jiang asked in surprise, "Did not you already pick a weapon and wear it on your hip then?" The old man looked puzzled and asked if you wanted to claim ownership of all the weapons when you had only accepted one before. Your eyes calm. "No arrogance. Replied that by the rules, weapons chosen during the ceremony could be received fully later." Tihong, listening nearby, was startled when you mentioned his name, unsure if your understanding was correct. "Master Administrator," he muttered helplessly. "Kids these days." Then stammered, "All right, that is correct." He raised points that put Jiang in a tough spot traditionally. The rest of the weapons were also given later, and the family head agreed to follow that precedent. He stroked his beard and glanced away, admitting now that it was indeed true. His face twisted with displeasure and resentment as he sneered, saying it was enough to pick 2 or 3 items fitting one's status. Giving out a few weapons would not harm the Elder Council, or so they thought. You scanned the audience and whispered that if the Elder Council chief approved your request publicly, all those weapons in the vault would officially become yours. Then you asked, "Can I do that?" Taxon narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the old man. He calmly replied, "I permit it. Those items were meant for you anyway." Taxon bowed respectfully, thanking his father. As you bowed, he added, "Of course." Taxon's serious face said, "As long as you prove worthy as the rightful owner, the elders will always hand you the weapons." The old man smiled faintly. "Truly a father. Even the Elder Council chief did not see through my plan, but you saw right through it." You looked at the old man, who cleverly sided with the Elder Council to close the matter. Then Tastings ordered his subordinates to decide which weapons to release and hand over to young Master Uddy. Back in reality, you were still moving deeper inside, thinking, "So I am allowed to claim 4 top-tier weapons." You stepped into the elevator to the 2nd floor, your mind racing. This generous reward was not usual, but with father backing you, they dared not resist. The elevator doors opened. Your gaze was determined, a bit hopeful. Access was limited to floors 1 through 3. Yes, the old man glanced around the room. It was not fully stocked with every kind of weapon. No need to focus on floor 1 where common weapons were kept. You need to pick only what would truly help on this journey. You raised your hand, releasing a small black aura from your palm. "Yes," the old man said. "Come on, take your time choosing." Scene shifts to my Yas office. Husband, he and my sat opposite each other drinking tea. The husband asked, "Are you set to depart?" She cheerfully replied, "Yes." Everything's ready. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals drifted down, painting a serene spring scene. The weather was indeed pleasant. "Mai," she calmly said slowly, "to start a long journey, there is rarely a better season." He looked up slowly and asked, "Have you said goodbye to everyone?" She answered plainly, "Yes. As for uncle, he is on a distant mission and could not attend." Her face fell in helplessness. It was tough to get the stepmother too. He laughed heartily. "I can imagine." "Mai," she looked at him and asked, "Have you greeted father yet?" "Yes." Seeing him like that, he burst out laughing. "Yes." He was scolding as usual. "Scolding, yes," he continued, leaving him a bit helpless. He said, "With such a big mess caused, if you do not achieve results that please him, you will be punished." Sounds scary, does not it? His face slightly fell as he let out a sigh. "Mai, He turned to you and asked calmly, "Have you heard the news about Luck Mui?" Sienna's face also tightened and darkened at that moment. "Yes, I heard that she has entered seclusion to train." You recalled how even the bodyguards at that time could not stop her, even while still recovering after waking up. Sana caused chaos. After she recovered, she was taken into seclusion by Madam Bitch to train. Seeing the worry clear on your face, Mai, he sighed deeply. Originally, no one can interfere with Dee's martial journey, but at least for now, Luck wanted to be able to go out seeking revenge immediately. He said nothing more, slowly nodding as if understanding. He intertwined two fingers and hesitantly asked, "Brother Ha, may I ask you a favor?" Then, to his surprise, he made a request. "During the journey to the sect, please take care of Dee's wet nurse." In your mind, you remembered Kaho from your past life, desperately banging on the door for help in the pouring rain. "Maybe they would not dare target me directly, but going after those close to me is easy. In my past life, that is how I lost my wet nurse." Mai, he quickly caught your meaning and immediately agreed. "All right. I understand. Dee's wet nurse will stay here, where I live." Wai's eyes widened in surprise at what came next. "No one will dare touch her." Then Wai stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, "This debt, I will definitely repay." You smiled kindly at your younger brother and replied, as the elder brother, "How could I not handle this?" Smiled softly and happily. Mai quickly added, "I will wait for the day you return after this journey." Then you looked up, determination filling your voice. "Yes, 15 years from the day I return, places to visit, things to obtain, people to meet, all filled your heart. For the first time, leaving the clan to act freely, owning time that belongs to you alone." Shielded his eyes from the glaring sun and smiled contentedly. "Everything starts from here." Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves as a woman sat leisurely under a tree, sipping tea. Wazian slowly raised the cup to her lips, eyes gently closed, savoring the tea's spreading flavor. She put the cup back on the table. The tea's warmth still rose softly. Without opening her eyes, she spoke to the empty air. "Report." A soft footstep stepped lightly on the lush grass. Almost silent, a cloaked figure knelt respectfully. "I apologize for losing track." Wazian's face darkened with displeasure as she glanced over and said sharply, "Be clear." He reported mechanically, avoiding her gaze. Right after entering the bustling city, the target was lost. Looks like he anticipated being followed from the start. Wazian's slender fingers lightly traced the rim of the cup. "Ridiculous." She circled the cup's edge as she spoke. "The appearance can be concealed, but the aura of demonic power remains unmistakable." The hood on the guard's cloak hid his face, so his expression was unknown among the weapons received as rewards after the recent duel. "It seems there is an item that can change both appearance and demonic aura, so now it is impossible to track him." Wazian paused her sip and suddenly said, "Just a 15-year-old bastard. Yet he dared escape the pursuit of the shadow sword I personally trained." As she leaned over the cup, her reflection appeared. Thinking back, if he could not handle this, he would have been eliminated long ago. Wazian stared into space coldly. "I was planning to review the plan, but I did not expect he would not be followed even for one day." Suddenly, she turned around, eyes wide with menace, ordering, "Keep monitoring the news." Wazian lowered her gaze to the bottom of the cup, speaking coldly, "If there is any sign, follow immediately." The guard shouted loudly. Order received. Inside the tavern it was noisy. Where did this trash sneak in from? People inside drank and played games together. But the real enemy was the one hiding an ace up their sleeve. The noise from inside spilled out as the door swung open. "What is going on? A fight? I bet 100,000 on the bald guy." A man with a hood and a fierce look walked in. "I will put 150,000 on the guy with the crossed eyes." He headed straight to the bar and started ordering drinks, some fresh beer. The shop owner, suspicious, immediately asked, "You look unfamiliar around here." The man slowly lowered his hood and introduced himself. "I came from the north." He wore a different skin now, with a cool scar added. Inside, chaos from the dragons running wild had stirred things up lately. The owner placed a beer in front of him. Puzzled, "Your accent sounds like a real Seal native. If you are Korean, why come from the north?" The man took the beer without hesitation and replied, "Ire." The owner, still confused, asked, "What is your name?" Suddenly, the man snapped sharply, surprising the owner. "Do I have to give my name here?" The owner awkwardly scratched his head and changed the subject. Clearly dealing with a wanderer, the man looked at his reflection in the beer glass and sighed. It really did look real. To disguise himself, he used a masterpiece-level mask. When infused with magic power, it creates an illusion over the mask. Though it drains magic, it is a highly useful item. He was quite pleased. Quietly smiling, using a 10-face device to change appearance by blending magic power makes hiding one's identity no problem at all. He glanced nervously at the people behind him. It had been a long time, and he worried if he had come to the right place. This place had towering, gloomy mountains, the northern dangerous zone, part of the self-strengthening path territory. The monsters had been wiped out, but the area remained unexplored. With endless deep forests where darkness always loomed, surrounded by treacherous mountains and demon guards, a village still existed here, roaming through dangerous zones worldwide. A village founded by criminals skilled in martial arts, sorcery, and magic, known as the Wanderer's Den. For years, this place was engulfed in flames as some tried to destroy the den. They killed and burned the village mercilessly, but some wanderers escaped, causing terrible damage. The handshakes of the powerful and influential in the like were like opening moves of a game. Their alliances shaped everything. The bar where Yum arrived was one of those places. The largest gathering spot for wanderers in Korea. Criminals from all over flocked here, and secrets gathered along with them. He recalled old memories with a fleeting sadness on his face. Double-faced, hiding from the clan's gaze, he had once concealed himself here, but was eventually discovered. Yum already had his own plan, and the reason this time he chose this place as the first stop on the martial artist's journey surprised the boss. So he suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Wyoma's eyes showed an indescribable determination. I was at the Siulong camp before, but which organization manages this place now? The boss kept wiping the corner, obviously knowing why. And Yum tried to come up with a reasonable excuse. I do not want to die foolishly. At least I need to understand the situation, so I know how to move forward. The boss' next hint made Yum raise an eyebrow. It is not easy to say, but one brick might not be enough for me to speak up. He slammed a stack of cash on the table and said loudly, "Here's 100,000. That is pretty much what I wanted." The boss slowly pulled out a plate of peanuts and explained, "This place has been managed by Baek Chosu, the boss here, for 10 years. Even if you go to China, you have definitely heard of him." Yum quickly replied, "Of course I know. How could I not?" Inside he felt reassured. Just as he expected, a tall man with hands that often took others' heads. The butcher Baek Chosu, a man blinded by greed. Back when he was an official fighter, he killed his master and became a drifter. In his previous life, Baek Chosu was a notorious boss in Korea's underworld. Just past 30, he seized control of Baekket faction and started dominating the black market. Yum absent-mindedly scratched the table with his fingers, and now was the time the best goods appeared. But the one he needed was not Baek Chosu. After a moment, he smiled smugly. In his previous life, that item fell into the Sungmu clan's hands. This time, I have to get it first. Dark clouds gradually covered the stars in the sky. A gentle breeze stirred the branches above. A huge villa stood silently among the pine forest. Baek Chosu's villa. A hand tightly gripped a stack of documents. The sound of papers rustling echoed with the flicking motion. Chosu slapped the papers and chuckled softly. Indeed, the black market was even more lucrative than those street drug dealers. Baek Chosu, leader of Baekset faction. He laughed happily and told Jinsu, the executive director inside, "You have worked hard." Jinsu bowed his head, a bit reluctant. "Indeed, I was not wrong bringing you here." Executive director of Jinsu. Chosu kept his usual sly smile, but there was something unsettling in it. Then he raised his voice, making Jinsu stiffen. "No, it is more like inside Jinsu." Chosu put down the stack of documents, needing to keep a straight face. He swayed closer to Jinsu. "I told you, right? I am not forcing you." Chosu placed his hand on Jinsu's shoulder and lowered his voice. "If you feel strong enough to carry the burden, you can leave any time." His whole body was tense, forcing a strained smile. Jinsu stammered just one sentence. "I will be more careful." Chosu turned away and reminded him. "Yeah? Smiling like that is much better. I value you a lot." In Jinsu, he glanced at Jinsu and reminded him, "Did not you go to a prestigious university and make a lot of money? It is all thanks to me." He could only bow his head and accept it. "Yes, boss." Chosu started looking over the paperwork again and got back to business. He leaned on the table and sighed. "This time the black market tickets were too few, which worries me. But it turns out the big shots prefer this method." Chosu's pupils narrowed cunningly. "But what if we increase the number of tickets a bit?" Jinsu blinked and suggested keeping the number of invitations very low and only issuing them quarterly to maintain the current clientele layers. He shrugged his shoulders in understanding. "Right? Chong Jinsu will definitely handle it well. No matter how bright the moon outside, it could not illuminate the heart of the one ruling this secluded villa. But remember, our target is not this shabby hudiao, but the place much higher up above." Jinsu wrapped his arms around, not daring to move while Chosu was babbling. He himself said he wanted to stop these shady dealings. "Right, Jinsu." The moonlight outside began casting shadows on him. "What we need from the black market is money and connections." The darkness. Chosu was like a demon slowly revealing himself under the moonlight by the window. "Using that, we will step into the light."